Good morning and welcome. I should say good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I hope it's good. My name is Greg Lewis. Today is the Euro Online Summit. Now, I should mention that I'm about as far away as you can get geographically and culturally from Europe. I'm in South Texas, but many of our presenters today are in Europe. So for me, it is currently 9 a.m. For you, I don't know what time it is, but for many of our presenters, it will be in the afternoon. Not that that really matters, but just so you know. Today's host is Metastock. We are a purveyor of trading software and market data and news for self-directed traders just like yourself. Today, Bobby is going to be the main guy. I'll be here behind the scenes. Again, my name is Greg. And our first presenter today is, let's look at that. Oh, you got a thing right in front of his face. Sorry about that. First presenter today is Zaheer Anwari. And then after Zaheer will be Timothy Straiton. That's 4 p.m. London time after him. Then Daniel Sinnig, I believe he's coming at you from Germany, although I can't say for sure. Then you've got Colin Abrams, I believe also in the UK. New speaker, I've not met him. I don't even know how to say his name. I believe it's Zdenko Grdan. Zdenko Grdan. That's probably Russian. I don't know. But he'll be talking about the ABC wave theory. And then finally, our very own Bobby Hiller at 8 p.m. London time. We'll be talking about trading tools for success. You may not have heard of Metastock. If so, I should say if not, or if so, why don't you stay around and watch this brief video, and we'll be back in just a minute. Our main presentation will be starting in 6 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hi there, Greg Lewis, Metastock Software. As the marketing director, I get asked all the time, what is Metastock? How can I help my trades? Well, stick around for about 3 minutes and I'll tell you. Metastock is an award-winning software and data package that has been helping traders for over 35 years. Simply put, Metastock is a tool for traders like you to analyze the markets. Metastock helps you take the guesswork out of trading by offering a methodical, systematic approach to some key questions all traders come up against. Questions like, how do I decide which securities to trade when there are literally thousands to choose from? Which strategy should I use, and how do I test that strategy before spending my first trading dollar? When should I enter and exit a trade? How can I effectively manage the securities I'm interested in? And of course, how do I know where prices will go next? At the core of Metastock are the Power Tools. The Power Tools give professional-grade analysis tools to private traders like you and me. You can scan the market with the Metastock Explorer to filter and sort securities that show buy and sell signals based on your criteria. The Metastock System Tester lets you test most strategies through a process called backtesting, which allows you to see how your strategy would have performed over time. You can easily manage and monitor the securities you are interested in with Quote Center. Quote Center lets you sort on a variety of criteria to view the data that's important to you. Then just double-click on a security if you want to see its chart. With the Metastock Forecaster, you can even take advantage of patented technology to view probable future prices. If you're an options trader, you're going to love Metastock's Option Scope. Option Scope puts all the critical info at your fingertips, displaying sortable, customizable, color-coded options data, including the Greeks. And Metastock has solutions for traders of all levels and interests. If you're just getting into trading, you will appreciate the education offered by our many built-in systems. In addition to pointing out buy and sell signals, Metastock explains how they work in an easy-to-follow commentary window. Metastock has built-in systems based on popular strategies like MACD, Bollinger Bands, turtle trading, candlesticks, and many more. Metastock even has the very popular and exclusive Rahul Mohindar oscillator system, or simply known as the RMO. And as you become a more experienced trader, Metastock grows with you. Advanced analysts will enjoy the comprehensive list of trading systems and indicators and the ability to build their own systems. And if you're a day trader, you can't do better than Zenith, the real-time news, data, and analysis package offered by Refinitiv, a world leader in market data. Add on the world-class support, and it's not hard to see why Metastock has won the Stocks and Commodities Reader's Choice Award for 26 consecutive years. To find out more about Metastock and how it can help your trading, visit metastock.com or contact a product professional via phone, email, or chat.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed that brief presentation. What was I going to say? I cannot remember what I was just going to say. Well, hello, not men. I see that there are many of you here, but not many people are making themselves known. Go ahead and give us a shout out. We have about 2 minutes and 45 seconds till we begin. A couple things. If you would not mind liking and subscribing and ringing that bell, we would really appreciate it. It helps us out a lot. And also, you'll be notified when we have live events just like this one today. Today's a little bit special. It's an all-day event, but we have 1 hour events, usually once or twice a week. And then we have full week events about once a quarter. The next full week event is the conference, which is coming up at the end of February, but we haven't actually released that date yet, but I know it's the end of February, so be keeping out an eye for that. Also, please go ahead and say hello here on, we're simulcasting from YouTube and GoToWebinar today, whichever one you're watching. It's pretty much the same experience. If you're here on YouTube, go ahead and give us comments and freely exchange ideas and notions and ask questions and whatever. We just ask that you be respectful of the speakers. No one likes a meanie. And I think that's about it. Again, just like and subscribe and ring that bell. Oh, what did I do? And ring that bell. We'd really appreciate it. Okay, we're starting in about 1 minute. I'm going to go ahead and let you listen to some jazzy music until we get going. Once again, thank you so much for joining us and successful trading. We'll be back in about 1 minute.
All right, everyone. Hello. It's time to get started here. So thanks everyone for joining us. I know a lot of you, it's in the evening for you. For some of you, it might be morning time. That's the beauty of some of these summits that we do, is we can have people join us from all over the world and share their expertise with us. Today, we have somewhat of a focus on the European region, but really we're going to have information available for everyone from all over the place here. My name's Bobby Hiller. I'm going to be the host today. I'm working here in our office in Salt Lake City with Metastock, and we have a bunch of our partners today that going to be joining us online to kind of talk about the markets, let us know their outlooks on 2024, maybe share some tips and tricks, as well as some trading strategies with us. So I'm really excited for today. I think it's a great list of speakers that we have. And yeah, so thank you all for being here. Before I dive too deep into things, we do have to quickly go through the legal disclaimer here. So today's demonstration is designed to instruct you on using Metastock and the accompanying software plugins. It is not a recommendation to buy or sell, but rather guidelines to interpreting and using the specific indicators and features within the software. The information, software, and techniques presented today should only be used by investors who are aware of the risk inherent in trading. Metastock shall have no liability for any investment decisions based on the use of the software, any trading strategies, or information provided in connection with the company. So Metastock does not endorse the purchase of any security, nor are we paid for the promotion of any security. No information contained in this presentation should be construed as investment advice or a solicitation to buy any security. So the schedule today, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it online or throughout your registrations, but I just wanted to quickly put it on the screen here for you. First up is going to be Zaheer, who we'll be getting started with in just a few moments. And then Tim's going to be on after that. And then Daniel, Colin, Zdenko, and then myself, I'll be closing out the presentations at the end of the day. For some of you that might be watching on YouTube, or if you haven't registered for today's event yet, but somehow came across the video, I highly recommend go to metastock.com/Euro-Summit. And you can register for the event, which allows you to sign up for some freebies. I'll even just quickly show you guys what that looks like. Not only can you register and get some of those freebies, you can learn a little bit more about what each of the speakers will be discussing. And then down here at the bottom, all we really need is a name and an email address and where you're from. But you can sign up for all of these great offers down here for absolutely no additional cost to you. So definitely be sure to check that out and register for them. If you didn't select any of the offers when you first registered, you can still go back and select them now. So just something I wanted to make sure you're aware of. All right, getting back into it. One thing that you will notice throughout the entire day is all of the different speakers that we have presenting today utilize one key platform for their technical analysis, and that's Metastock, our Metastock technical analysis software. We've been in business since the 80s making technical analysis software. So we're really kind of pioneers in the industry. And that's not just us saying, nice things about ourselves, but also the readers of Stocks and Commodities magazine. They have rated us as the #1 technical analysis platform in the world in our price category for 30 straight years now. So quite a reputation there. And you can do all sorts of great things on our platform. You can scan the markets for trading opportunities, backtest your ideas, look at statistical forecast, probable price movements, and all sorts of great things. We won't dive too deep into that right now. But if you were looking to, maybe get started on a trial of Metastock or something of that nature, we have some offers available for that today. You can check it out at metastock.com/Euro-Deal. And all right, yeah, like I said, I'm not today's first speaker. I'm just going to be your host and kind of be in here intermission. I'll be here throughout the day as well, though, helping to answer your questions in the chat, which today is designed to be kind of an interactive experience. So if you guys have questions, feel free, type them into your chat box. Sometimes we might take a couple of minutes to get back to you, depending on what's going on this side. We'll try to relay your questions to the speakers. Some of the speakers might have people monitoring the chats as well, or they might be monitoring it themselves. But if you need anything at all, don't hesitate to ask, or if you want to comment on anything, we love to interact with you guys. Just make sure to keep things friendly. That's all we ask. And with all of that said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first speaker here. We have Zaheer Anwari. He's been, I've actually been working with him closely now for a while. He's been a fantastic partner of ours here at Metastock. I'm always excited to have him speak. He has a really great background, and he has a lot of knowledge. And so I think you guys are really going to appreciate what he has to share with us today. Zaheer, how are you doing?
Hey, Bobby. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Hey, doing pretty well here myself. Yeah, doing good. Ready for today.
Yes, me too. I just want to add that I really want to reiterate everything you said about Metastock being a wonderful platform. I had the pleasure of meeting Kelly and Scott on Friday here in London. They came over from the US, and again, wonderful guys. So you've got a really good thing going on over there in terms of the background on Metastock.
Oh, yeah. Hey, fantastic. I'm glad you got to see them. Yeah, Kelly's been out traveling with Scott, and they just got back today. Well, Kelly just got back into the office today, so. All right. Well, I think I'll go ahead and let you kind of take things from here and do your introduction and kind of share everything on your end. I'll make you the presenter.
Thank you.
And then, yeah, I'll help to watch like YouTube chat and the chat and GoToWebinar, and we'll try to come in with any questions for you.
Right, how's that looking?
All right, yep, I see your screen, the Sublime Trading and Metastock, the Market Advantage Toolkit.
Great.
All right, well, let me go ahead and turn off my camera and get out of your hair here.
What's left of it? Brilliant. Thanks, Bobby.
All right.
All right.
All you.
Hi, guys. Right. Welcome, everyone. Once again, thanks, Metastock. Again, it's always a pleasure to be able to do these presentations for you guys. Now, the title of today, the presentation is the Market Advantage Toolkit. It's all about the add-on that we've created for Metastock. And ultimately, really, it's your upgraded solution to compounding trending stocks and assets in 2024. And I've got a bit there in brackets, which I hope you guys can sort of relate to, while everyone else is calling a market top. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at 2023, and we're going to then have a look at what happened in 2023, potentially what people missed, and how we can learn from that and apply a better philosophy going forward in 2024. So let's dive straight in, guys. The goal of any stock investment is to buy a stock at a determined price using some kind of analysis and sell it as high as possible for maximum profit. I asked this question in a live presentation that I did a few days back. And so I was able to interact with the crowd. And I would say that pretty much everyone, 100% of the crowd agreed with me on this. So I'm going to assume that you guys all agree with me as well. I'm just going to read that again. The goal of any stock investment is to buy a stock at a determined price and sell it as high as possible for maximum profit. This is ultimately what good stock investing is about. Okay, now there's two ways of doing this. There's the buy low, sell high methodology, which is value investing. People like Warren Buffett, Benjamin Graham, Charlie Munger, rest in peace. They made this philosophy famous. And then you've got the second philosophy, which is buy high, sell higher, which is trend following. So value investing is buying a stock which is on its way down and then looking for it to reverse up. Trend following is buying a stock that is already heading up and then entering at some point and riding the journey up. Buy high, sell higher. Trend following. So again, I asked this question to the crowd when I did the live presentation. So it was, which approach has a proven history of being more profitable? And it was quite an interesting answer, quite a sort of interesting split that I got. I would say it would be 50-50 almost. But here's the thing, guys. Buy high, sell higher has a proven history of being more profitable. And we have proof of that by looking at this performance table. Now, if you look at this performance table, you've got Richard Dennis and people like William Eckhart and Ed Sakota at the top of this table. And then if you look mid-table, that's where you'll find Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett, and Benjamin Graham. So it's very, very interesting because particularly something that I can relate to in my sort of early days of investing is that whenever I went online and tried to do my research, I would find all this information about Warren Buffett. And he would be all over my sort of media channels, but I would hardly hear anything about Richard Dennis. Yet when I found this table, the sources there in the bottom right corner, it's an interesting read as well, guys. Yeah, in fact, it really fascinated me. It's like, why have I not heard much about Richard Dennis? And that's when my journey started in trend following. And what I learned about trend following is that it's the simplicity of trend following, the learning and the execution and the compounding that simply cannot be beaten. And here's the thing, guys, it's exactly that. It's the simplicity of it that most overlook in preference for more complicated investing and trading methods. Now, when I discovered trend following, it completely revolutionized my portfolio performance. And this was the book that changed it for me. So if you guys haven't read this book as yet, guys, I highly recommend going out there. I highly recommend putting in your order today on Amazon or wherever you like to put your book orders through and getting your teeth into this book. It's a fascinating story. It's a true story of how a bunch of traders, a bunch of novices were taught to trend follow. They were taught Richard Dennis's strategy. I think that it took something like 2 weeks. And then over the next 4 years, they turned over almost $200 million. It shows the power of A, being a complete novice, being given a proven system, and C, running with that, and then ultimately achieving the returns that you can return over a number of years. At the top there says this is one of the 5 best trading books ever written. I would go as far as saying this is the only trading book that you really need to read. Everything else seems to just sort of clutter the process. This was a complete game changer for me. So guys, do go out there and read it. Now, a question I asked myself was, why aren't information and hype on trend following readily available? We see everything on value investing and day trading and swing trading and scalping and all those other different forms of investing and trading, yet we hardly ever see anything on trend following. And so I made it my mission to put trend following back on the map. Over the years, I started my journey in 2007. By 2012, I was confident enough to sort of start going online, blogging my journey, talking about it, talking about trend following. And over the years, I've been blessed to be a speaker and contributor to some wonderful publications. I'm now an international speaker. Last year, I was flown to a number of places, which is nice, being flown out to places to speak. So my message is now really being picked up and it's starting to resonate with people, particularly with what happened last year in 2023. Today, I'm the co-founder of the Phoenix Academy, which is our main education academy where we teach people how to trend follow. And then as of last year, we had our hedge fund incorporated in Luxembourg. So we are now in the fund management space as well. So wonderful, wonderful things have come off the back of this journey that I have been on. And ultimately, it's all because I learned to follow and invest in stock market trends. Now, before we go any further, guys, I want to share this with you. This is me and Colin. Colin is my co-founder, my business partner here at Sublime Trading. We've been on this journey together since 2007, 2008. I just want to tell you a little bit about us. Colin, he's got a degree in media production, 2.1. He's got a 2.1, which is, a really, really good sort of qualification. I've got a degree in software engineering. I got a 2.2, which is not the best, guys, but it's okay. Colin didn't really do much in media production. He quickly moved into social work. That's when he started spending most of his career and earning his money. I spent a little bit of time in software engineering, but then I quickly transitioned into teaching English as a foreign language. TEFL, I lived in Japan and Taiwan teaching English. And then I got into photography, and it was in advertising photography where I ended up making quite a lot of money and then wanting to do something with that. We both grew up in London, and we never worked in the city. So this is something that I hope you guys can resonate with. We've never worked for a bank. We've never worked for a hedge fund or an institution. Look at our degrees, guys. We don't have any degrees in finance or economics. We've got non-related degrees. Colin, he's got a little boy. I think he's 2, maybe 3 years old now. I've got a parrot. Don't ask, guys. I took it in. I guess you could say I adopted this parrot, and she's been living with me for 3 years. We love going to the gym. We love working out. I love boxing. I've got a coach. I box about 3 times a week. Our favorite color is green, which is why Sublime Trading has the color logo that it does have. I absolutely hate raisins and coriander. I don't know about you guys, but those 2 things, if I was Prime Minister of the UK, I'd probably make those illegal. Colin dislikes olives. I also dislike olives, I should add. We have a very different dress sense. Colin's very sort of classic in the way he likes to dress, very understated. I tend to be a little bit more edgy, a little bit more, I like to try different things, especially if you don't have hair on your head, guys. You've got to peacock in different ways, right? I like the cinema, go off and self-development, reading courses, all of that kind of stuff. Over the years, we've done many and many courses. What that's taught us is that we always wanted more, and we've always learned to do things properly. Now, that hasn't always been the case. We've learned to do things properly. That hasn't always been the case. In your early days, we go down the route of get-rich-quick schemes and day trading and scalping, all those things where we focus on the money rather than focus on the process and long-term growth. And, you learn from your mistakes. A lot of people don't learn from their mistakes. You see them just bouncing from one short-term strategy to another. We quickly learned that day trading, short-term trading is very, very difficult and inconsistent. You've got to stay true to the long-term principles of investing. Now, here's the thing, guys. Why am I telling you all of this? Well, ultimately, we're just regular people who figured this out and made it work. We wanted a system that fit around our lifestyle and that maximized our hard-earned money. We couldn't find anything out there. There was nothing out there that really fitted with us. We did the day trading. It didn't work. We did the value investing, the Warren Buffett way, getting sort of bogged down in books and reading values and reports. And it was just difficult. When you're working 15, 16 hours a day, which I was in photography and color in social work, long days, you don't have the time to do that. So you wanted something that was very, very simple. So we went about and created one, guys, which is what I'm going to share with you today. We have done all the heavy lifting. You just need to learn it and make it work for you. So ultimately, guys, if we can do it, so can you. You can see the background that we've come from. We're not particularly special. We're not geniuses. We haven't got super high IQs. We're just regular guys that had a vision, that wanted something, created it, and we made it work. And now through the wonderful partnership that we have with Metastock, we're now in a position to share this with you guys as well. Now, it's been a year since I did my first presentation for Metastock. If I remember correctly, I think it was January of last year, I did my first presentation for Metastock. What I want to do is to look at some of the trend performance of some of the stocks since January 2023. So over the last 12 months, I've done a number of presentations. So over those 12 months, I've shared a number of stocks. I've looked at the S&P. We've looked at the market. The market's been continuously pushing up since the end of 2022. So there have been a number of wonderful opportunities that I've highlighted over that time. And I just want to sort of recap what's happened over the last 12 months. Pay attention to how many of these stocks you know and potentially how many you considered for your portfolio. So pay attention again. I'm going to say that again. Pay attention to how many of these stocks you know, because some of them you won't know, some of them you will, but also how many you would have considered for your own portfolio. So these are screenshots. The first is a UK stock called 3i Group. So since January 2023, 3i Group has moved up 83%. Now, bearing in mind, guys, remember at the start of last year, we heard about failing banks and how the stock market and how the world is going to come to a grinding halt. Keep that in the back of your mind as well with the stocks that I am showing you. 3i Group, which is a UK stock, moved up 83%. CBO Global Market, which is a US stock, has moved up. This is still moving up, has moved up 50% since last year. Elf Beauty, another US stock, this has moved up over 185%. Marriott, now here we go. This is a stock that you are very, very familiar with, no doubt. This is a stock that has been in and out of my portfolio since 2013. It has a good history of performance. It has moved over 60% since last year. NVIDIA Corporation, of course, you won't be any stranger to this. It's all over our channels right now with AI being the buzzword at the moment. It's moved 265% since last year. PGR, Progressive Corporation, another US stock. It's moved 40% since last year. Relex, a UK stock, 45% since last year. RSG, Republic Services, a US stock. This has moved 35% since last year. Now we're going to also move into some of the Indian stocks. So we have a growing community in India. I know Metastock has a growing community in India. Our system finds some wonderful stocks for our Indian community members. And I don't want you to ignore this, because what happened in the Indian market last year is a reflection of what could happen this year. So if you look at some of these Indian stocks that we found for our community members, again, using Metastock in the system we've created, Action Construct moved 203%, over 200% since last year. Bajaj Auto, this has moved over 110%. HBL Power Systems, over 300%, guys, 335% since last year. Jindal Saw, 400%. So what happened in 2023? You've seen all of these stocks that I've shared, some from the UK market, some from the US market, the Indian market. These are wonderful stocks. So the question, though, is what happened in 2023? The reality is that the stock market fooled virtually everyone. If we go back to the start of 2023, failing banks set the tone for the misinformation all over our media channels. And then images like this never help. At the start of each year, you always get these experts and these analysts coming out with their sort of predictions and telling you where the S&P 500 is going to be in 12 months from now. These sort of images and these opinions, these predictions, they have a long, long history of being on the wrong side of the market and getting people on the wrong side of the market. You have to learn to ignore these and focus on what the market is telling you. And the truth ultimately really is in the charts. Then you've also got images like this, which is fascinating because this was floating around at the end of last year. 72% of stocks in the S&P 500 have underperformed the index this year. 72%, okay, but that still leaves 28%. And so that's 28% of stocks that have outperformed the index. And 28%, I believe, is 140 stocks out of 500. So there's 140 stocks that are still outperforming the index. That means pushing up and trending and being profitable. So if we can find even 5, 10, 15 of those 140 stocks, that's all you need to have a very, very good year. So these sort of infographics, they're they're interesting, but they're misleading because they're making you focus on the downside and not on the upside. So you have to always sort of look at things in a different way. So who wasn't fooled in 2023? Well, the answer is trend followers, investors and traders who simply follow the market. When everyone was getting the fright put into them with all the talks of failing banks, which was in February of 2023, January, February 2023, we started buying into the stock market. So when everyone else was getting scared or pulling their money out of stocks or selling their positions or remaining stagnant or whatever the case may be, we actually started buying into the stock market. And why was that? Because that is what the stock market dictated us to do. The stock market, combined with Metastock, combined with our system, that together told us that now is prime time to start buying into the stock market. And what happened? The S&P, the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, they all ended the year printing new all-time highs. Well, the S&P this month printed new all-time highs. The NASDAQ and the Dow Jones, they all ended last year printing new all-time highs. So the whole run, that whole bull run was missed by the vast majority of people. We didn't question or form opinions or do the opposite. We simply followed. That's the beauty of trend following. And here's a pro tip. Be a good kisser. What do I mean? Keep it simple, sweetheart. The actual expression is keep it simple, stupid. Man, we ain't stupid. We have a brain. We have intelligence. We've just got to learn to nurture it. It's a brain. It's a muscle. Like all muscles, you've got to train it. Your brain is a muscle. So you just got to train your muscle with the right information. And one of those skills is patience and keeping it simple. It is the simplicity of trend following sound investing that eludes people. So our job as investors, guys, is to find and maximize profit from the strongest trending stocks from the most robust sectors. Ultimately, what we're looking for are stocks outperforming the indices. So if the S&P 500 moved up 35% last year, we want to look for stocks that move up 70, 80, 90, 100%. We're looking for stocks that are outperforming the indices. That is our job as investors. If we can't do this, we're not investors. Now, let's just do a little comparative return table on why you want to look at individual stocks. So if we start with an initial investment of 20K, put 20K in an S&P 500 tracker fund, 20K in the stocks that you find through the system that we've created, do that over 20 years, add an additional $100 a month to the pot. Let's say with an S&P tracker fund, you get 11% a year, and with individual stocks, you get 30% a year, which is what we're averaging over the last 10 years. With a tracker fund, you'll get around $250,000, which is great. It's better than the banking system. You leave your money in there, set and forget, do it for 20 years, you'll be rewarded handsomely. However, if you learn the set of skills that you need to push it from 11% to 30% by picking stocks and holding and compounding those stocks, you can see that you're rewarded with a much larger sum of money, $4.5 million. A massive, massive difference. So it is worth exploring the possibility of what I am sharing with you here today. Okay, let's jump away from that. Right, now, what do all of these stocks have in common? over the years, over the decades, there have been numerous ways of counting waves in the market. Elliott waves, for example. Then you have tools and indicators like Ichimoku clouds, for example. A lot of these systems have had their time. I would say that we've moved on from there. We're better at what we do now because of the technology available. So with that, we've upgraded the system. We have a better understanding. So all of those stocks that I shared with you now, all those screenshots that trended last year, all of these stocks follow a particular pattern. We call it the 4PS method, 4-phase sequence method. Phase 1, a proven performance history. So if a stock has performed well in the past, it's likely to perform well in the future. If you look at all of those stocks I shared, and you go back over the last 10, 20 years, they all have a very good performance history. So that's what I look for in any stock that I'm looking to invest in. Then I'm looking for a base, a sideways market. A sideways market is where a trend will start from. Think of it as the roots of a tree. The stronger and longer the roots of a tree, the taller the tree will grow. So that's how you want to look at a consolidation base. There's actually an expression in investing, which is longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout. So that means the longer the sideways market, the bigger the trend when it actually does break out. Gold would be a very good example. Gold has been going sideways for 13 years. It's been in phase 2 for 13 years. What we're waiting for is it to break out into phase 3, which is a breakout from consolidation. And then we want to start entering in phase 4. And it's phase 4, which typically lasts 12 to 18 months. So all of those stocks that I shared with you just now, all those screenshots, all those stocks I entered when the stock started entering phase 4. And this goes right back to the very beginning, which is buy high, sell higher. This trending stock is moving in the right direction. It's already moving up. So the odds are already stacked in our favor. With value investing, you're buying a stock that's going down, looking for it to go up. But a stock that's moving down has a very high chance of continuing to move down. That's where the expression to catch a falling knife comes in. Now, you may play into dividends and expect a dividends payment, and that's why you're doing what you're doing. Fine, that's a whole different philosophy. But a lot of people are focusing on growth, not dividends. So for the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, trend following should really be the focus because it will help you grow your money. When you get to a much larger account size, I'm talking about 7 figures plus, and you then are nearing retirement, that's when dividends may make a difference and you may want to change your philosophy and go for, I say, a more value investing approach. But certainly in these sort of immediate 5 to 10 years, it's all about growth and being able to compound and recycle your money through a system that grows your money every sort of 12 to 18 months consistently. So this is what we're looking for, guys. We're looking for trending stocks. We're looking for those phase 4 stocks that can be added into our portfolio. And the system that we created for Metastock allows us to do that. Your goal, learn from 2023. So if you missed out on 2023 altogether and are actually quite disappointed, which is good, you should be, because disappointment will then mean you wanting to do things better for 2024. It's now about understanding what is the right approach and then implementing that and running with it. So that's the goal for 2024. We're right at the start of 2024. We want to maximize what 2024 has in store for us. And believe me, guys, 2024 could potentially be a very, very lucrative year. So let's switch over to Metastock. So I'm going to actually stop sharing my screen for a second. Bobby, if there are any questions at this point, I don't mind answering while I change over to Metastock.
Yeah, so one person asked if they'd be able to obtain the PowerPoint presentation file. That's something you offer.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to do that. That's not a problem at all. I can do that at the end if people want to get in touch with me, or Bobby, I can share the link with you and you can give it out as well. It's not a problem.
Okay, great. Thank you. And that's it so far.
Okay, fine. So if I do that, Bobby, can you see my Metastock?
Yes, I can see your Metastock.
Right, fantastic. Okay, guys, so what we're going to start off with is the S&P 500. We're going to do a deep dive of the S&P 500, and then we're going to go through the system and how we then find the stocks that make it into our portfolio. But everything starts with the S&P 500. The S&P 500 is our guide. It's our indicator. It's the thermometer or the barometer of the stock market. If the S&P 500 is bullish, the stock market is bullish. If it's bearish, the stock market's bearish. If it's going sideways, it's a sideways market. So the S&P 500 is a really good indicator of what the market is doing. And what's great about that is that it completely blocks out all the noise, all the misleading information on our media channels. I mean, we just have to look at this area here, guys. This here is the low of 2022, where this red dot is. And you can see the climb, which has now resulted in the S&P 500 creating new all-time highs. If you turned off your media channels last year, did not get caught up in all the talk of failing banks, the debt ceiling that the US was dealing with, all the other crippling news that we see and hear, the wars and all the sadness that's happening around the world, if you turn all of that off and focus purely on the charts, all you would see is a rising S&P 500. And that is what counts. Now, let's go back in time a little bit. If we look at this area here, this is coronavirus. This is the 35% drop in February and March of 2022. If you look at before the coronavirus, the stock market was in this huge bull run from the low of 2009 to the high of 2020, which is when we had coronavirus. So that was an already sort of, I think it was like a 430% bull run. Now, with black swan events, what tends to happen is that there's a lot of mayhem for a period of time. So for coronavirus, it was 2 months. The markets then settle, find their rhythm again. And then what was happening before the coronavirus or the black swan event is what tends to happen after the black swan event. And so that's what's happened after March 2020. There was a recovery from April, May, June, July, August. Now, August 2020, the S&P 500 started printing new all-time highs. And from August 2020 through to the high of 2022, a massive bull run that the S&P 500 went through. And that was when the S&P 500 was creating new all-time highs. During that period, our portfolio grew by 86%. That's ROI. Because of all the wonderful stocks that we had in our portfolio. ODFL, Old Dominion Freight Line, for example, DE, Deere & Co., AHT, Ashtead Group, a UK stock. Wonderful, wonderful stocks that all met our criteria that outperformed the S&P. So I believe the S&P rose by, I think it was something like 40% during this period. The stocks that we invested in, virtually all of them grew by over 80%, outperforming the indices, all meeting that four-phase sequence. Now let's have a look in more detail what the S&P 500 is doing. It's actually repeating what happened around the coronavirus. So we had that 35% decline, and then we had the massive bull run. The vast majority of that, from 2020 to the high of 2022, was happening when the S&P 500 was printing new all-time highs. In 2022, we had another decline, 28% decline. From the low of 22 to January this year, we've had a 40% recovery in the S&P 500. The S&P 500 is now printing new all-time highs. If you go back in time to 2010 and look at all the times the S&P did a phase 4, so it would do a trend, sideways trend, sideways trend. Every time it did a phase 4 trend, the S&P 500 would move up 35 to 45%. So what we are potentially looking at here is the start of the next 35 to 45% bull run. The S&P 500 has only moved up around 1.5% this month in terms of printing new all-time highs. So we've still got another 30% plus of upside potential over the next 12 to 18 months. So this is prime time for you as investors to start looking at the S&P 500, to start figuring out which stocks you want to have in your portfolio, getting them in your portfolio and compounding. So now that takes me on to the next stage, which is how do you do that? How do you then start? Now that the S&P, so step one, the S&P is telling us that we're in a bull market, told us all the way through 2023. And you've seen all those stocks that I shared, Marriott, 3i Group, Relex, PGR, RSG. I'm going to show you a few more stocks now. All of those stocks we entered in 2023. So those will still be in our portfolio. They'll continue to grow over the next 12 to 18 months. What we're doing now is we're adding in the next set of stocks in the portfolio. Stocks like Visa, which we're going to look at in a second. So how do we do that? Well, now the S&P is telling us we're in a bull market. We now need to start maximizing Metastock's capability. And this is where Metastock is second to none. Those awards that Metastock have won, it's because it simply cannot be beaten for the features and functionality that it has. So first and foremost, I'm going to show you all the explorers that we have created for Metastock. So all of these explorers here, which you can see MAT, that's the name of the add-on that we've created for Metastock. It's called the Market Advantage Toolkit. We have created an explorer for virtually every possible scenario you could think about. Now, one of the main scenarios that we like to look at are breakouts and pullbacks in a trend. We've got a set of indicators for the UK market. You can see that's all here, UK market. And we've got a set of, sorry, not indicators, explorers. We've got a set of explorers for the UK market. And we've got a set of explorers for the US market. Now, the UK explorers can also be used for other small to mid-cap markets, like the Indian market, the new National Stock Exchange of India. We use the UK explorers. And any other large cap markets, you can use the US explorers. Right now, we're in a fast-moving market. When we're in a fast-moving market, we want to turn to the breakouts because the stocks are breaking out and they're trending very quickly. So we're in a breakout market. So you can see that I did do a scan last night for the UK market and for the Indian market this morning. And then I've also got one here for the US market. These right now are my two main explorers that I'm using. And what these explorers will do at the click of a button is that within minutes, we'll go through thousands of stocks and find a short list that meets our criteria. Usually somewhere between 100 to 200 to 300 stocks. What I then do is, and you can imagine that's the software has done a big bulk of the work for us. There's thousands of stocks. It's now giving me a much more manageable list of between 100 to 200 stocks. Now I manually go through those stocks to find the Marriotts and the Visas and the CBOEs and all those Indian stocks that made it into our portfolio. There's a bit of manual filtration involved. So how do we do that? Well, this is where the Market Advantage Toolkit comes into its own. Let me just realign this, guys. Give me 1 second. And I'm now going to show you some of the nifty features of the Market Advantage Toolkit. First of all, we've got a full screen setup. We've got the monthly in the top left. We've got the weekly time frame in the top right. We've got the daily in the bottom left, and we've got another daily in the bottom right. Monthly, weekly, and daily bottom left. This is our analysis timeframes. This is where we want to see what the stock is doing, and if it's a good stock that we want to invest in. And then if our analysis and our tools tell us this is a good stock, we then go to the daily in the bottom right, and this is where we find our strategy execution, entry points, stop losses, risk-free levels, where we can take those values and put them into our broker account. So one of the stocks that has been found by the explorers in recent days is Visa. So let's do an in-depth analysis of Visa. Now, keep in mind the 4-phase sequence that we just talked about. Phase 1, good performance history. If you look at Visa, guys, it's a beautiful looking stock. You simply cannot dispute how well Visa has performed for its investors, going back to 2007, 8, 9, I believe that's when it first IPO'd. It's one of those rare IPOs that have just performed very, very well. Then it created a previous all-time high in 2021. That was the end of phase 1. Phase 2 is this sideways market, which it was going through in 2022, and then the recovery in 2023. That's phase 2. Phase 3 is what's happening right now, phase 3 and phase 4. It's broken out from consolidation. It's printing new all-time highs. It's starting its next phase 4 trend. This is where we have taken our first position. It's gone from phase 3 into phase 4. Now we have a number of indicators on here. You can see there are a number of lines on here, some diamonds telling you key levels. And also, if you go into view and expert commentary, we've actually programmed the commentary to tell you precisely why each time frame is bullish or not. So you can see here, the monthly chart of Visa has been bullish for the last 3 months. And then if you go down, it will give you the criteria of why the monthly time frame of the S&P 500 is bullish. Now, in addition to that, you can see some ribbons down the bottom. And when the indicators all come together to say, right, we are now entering a bullish phase, the Market Advantage Toolkit will start producing a green bar, a green ribbon at the bottom. When that ribbon is long enough, it will start actually saying the words bullish. So you can see here that it was in a strong bullish phase from 27 to 2019, and again from 2019 to 2020. So that's what we're looking for going forward, guys. We want to see a repeat of its history going forward. So that's the monthly time frame. Then we go to the weekly time frame. Now, what we're looking for, guys, is alignment, that magic word. If each of these, look at them as sisters. Monthly is the biggest sister, weekly is big sister, and daily is little sister. Monthly, big sister is saying the overall market is bullish. What we now want is the weekly time frame, big sister, to agree with the monthly time frame. So if we open up the weekly time frame, now we've got a number of indicators. You can see that our trend filter is green. We've got some moving averages. We've got some key support and resistance levels. We've got some diamonds marking key levels on here. And ultimately, again, when all of those indicators are met, you can see again the ribbon at the bottom is telling you that this stock is bullish. Again, if you go to view, expert commentary, you will see all the requirements in there that tell you exactly why this weekly time frame is bullish and are aligned with the monthly time frame. So the weekly is looking good. We then come down to the daily time frame. And guys, look again. Look at what the daily at the bottom is telling you. Bullish. So the daily time frame is already aligned with the weekly and the monthly time frames. You can see again, we've got our trend filters, we've got our moving averages, we've got key levels of support and resistance, we've got a subchart indicator under here. These are all customized indicators that ultimately align you with the market. Whereas the news and the media is designed to distract you and keep you disconnected from what the market is doing, the Market Advantage Toolkit does the complete opposite. It actually aligns you with the market and tells you what you're doing. Visa. Guys, if you just have a look, just so that you can see what's happening with Visa right now, I'm just going to open it. Visa, this is today's daily bar. So Visa has already moved up. I don't know how much it's moved up. It's probably already moved up a percent today. So we can already see that the bullishness is starting to come back in after a little bit of a drop due to earnings, which is fine. It happens. But ultimately, if we look across the board, we've got the monthly telling us that it's bullish. We've got the weekly telling us that it's bullish based on the ribbon. The monthly ribbon bullish. The daily ribbon is bullish. So all three timeframes are bullish. We now must consider a position. And that's where the daily in the bottom right comes in. So if I go to the daily in the bottom right, now, first of all, when the trend is bullish and all the timeframes align, when the monthly, the weekly, and the daily timeframes align, the bars turn blue. So this trend, Visa, has actually been trending since November. And then you've got these green diamonds. These are actual entry points. So the software is telling you, buy here, buy here, buy here, buy here, buy here. So if you enter here, this first position, if you enter your first position here, the following diamonds are potential compounding opportunities. This is where you can this is where you can repeatedly buy more of a winning asset. Compounding is the secret sauce to wealth creation. You don't want to buy a stock and just hold it forever. You want to buy it. You want to repeatedly buy it if it keeps on returning, if it's a winning stock, not a losing stock, cut out of a losing stock, hold and compound a winning stock. And then at some point, 12 to 18 months later, you take your profit. Now, we've even got exit management on here. See this dotted line? This dotted red line, this is our trailing stop loss. So what the trailing stop loss does is that it allows the trend to develop over 12, 18 months. And then when the reversal comes in and where price meets that trailing stop loss, this is where you exit your position. You can see it here somewhat. You can see where the reversal came in and exited your position. So let's go back in time. Let's say you entered around this area here. Just to give you as an example, this is October of 2022. You can see that as the trend developed, it didn't hit the trailing stop loss until September 2023. So that's what you're looking at in terms of a good trending stock, one that develops and grows over a period of time. So you can see how the market advantage toolkit works, guys. First of all, step one, look at the S&P. The S&P is bullish, great. Start looking for opportunities. Then go to the explorers. You need to have really, really good explorers that are programmed with a particular criteria, which is all explained in the manual. This comes with a very, very, very detailed manual that explains the whole process. Once you've used the explorers and you get a short list, you then import that into your quote center or into a customized list, and then you open those stocks individually, and you then start doing your analysis. All you need to look for is whether it's a 4-phase stock, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, if it's nice and neat. And then you've got the commentary and the indicators telling you if right now the stocks have the timeframes have aligned and you're now ready to take a position. Let's have a look at one more stock. Let's have a look at Hilton, guys. So if we've looked at Marriott, let's have a look at Hilton. So Marriott's performing very well. It shouldn't be a surprise that Hilton Hotels is actually performing very well as well. So first of all, let's have a look at Hilton in terms of its performance. Very good history, very good performance history. Look at what it's doing right now. There's your phase 1 post-coronavirus, phase 2, and now phase 3 and phase 4. We've actually got a position running in Hilton. It's broken out from consolidation. It's printing new all-time highs. If you look at the ribbon, it's telling you that Hilton is now bullish. If you go to the weekly, the trend filter is green. All our other indicators are saying bullishness, and that's confirmed with the ribbon at the bottom saying bullish. Come down to the daily time frame. Nice trend filter in play. Bullish ribbon at the bottom. What we have, guys, is alignment. The monthly, the weekly, the daily, they're all aligned, all telling us that we should start considering positions. If you go to the if we go to the daily in the bottom right, the bars have been actually blue since November. And you can see the entry points now starting to come in. Diamonds coming in, telling you buy here, buy here, buy here, buy here. So not only can you enter, but you're actually starting to offer compounding opportunities. And again, if you go into view, expert commentary, everything is explained in the commentary in terms of why the bar is bullish, how the entry points are created, the stop losses are created, the trailing stop loss. This isn't a black box system, guys. This is a complete system that you can learn to use and keep in your family for generations. Once you learn to use it, pass it down to your children, they will learn to use it, they'll pass it down to their kids, they'll learn to use it, and so on and so forth. Because here's the thing, guys, financial literacy is not taught in schools. The schooling system is for careers, building careers, making money. Once you start earning money, it's up to you to start learning how to invest your money. And that, that's something that really sort of resonated with me in my early part of earning money. Like, what am I going to do with this? And hence why I went on this whole journey of learning about investing in the stock markets, which has brought me here today. This system will be in my family for life. And this is where the vision I have for the Market Advantage Toolkit. I would love to see it as part of generations of people generating wealth creation, passing on their hard work down to the next generation to carry on the hard work. And the only way you can do that is by having a system that is reliable, that is robust, that's simple to learn, simple to execute. And this is what the Market Advantage Toolkit is all about. So there you have it, guys. I hope that made sense, the simplicity of the scanning and everything that goes with it. You've got the explorers, you've got the tools, you've got the commentary, the way it just sort of scans the market, picks out the stocks, and then gives you the values to put into your broker account. It's a complete system. So just to bring it all to an end, what do you get with the Market Advantage Toolkit? You get 16 explorers, you get 16 expert advisors, you get 11 bespoke indicators, you get 11 templates, you get a detailed manual explaining everything, and you get a support structure that involves myself and Colin here at Sublime Trading, as well as a wonderful support structure from Metastock. And guys, we have a community for you as well. So once you sign up for the Market Advantage Toolkit, we send you a link, and you then come through to a bespoke community, a private community only for Metastock Market Advantage Toolkit users and subscribers. And we are in there every single day sharing opportunities, answering questions, making sure that you guys are learning to optimize using the Market Advantage Toolkit. So here's your plan, guys, powered by the Market Advantage Toolkit. This is what you guys need to be doing going forward. Use the Explorers to scan for the strongest stocks from the most robust sectors. Use the 4-screen setup, that's the tools, the advisors, the commentary, to shortlist the very best stocks into Tier A and Tier B. So Tier A are the ones that make it into portfolio. Tier B are watch list stocks. So you have this nice sort of rotation from Tier A to Tier B. Create a risk management framework. Typically never risk more than 2% per position. And then once you start identifying, for example, Visa and Hilton and Marriott, all of these stocks that must be in your portfolio, that's where the daily bottom right comes in to start placing positions. You take the entry points, the stop losses, you have your risk management, you then transfer that into your broker account. Again, all of those formulas are explained to you. Place a set of positions, for example, take 10 stocks, risking no more than 2% per stock, and then simply cut out of losers. There will be losers with a small loss. 2% per stock is a small loss. You can even make it 1%. Strategically hold and compound winners only. And then use the trailing stop loss that I showed you in the daily bottom right to manage positions, take profit and rebalance every 12 to 18 months. Repeat the process and stay very, very objective. You do this, guys, every 12 months, repeatedly, again and again and again. The growth that you will be rewarded with over 5 to 10 years cannot be underestimated. Remember, guys, this isn't a system that I've invented. What I've done is I've gone back in time. I've looked at trend followers. I've studied Richard Dennis. I've looked at what they've done. I've taken their strategy. I've added the technology that they never had, which is where MetaStock comes in, learned to use it, created all the tools and the add-ons that we've created. We've optimized the strategy because the strategy that the turtle traders used in the 80s won't work as well as our strategy because we've optimized it for current markets and run with it. It's a proven system. All we've done is we've updated it and upgraded it with the technology available today. So the offer for you guys, it will be $199 a month. That is how much we will be pricing in the coming weeks. At some point this year, we're going to be moving this up to what it should be priced at, which is $199 a month. Currently, we have this as $99 a month. All our current subscribers will have lifetime membership at $99 a month. Once we move up to $199 and beyond that and start charging for what it really is worth, because ultimately, guys, there's about 30 years of combined time and experience that's got into this, it's worth a lot more than $99 a month. We will start charging more at some point. Until then, for all of you guys who jump on board now, today, you will get it at $99 a month for life. So you can imagine all of that money that you're saving can be recycled into your broker account for further growth. And I'm going to hand it back over to Bobby.
Okay, thanks, Zaheer. There's a couple of questions that came through. I have for you here. So we have someone that asked, how do you know which phase you are in? Or how do you know you're in like phase 2? And are you mostly using Elliott wave for that?
No, so it's a good question. It takes a bit of eyeballing to understand what phase you're in. But ultimately, a trend is a trend. It's pretty simple to identify. It's one that's moved up consistently over time. On a monthly time frame, you can see it very clearly. You look at all the stocks that we've looked at. Let's just go back to Visa, for example. You know, there's no disputing that this is a phase 1. It's just a nice looking stock. Phase 2, you've got to wait for a little bit of time. Once it starts correcting and it starts going sideways, it's phase 2. And then phase 3 is obviously when it breaks out and starts printing new all-time highs. Now, on the weekly time frame, our tools, our trend filter does a lot of the work for us. So if you have a look, phase 1, the trend filter is predominantly green. So you can see all the phase 1s where the trend filter is green. Phase 2 is when the trend filter alternates between green, gray, and red. So that's very clearly a phase 2. And then phase 3 is when the trend filter starts turning green, holding green. When it starts breaking out and printing new all-time highs, that's when the phase 4 comes in as well. Stocks printing new all-time highs, guys, is a key feature to the stocks that make it into our portfolio. We don't invest in stocks below their all-time highs. Occasionally we do, like Nvidia, for example, which is a rarity. We mostly look at stocks that are printing new all-time highs. So if you go back to Hilton, for example, Hilton is printing new all-time highs. But again, you can see phase one is the green. Phase two is where it was green, gray, and red. And now phase three and phase four is where it's turned green again. So the tools will help you identify what phase you're in.
Okay, and we have a couple more questions here. So Mustafa wanted to know if you could look at the Saudi stock main index and just give a quick opinion on it. That's .TASI for this.
Okay, great. .TASI, did you say?
Yep.
Okay, so .TASI. All right, so let's have a look. Okay, so if we go back in time, we can see that it had a big run in between 2003 to 2005. Then it had a correction. And since really the low of 2009, it's just been going through this massive sideways market. So it's a stock market that hasn't really fully recovered from the correction. When we say fully recovered, it has to be printing new all-time highs, but it is starting to push up. So what you could be seeing is this pattern of here's your phase one, it's now in phase two. If it breaks above this high here, then we'll get into phase three and phase four, and that's when they'll start pushing up. So that's what you should be looking at now, which is really this phase one, phase two, breakout phase three, phase four. Now, with the index pushing up, there will be stocks that are pushing up quicker and faster that are already printing new all-time highs. So that is something to take into consideration. Just because the index isn't printing new all-time highs doesn't mean that that stocks aren't. So always use the index as a guide and then knuckle down to what the individual stocks are doing. I hope that helps.
Yeah, fantastic. And then one more question here from GoToWebinar, and then I have one from YouTube. So they've asked, what about down markets? And then they also asked if your system can be used for European markets.
Yeah, I mean, our system can be used for any market. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. Our system is, as long as MetaStock has the markets for you to screen, our system is simply a nice add-on to that. So of course, it can be used for any system. The logic is very simple, guys. In terms of a bear market, and it's a very good question. Let's go to the S&P 500 quickly. To understand a bear market, we must understand the S&P 500. So if I compress the chart, the last time, see this black line? This black line is the 200 simple moving average. The last time the S&P 500 moved below the 200 simple moving average was in the bear market of 2007 to 2009. So when any asset moves below its 200 simple moving average, that's when we enter bear territory. If you look at the S&P 500 since 2010, it has never broken below the 200 SMA on the weekly time frame. It bounced here, 2011. It bounced in 2016. It bounced in 2018. We can ignore coronavirus because it was a black swan. Temporary move below, move to the upside, and look at where this correction from 22 came in to the 200 SMA, and it's bounced. So we are seeing a pattern on the weekly time frame of that sort of phase four sequence that I'm talking about, which is phase one, phase two, phase three, and then wherever it's green, that's your phase four. So wherever the S&P 500 has gone from green to gray to red, that's a phase two, and then phase four is where the trend filter turns green. So right now we're clearly in some kind of phase three to phase four on the S&P 500. If and when the S&P breaks below the 200 moving average on the daily, or excuse me, on the weekly, that's when we enter bear market territory.
Okay, great. And then lastly, we have Nathan here in YouTube asked, on what charts do you trade monthly?
No, so all the trading is done on the daily. So monthly is for the bigger picture. Weekly and daily is to sort of really narrow down on what the trend is doing. but ultimately you're looking for the monthly, the weekly, and the daily to all be moving in the same direction. And then it's the daily in the bottom right corner where you find the entry point. See this green line is an entry point, your stop loss, your risk-free levels, the trailing stop loss. We got a subchart indicator here, which tells you how good the breakout or the pullback is. We've got a page for pullback strategies. We've got a page for breakout strategies. There's an element of sophistication to it that people tend to sort of overlook, but they also overlook the simplicity. So that's really where the money is, keeping it simple, getting to grips with the sophistication of it, marrying them up together, and being resilient with the process. And that's ultimately where the growth is.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I think you explained that well. Yes. Yep.
Yes. Okay, so it's mat.sublimetrading.io. Yes, mat.sublimetrading.io. But I believe by all means, you can go to that link. No problem at all. mat.sublimetrading.io. Thank you, Greg.
Great. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Zaheer. Yeah, fantastic. So Greg will get that posted up for everybody at mat.sublimetrading.io if you guys want to check that out.
If people want to get in touch with me directly, you can email me at Zaheer, my first name Zaheer, Zaheer at sublimetrading.io. So feel free to email me if you want to jump on a call, chat more about your options. Happy to do that as well.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Zaheer.
Thanks, Bobby. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go ahead and make myself the presenter here. All right. Okay, what I tell you guys, Zaheer always does a fantastic job. Really well spoken. I really like the strategies that he's created and how we were able to get them implemented inside of Metastock. I think it's really unique how he utilizes the 4-screen template as like his primary setup there, and always being sure to check those higher time frames, make sure everything lines up. So a fantastic system, and if you guys want to, if you're interested in trying that out, I highly recommend it. Also, throughout the day, if you guys have any additional questions, or if you want to try out, Metastock or the Market Advantage Toolkit or anything like that, we have an entire team here in our office that's available to answer your specific questions, or if you want to go, more into detail on things that you might not be able to do with the speakers here. We have a chat room, metastock.com/sales chat. That'll get you into our chat room, and we're happy to answer any of your questions there. And then to touch on that a step further, for anyone that might be signing up as a new customer to try out Metastock or the Market Advantage Toolkit or any of the other systems that we're showing you guys today, I just wanted to make sure that you're all aware. We also have a full support team here in our office. In fact, our largest department is our support department because we want to make sure that all of our clients are always taken care of. For anyone that signs up, if you were to try out, the Market Advantage Toolkit for a few months, with that setup, we are going to offer you guys free white glove setup and installation service on your Metastock and any add-ons. We give you free unlimited support. We have our chat room. We have reps available here on the phone. And then we also have like hundreds of hours of recorded training available on Metastock and many of the systems included within Metastock, including that Market Advantage Toolkit that Zaheer just went through. We did like a boot camp training session with him that's about 3 hours long, where he goes really in depth on how to utilize these strategies, shows you exactly how all the different tools work inside of the Metastock platform, and he did a fantastic job with that as well. So rest assured, if you're confused on anything throughout today or anything, but you still understand that these strategies can be powerful for you, well, don't be afraid to get your feet wet, because we have a full team here that's going to support you every step of the way. And then also, so Zaheer had a fantastic deal giving you access for over 50% off to the Market Advantage Toolkit and his community as well. Well, we're going to have other speakers showcasing systems too. And I know we haven't touched on everything yet, but I wanted to let you guys know we're giving like over 60% off a bundled package that's going to include all the different trading strategies you'll see today, plus a lot of other content and systems too, where you can get that Market Advantage Toolkit included in this bundle. We've put it into the price, as well as the Power Bundle 360 system you might be familiar with if you're a Metastock client, and Super Signals, the Paragon Trading Toolkit, Elasticity, and also some premium training from Learn Metastock and additional workbooks and videos. It's this package we've put together, everything that you see here on the screen. If you were to go order it individually on our website, it's going to cost you over $5,000, but as part of this Summit special, we're making that available for just $19.94. That's $1,994. So literally saving thousands of dollars here on this special offer. And you guys can check that out at metastock.com/Euro deal, or jump into our chat room, metastock.com/sales chat. Happy to answer your questions there. And yeah, I think you guys would be really ecstatic with some of the offers that are in there. So if you have more questions about it, go in our chat room and we can talk to you more about it there. All right, so this quick slide here is just to let you guys know, I mentioned this earlier, one of the sponsors of today's session is the Stocks and Commodities magazine. We've been rated as the best analysis software in our price category by over 30 straight years in a row from the readers of Stocks and Commodities magazine. So just wanted to give them a quick shout out. And now, without taking too much additional time, sorry, Tim, I know we've gone into your session just a few minutes here, but we have Timothy Straiton. He's been a partner with us here at Metastock for a really long time. He's kind of an expert in his field. We're really glad that we were able to get him on today to be presenting with us. Tim, can you hear me okay? I see that your mic is currently muted in GoToWebinar. I'm going to send a request to unmute it. Are you there, Tim?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, perfect. I can hear you now. Great. Yeah, so thank you so much for joining us today. I know we had gotten in touch about this real recently, so we didn't give you a huge heads up for this event, but after talking, I thought it would be fantastic if we could have you present, because I think you have some really great strategies and techniques that you utilize in the markets. And so thanks, yes, again, for being here. And I'm going to kind of let the people know about yourself and kind of do your thing here. If you have to go over by just a couple of minutes, I understand. I'll try to get us caught up on time later on, because we did cut into yours just a little bit here. But the deadline's not too strict. We do have someone up at the hour, though, just so you're aware.
Okay. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can hear you okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Great.
Right.
I'm gonna click here to make you the presenter. So you should pop up on your screen.
Okay.
Asking if you want to present.
Right. Okay. Right. Just give you a few idea about the Elasticity Toolkit, which came out originally in 2020. And it's a lot of documentation in there. It covers a lot of fields, charts, chart pattern, technical indicators, trading psychology, fund allocation and position sizing, and using cash as an asset class. But what I'd like to focus on today is, if I go straight into Metastock, we've updated the system to make it. Can you see the Metastock screen now?
Okay. Yep. Now I see Metastock. We saw the Word document, and now it's Metastock.
Okay.
I'm going to turn off my camera here so that it's just going to be you. And yeah, you're welcome to.
Okay. So what we wanted to do with the elasticity system is make it easy for users to know when to go into the market, where buy and sell levels are. And this is a trend following system. The trend, with generally the most transactions on a daily basis. We're using a 29 period exponential moving average to define the trend. Now, the problem is entering the market, what we've actually used are inside bars. So where you see the yellow diamond, these are inside bars. So if you can see here, a long entry is made only when the exponential moving average is rising, and this gives a buy level. Included in this is the red line is a stop loss, so which is it's tracking the market all the way up. But at the same time, we have a profit target, which is based on average true range. And so whenever anyone enters the market, they know exactly where their stop loss is, where their target exit is going to be. So in this particular case, this is Moderna. This is one of the top drug companies. Here you saw it went in at $79. It's been protected all the way up to stop loss. It still hasn't reached an exit price yet. What is included in this is an expert advisor, expert commentary, which shows the current price, the trend analysis, if it's bullish or bearish, RSI, the system status, where it went into the market, where the stop loss is now, and it shows the current performance on this trade. It also gives us a suggested target exit price. So you see 115.06 here, and this is going to change every day. So according to market volatility. The profit target, as you can see now, is coming down. At some stage, it'll get hit. So what I'd like to do is now to give you an example of how this system over a long period of time is competed with other systems which are pretty well known in the market. I've got the Davos box from Metastock, that's Elasticity, there's Arun, the Turtle Breakout, vertical horizontal filter. I just wanted to give you a live rundown of how that looks on a daily version. If we just, this is real time. I start the system test now. This is just running through 5 of these systems to give you an idea how this system works, how the profitability is, and it's quite impressive. So if you look at the average net returns, this is elasticity, best profit, worst profit, the average trade, profit to loss. And this is the important thing, because like a lot of systems, you have a lot of losses before you have a profit. Here, the ratio profit to loss is pretty good. Now, this is also important for the psychology of a trader. When he's going into the market and he's got to take perhaps 4 losses before he sees a profit, he's going to get disencouraged and probably will discard the system. This has been programmed, so the chances of a win are much higher than the loser. This is actually the Nasdaq, real time, going back 100 days. Now this also, if we look on other time frames, we go on a 240 minutes, we do exactly the same system test. Just like to show you how robust this system has actually turned out to be. Okay, let's have a look. Now this is 240-minute system. Also here you see all of these systems were profitable over that period. Also the relationship, profits to losses, was pretty good. Now if we took a close-up view of all these stocks. This is the NASDAQ 100 over 100 days using a 240-minute time frame. So it's pretty stable. So I'm very pleased about this. It's difficult to find a concept which is generating pretty robust returns. Now, included in the elasticity, we have a number of explorations to make it quite easy for users. We've got, let's say, the user is just using, let's say, the NASDAQ 100. This gives a list of all the current open positions. Real time, just to give you show what is included. So you have the price, the entry price, where the stop loss level is, where the target exit price, and the current performance on each stock. Just bear with me a minute, it takes time, but taking quite a lot of time because there are a lot of calculations above the performance on each position. So here we are, just making it larger. So you've got here, I can sort these according to performance. You've got, just an example, Moderna here. 1 means it's long. This is the stop loss price. This is where we entered. So this is the percentage profit. We've got Microsoft. This is the price now, 406. It's incredible. This is where we entered. This is the stop loss. This is the current performance. So you've got for all these stocks here, obviously there are some losses in there as well, but at least every user can check every day where he stands. This is just one of the explorations. Another one is the elasticity opening position. So if you do a scan every day on the market you're trading, we can go in here. Let's start the opening position, see if there's any today. That could be either long or short. So there's only one mobile. This is a short. Recommends to go short this stock. It's 160. It gives you the target exit price. It gives the short stop. So when you go and give the order to a broker, you can give in the stop loss and the target exit price, either or, okay? Then we also have closing positions. You can do the same scan. So any open positions, anything where profit has to be taken will be listed here. Unfortunately, there's nothing, but there are, sorry, yes, there's a couple here. This is, one of them is a long exit, and one is a short exit. So you've got PDD Holdings. This is to close out. And the T-Mobile, this is a long, as we're, this is a long exit. So the user can scan every day and he knows exactly where he stands. So it's quite easy to use. What I'd like to do is to explain what these bars are here. These are buy and sell levels based on the recent inside bar. So here you have an inside bar where the range is within the mother bar. This means that since we've got the trend is up, the exponential moving average is rising, as soon as this price, the close is above this level, it'll give a buy signal. It'll give at the same time a stop loss level, and your target exit price is the gray level here. So this is generating quite a lot of trades without a fantastic risk, but you can see the end results are pretty stable. So this is basically the whole setup of the system. Now in the Elasticity Toolkit, there's a lot of documentation on various factors in the market. For instance, we got technical indicators, lots of examples of chart formations, a lot of description on trading psychology, fund allocation, and using cash as an added class. But actually, this is ancillary. This is information which some can use it, some cannot. But the basis is the system, which I would say it's really pretty robust, which I use myself, and I'm quite happy with it. Included in this system, I just start to go through all the indicators. We have the elasticity short stop. Just focus on these. Just go through them. The buy level, this is this green level here. You have the sell level. This is the red line here. You have the last trade active performance. So you see on every graph at the bottom here, let's just move this around a little bit. You can see the real live performance of each. So this is now generating 20% profit. This is always referring to the current open trade. If there's no open trade, it's a zero, of course. So you've got a lot of information there, and it's quite a simple setup. So are there any questions on that?
I've not seen any questions so far.
Okay. Well, that is more or less the description of the system. So that will be the end of that presentation. So if anyone's got any questions, please ask. Included in this offer, anyone who's signed up can, if they contact me on @MetaStock Swiss, which is our website, I'd be happy to deliver a free custom indicator pack, which includes 25 custom indicators, which are quite useful. They're free for anyone. It's an exit file, which you can access from Dropbox, and it installs completely into Metastore without any problem. So if anyone is interested in that, please let me know.
Yeah,
there we go.
Perhaps you could go through a few more examples with us, because our next speaker is in about 35 minutes. So maybe if you want to show a few different indices and kind of talk through them with us, or let us know a little bit more about what went behind creating the strategies and things of that nature, I think we would all appreciate it.
Okay, fine. Right. Let's go through the individual indicators. This is the elasticity stop loss. This is a volatility stop, which is based on an average true range. It's a ratchet system. That means once a position is opened, the stop loss always follows the market at a certain distance based on the volatility. Also, the long exit, this is also volatility weighted. So if you have large moves up this, as you can see here, it's always jumping above the market. Only when in extreme situations happen, it takes a profit. So at any time here, the market could change direction, like it is almost looking as if it's going to be here. But we're pretty close now to a stop loss level here. This is Moderna, where we went in here at $79. The stop loss is now 96. On this particular trade, no profit was taken, but that can change. We go back a little bit. This was a short entry, protected with a buy stop, which you can see here. And at this level here, the market dropped into the short target exit level, which closed it out. We have another situation here where we have an inside bar, and the mother bar is actually indicating the level where a short would be triggered. So we had a short entry here. The exit was not quite moved, and the market went long again, so that when you have this situation where you're short, this would close. Let's say you had 100 shares short here. This would mean you would buy 200 shares here. So you close out the short and go long.
Okay, yeah, someone chimed in and said, so you would buy when it's in a green zone, correct? And then sell in red?
Well, yeah, this exactly. On every chart, you will have these, on the template, you will have these buy and sell levels. So as long as the market, in this particular instance, we have long means that the current position is open bullish. Let's say this was closed out and the market turns down. This level would indicate the sell, where you would go short. But this red line is, this is on each chart. If I move on to another chart, another market, you have these two lines here. And this is just where the market has gone short here. This is Marathon Oil, which looks anyway bearish sometime. You can see right from here, we've had short entries, exit, short entry, exit. We had here a long, very short, and it changed again. So we're in a bear market. So at this price here at 22.68, the market, the system went short. The target level is down here. So they're not fantastic big profit margins, but on the other hand, you can see that on most trades, the chances of a profit are pretty high compared with a loss. And if you compound these, you're gonna do pretty well. As we've seen before on the system evaluations, they're pretty stable.
Okay, great. And this includes expert commentary as well, correct? Could you show that to us?
That is correct, yes. On every, this is currently in real time. You've got your expert commentary here, which says the intermediate trend outlook is bearish. It's quite simple because the exponential 29 period moving average is falling. Relative strength level, the RSI is 33%. That's anyway bearish level territory. It shows where the market entered. It entered short 22.66 with a stop loss at 24.68. Performance on this is 1.52% right now. And the target exit price would be 21.55. So the user has got all the information he needs on a trade. So he's completely risk-free. He can have good luck or bad luck, but he's trading with the trend. So in my opinion, it's pretty easy to use. Down at the bottom here, you have the trade performance, the current open performance in percentage. So this applies to any trade, any market. I recommend using the daily time frame, but we can switch also to 240 minutes, just to give you an idea of what the things look like. So this is the same stock. You can see here, this is only short-term trading. We had a short entry here. We've just had an exit here. You see where the price crossed through the target exit level.
Okay, and George wants to know if it works with trading like indices and or Forex.
Well, that's interesting because I used to be a Forex trader years ago. I worked from 1974 with an old Swiss bank, Bank Lloyd, which has now been taken over. It was taken over by Credit Suisse, and now Credit Suisse has been taken over by UBS. But there are a few currency pairs which do pretty well, and they are euro yen, Swiss franc yen, and dollar yen, because the percentual variations are higher than most other currency pairs. So I would recommend this system more for stocks because the percentual moves are much bigger than in the Forex market. That wasn't always the case. If I go back 20 years, it was quite different, but the market movements in currencies has got very narrow. So I've shied away from currency trading. You need you need a big volume to make any money out of it. That's my personal opinion. It wasn't always that way. So I prefer to use this system on S&P, NASDAQ stocks, or especially stocks which have a high volume. But I would focus on the S&P. I mean, you've got so many categories of good quality companies. This is my preferred. Although it works also for the FTSE, for the German market, for the Saudi Arabian market, it works exactly the same.
Okay, great. And yeah, so it looks like we have a few like symbol requests that have come in, as well as some other questions here.
Yeah.
So I have someone asking, is there any statistical data available, such as the win ratio, expectancy, profit factor? I know you were kind of showing some of that in the system tester earlier.
Yes, that's right. Well, if I go back to that, I'll give you again a real-time rundown. I'll just cut out. I just use the elasticity. Let's say, should we take the S&P 500 on a daily basis?
Yeah, sure. So this is going to show how the Elasticity Toolkit would have performed on the S&P 500
Exactly.
over the last 100 records on a daily basis.
On 100 records, we could go back further, but I find 100 is a fair look back period. I don't know what you think.
And maybe while that's running, we could do one of these symbol requests. So someone wanted you to look at Carnival Cruise. The symbol for that is CCL.
CCL, sure. It's funny, these cruise lines, all these stocks, Norwegian Cruise Line, CCL, Carnival Core, they've had fantastic performance. I'll look at that just in a minute. I just want to run this system for you, and then I'll go back to some of these stocks.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I know sometimes the system tester takes a second to get going, especially when you're broadcasting.
Well, yes, it's also real. Here we go. Okay. So I'll make that right. I can just range those into net profit. So this is the S&P, all S&P stocks.
Okay. Yeah, so I do notice first off that there are more winners than there are losers, that's for sure.
That is true. And these are trade profit, trade loss, just to give you an idea of the relationship, which is actually psychologically very important for traders. You've got the win-loss. Obviously, we've had some horrible losses out down here. Not so many, thank goodness. But if you can see the ratio winners to losers is pretty good.
Yeah, and also I always like to tell people too, when you're looking at this data, it's okay to see that securities that are in the red. That's actually good information for you to soak in, because it'll help you to understand that this trading system doesn't really match the personality of those selected securities that are in the red. So you would want to trade this on the securities that it's performing well on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Of course, you can do other, a lot of filters with Metastock. For instance, I've found that a lot of stocks which go sideways, I've got an indicator which sums the number of times that one moving average crosses another. So the more frequently the moving averages cross, that tells me that the market is sideways. So it's probably a market to keep out of, and just focus on those stocks where the moving averages don't cross so often. I don't know if you understand that, but it means actually if moving averages are not crossing, let's say the 9 to the 18 period moving average, if it doesn't move across so often, what does that tell you? It tells you actually that the trend has remained in force for quite some time. So you can also do filters like that, filter out stocks which are having a sideways market where the moving averages are crossing each other all the time. Going back to your question on Carnival Core, let's have a look at that. This is a daily chart. Okay, so we've seen with Carnival Core since November, we've been in a bull market. We've had a number of buys and sells, a long exit here. The system went in here at 1279, went out again here at 1388. It's had 3 long periods, and now we've gone short. So the current, I know Carnival Core is been one of the best performers in the S&P, along with Norwegian Cruise Lines and Royal Caribbean. They've all done very well recently. So that's the situation according to this. This system now has gone short. I can just show the expert commentary. So the intermediate trend is bearish. Relative strength is 46, so it's under 50%. That's not looking so good right now. Went short in at 1696 with a stop at 1882 and a target of 1541. If I go back further on Carnival Core, it's actually had quite a bearish outlook. If you go back to August 2023, we've had consistent short entries and short exits. So it just, although this stock has had a fantastic performance recently, it looks as though it's just ready to unwind. While we're on this, I'd just like to show you Royal Caribbean, because this has also been a good performer. One of the best performers in the S&P recently. So although we've had a lot of long entries here going back from October last year, long exits, long entry, exit long, and so forth. A lot of good profits generated. It seems to be here, although the system is still long, we have a stop loss at 115.40. It could well be that this is rolling over, that's the downside. It's not quite clear yet, but in any case, you can see the profits have been generated in the last 5 or 6 months. It's pretty good. Although profits have been taken along the way, the system has always been able to get back into the market, thanks to the fact that it's using the inside bar strategy to generate fresh entries. If there's any other stocks you'd like me to look at, I'll be happy to show you.
Yeah, so some of the big name stocks, someone said Microsoft, Hewlett Packard, and Apple.
Okay. Okay, here's Apple on a daily basis. The system has gone short today. We've had before, yeah, it's been a mixed picture with Apple. We've had shorts on longs. It's not really a clearly defined trend. We had the last long was at 187 and it went out at 191. Currently, we're short here today, 182, a buy stop at 191, the target level at 177.17. So if you look at the exponential moving average, it looks a little bit of as there could be further downside potential on this stock right now. I go to Hewlett Packard. That's HP, I believe. No. HP. Okay. Well, it looks a bit bearish right from the, we had a short entry a few days ago at 1640 with it, and it's just exited the short now at 15.89. If we go back, it seems rather a sideways. It's been no clear trend here. We've had long entries, short entries. We had a short here, 1693, gone out at 1513. It's a sort of a wishy-washy market, I would say here.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
And yeah, so you also said that you had like a special offer if people wanted to contact you to receive some like bonus indicators. Did you want to share that?
Yeah, exactly. We've got a collection of custom indicators. I'll just show you what that looks like because I have them programmed here. If anyone is interested to have this, it's I'd be happy to let them have it over Dropbox. They get a link from Dropbox where they can just download the Excel file and double click it, and all the indicators will be installed on the Metastock system. Here, they're ELS. There's elasticity. That's ATR percent in close, ATR Bollinger bandwidth, bar strength, choppiness index, daily pivot point for intraday data restricted display, daily pivots intraday data, efficiency ratio, Hull moving average, Nagar RSI, long percentage stop, long volatility stop. All these indicators are included in that, and they're quite useful.
Fantastic. And what's the best way to get a hold of you for that?
Well, you can basically go on the website admin@metastockswiss.ch. I'll just call that up so you can have a look at the site. Sorry, for a minute. Okay, here's the site, Metastockswiss.ch. We have also a membership here. If you sign up, it costs $39 a year. And what you get an annual subscription to Metastock source code. There's indicators, explorations, trading systems, a whole bunch of stuff in there.
Fantastic.
So this is just a list of what's in there. Custom indicators. You've got custom explorations, custom systems. All the code is there. You can do what you like with it. For for people who will develop their own systems, they can use a lot of the code to develop their own things. Is absolutely whatever you can do, whatever you like with it.
All right. Well, great. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that with us. So yeah, just so everyone knows, Tim's been a long time partner and dealer of Metastock. So yeah, he has the Metastock Swiss.ch, so you can go there and reach out to him to get some of those free bonus indicators, as well as if you are interested in the $39 per year plan. And of course, he has his Elasticity toolkit inside of Metastock too. And
we also have a newsletter sign up. If anyone's interested, we generate when we've got any new systems or explorations which we've come up with, there will be emails to subscribers.
Fantastic. Yeah, so I
quite a lot of stuff there.
Everyone checks into that. Great, Tim.
Okay.
Well, I think that kind of gets us towards the end. If you were wrapped up, I could take over for the last few minutes here to let everyone know about kind of some of our sponsors and the other promotions that we have.
Okay. Well, it was great. I hope everyone enjoyed it and you learned something out of it. If there are any questions, I'm always here to help you on admin@Metastock Swiss. Just get in contact. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic, Tim. Thanks so much. I'll go ahead and make myself the presenter here now. All right, let's see if that worked there. I think so. And always, I guess I was sharing this at the end of the last presentation, but this still holds true with Tim and his system too, with the Elasticity Toolkit. With your Metastock subscription, I mean, we give you guys free unlimited support. So if you are interested in diving kind of deeper into the Elasticity Toolkit, if you want help getting the systems installed onto your computer, we're happy to help you with all of that. Not only that, but we really go above and beyond this too. For any of our customers, even if you're just on a trial, we'll reach out to you and we're happy to schedule a one-on-one session where we'll sit down at no cost for you and we'll do pretty much a full demonstration of the Metastock software. We'll kind of help you set it up so that you're only looking at the securities you want to see, help kind of show you how to navigate the different systems throughout our platform, and just kind of teach you how everything works. So if you're scared of kind of getting your feet wet on a new software or trading strategy or something of that nature, just know that we're happy to help you here every step of the way, and that not only do we make things kind of easy on you by using systems like Elasticity, where we will show you buy and sell signals on your chart, give you tools to scan, to search for when you're getting those buy and sell signals without actually having to look at all those different charts. We give you that support with the software itself and on the personal aspect as well. And so I'm not even sure if we showed too much on the Straiton toolkit, but let's get up here. The Elasticity Toolkit. So there's actually more that's been created. Tim has been working on updating this, and we're going to look at going into like the Elasticity 2.0, basically with the systems that he's showing. But there's several indicators and systems that are built in with that tool case that he was demoing for you guys, and multiple explorations. You also have the system tester there that lets you back test the strategies to see how they've performed historically. And then that expert advisor is kind of what was putting those buy and sell signals onto your chart. One thing that I don't think we really touched on enough, because this is also a fantastic part of it, is we do have a 5-part training that we've done with Tim, and we're actually looking at updating that 5th class 2 to roll out with the Elasticity 2.0. But he actually goes very in-depth on these strategies. Today was kind of more just a demonstration, but if you wanted a more thorough training on how to use these systems, and not just on, with Metastock, we help you with the technical aspect of getting everything set up, but if you really wanted to understand the technical analysis side or the trading psychology that goes behind it and things of that nature, Tim's training is fantastic on that. And I've kind of showed the different class breakdown here on the screen. We have these as recorded sessions that become available to anyone that orders the Elasticity. Then, yeah, you also have class 4 using the cash as an asset class, and class 5, the implementation of the system itself. We do actually have a page put together too, that if you are interested, oh, and I realize I have a typo right here. There's only supposed to be one S in Metastock, but you have metastock.com/StraitonA. Let's actually show you guys what this looks like. Get rid of that extra S that I accidentally had in there. You can come here and we have another video demo that we've done with him in the past, and then it talks a little bit more about the Elasticity Toolkit. And as part of today's demonstration, we're going to give you guys $100 off of his toolkit if you are interested in getting that. So you can come here and it's just a one-time $5.99 purchase price, and that's to own it for life. If you don't already have Metastock, we'll give you a trial of Metastock 2 to kind of get you up and running with that. Or another option that you guys have, if you're looking at getting even more value for your money here, is, let's go back into my slideshow. We have the Euro Summit Traders Pack that we put together. And so with the Traders Pack, we're giving you guys access to everything that we're demoing today, plus a lot more. So you would have the Elasticity Toolkit is included inside of this bundle, as well as the Market Advantage Toolkit. You would get 3 months access to that. That's what Zaheer was demoing earlier. And then we also have like the Power Bundle 360, Super Signals, Trend Radar, the Paragon trading system. So pretty much, a whole handful of our top trading systems inside of Metastock, support with all of them, training with all of them, premium training included too from Kevin Nelson and his Learn Metastock service. All of that normally valued at over $5,000. You could save over $3,000 on that and get the full bundled package for just $1,994. So if you wanted to save even more on the Elasticity Toolkit, you could buy it in this full bundle here and save yourself thousands of dollars while getting some of the best trading systems. And if you guys want to check that offer out, you can go to metastock.com/Eurodeal to order online. Or if you have certain questions, or if you're just interested, in one of the products today, or just have other questions, or if you want a trial of Metastock, metastock.com/sales chat. We have a team of friendly reps waiting to answer all of your questions for you. So definitely go ask some additional questions there if you don't have them for us here. And we'd be happy to answer them for you guys there. So with all of that being said, it looks like our next speaker is just about up, Daniel Sinnig. If you guys have attended some of our Euro summits in the past, you know that he's spoken with us. I always try to bring him on whenever I can because he does such a fantastic job. I really like his outlook on the market. I like how his system can utilize AI and find you some of the highest probabilities on your trades. Daniel, are you there?
Hello. Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Daniel, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm great. Thank you. And good morning to you. And I guess to everybody else, good afternoon.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Hey, thanks, again for joining us. I always, as I mentioned, like having you on for these. I think you do such a great job. I think people really enjoy kind of listening to your presentations. You really keep the audience captivated. And we're excited to have you today. So thanks.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm super excited to be here too. And I guess should I just go ahead and take it away?
Yeah, you know what to do. You're the man at it. So I'm going to go ahead and just make you the presenter here.
Perfect.
You should get a pop-up any moment.
Yeah.
And
great. Okay, there we go.
Yep, I'll be here in the background. I know you have Nicholas with you too that'll be helping to answer questions. He's great at that.
Perfect. Okay, guys, can you see my screen, Bobby? That's one last question.
Yeah, so I see the high probability trading with odds and AI.
Okay, great. So yeah, welcome everyone from my side. My name is Daniel Sinnig. And I'm excited to be here to talk about what AI can do alongside with Metastock to find high probability trade setups. This is the topic of this presentation. But before I get started, maybe a few words about myself and our company. So we are tradingindicators.com. And as you perhaps can tell by my accent, I'm actually from the Euro area as well. I'm from Germany originally, but have been living in Montreal for the last 20 years. And also tradingindicators.com is based out of Montreal. And I'm greeting you guys from our beautiful office here in Montreal. All right, so our topic today is high probability trading with what we call odds stacking with the help of AI. Sounds a bit cryptic, but let me walk you through it. And I want to open up with something, something interesting to look at or to think about. Imagine for a second, if you will, what if it were possible to know your odds of having a successful trade before taking it? What if this was possible? What if you had some kind of indication, perhaps on the price chart, that the odds of winning your next trade might be 73%, and the odds of losing it 27%. How would you trade? What would you do? And you probably agree with me that if you had access to this kind of information, this could make a big difference in your trading, because you'd only take the trades when the odds are in your favor. And if they are not, you'd stay away. You don't take the trade. And oftentimes, as I always say, not taking a trade, not forcing a trade, oftentimes is the best trade advice that you can get. So we thought, and this was a couple of years back, man, this would be so cool to have this, if this was somehow possible. So we started programming, and we came up with a system that uses AI, artificial intelligence, to predict these odds of having a successful trade. And this is what this presentation is all about. Now, we do put our money where our mouth is, and we follow our own trading systems. And if you perhaps joined me at my last Metastock webinar, which was back in November 9th. I called out this trade directly in the webinar. It was a long trade of the stock Synopsys, a stock that's traded at the on the NASDAQ exchange. And I called it a long trade at around level 507, target of 548, and a stop of 466. And this trade actually worked out great. It closed out at a beautiful profit a couple of weeks afterwards. And it was a nice trade. And we followed our own advice, our own techniques, indicators, and odds prediction to identify this particular trade. And it worked out quite nicely. Now, for today, I have planned something similar. I'm going to call out this trade. I'm going to talk about this in just a bit. I'm going to call out to go long CEG, Constellation Energy, another stock on the NASDAQ exchange. And with certain stock entry around 120, which is the current market price, a stop loss of 110, and a 2-to-1 approximately reward to risk ratio. And why I picked this trade and why I'm convinced that this can be actually a really good trade is going to be the topic of this presentation. I'm going to walk you through it. And as you will see, it's actually quite easy to find these trades if you follow our very simple process, and if you have a powerful tool like Metastock in your repertoire. And this is exactly what I used today to find this trade. All right, so I'm going to show you exactly how I found it and why I am convinced that this can be a promising trade. All right, so but before we're going to get into this, let me just quickly say a few more words about who we are, because you may think, oh my God, who's this guy calling out these random trades? So let me give you a bit of background. So as mentioned before, my name is Daniel Sinnig, and I'm a managing partner of tradingindicators.com. So tradingindicators.com is an online store. It's a website where you can get all our tools that we have programmed over the years. And we have done so much work in terms of indicator programming and trading tools programming that we've built way more than 500 indicators, fully automated strategies, trading dashboards, scanners. We have clients all over the world. We cater to retail clients, to trading educators, to institutions. And it's been always so fascinating for us to see that, that our tools actually can make a difference. And we really believe in what we do. We have a full team composed of mathematicians, software engineers, user interface designers, UX designers, to make sure that whatever we do is actually useful for our customers. And this has been our mission for the last 5 or 10 years. It's been quite a while now. All right, but enough about myself. Maybe a quick, well, of course, before we get started, a quick reminder that trading does contain substantial risk, and this is not suited for every investor. If you trade, make sure to only use risk capital, which is capital that, if you lose it, it should not affect your lifestyle. When it comes to odds prediction or backtest performance or hypothetical performance, keep in mind that this is not necessarily indicative of future performance. All right, so now the lawyers are happy as well. Let's get started with today's topic. All right, so back to our original assumption or our idea. Is it possible to somehow estimate some kind of odds and display it to the trader? What are the estimated success rates of winning your next trade? Can this be done? Is this possible? The short answer is yes, absolutely. We are able, to calculate certain percentages and display it directly on the price chart, or perhaps in the case of Metastock, in the expert commentary. Yes, that's possible. So it could look something like this: that the odds of winning your next long trade when a signal comes along is perhaps 91%, and the odds of winning your next short trade is, in this case, 87%. So this is absolutely possible. It can be done, and we've done it. But you may now ask the question, didn't you just say, Daniel, that these estimated odds, which essentially are based on backtest performance, some logic, is there any meaning in there moving forward to the future? Because I just read the disclaimer that they're not necessarily able to forecast the future. Very good question. And we have asked ourselves the very same question, which is, what are these percentages are actually telling me? Is there any value in them moving into the future for future signals? So we got to work to investigate this question. And what we've done is we have conducted a very comprehensive case study where we created a swing trading system, which we traded from January 2022 all the way up to September 2022. So 9 months, give or take. It was a swing trading system where trade lasted approximately, on average, 1 week. We were trading long and short, and we were trading all big US stocks, so Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, IBM, and so forth. And over the course of this test, 6,827 signals were generated. The first thing we looked at is, what if we traded every single signal? So 6,827 signals resulting in 6,827 trades. And this was the performance. Looks a little bit scary. Nobody in his right mind would trade a system like this. So this is a losing system. As you can see, the equity went down. So not very impressive. But then we did something. We applied a filter to this system, to this trading system, where we would only take the trades if at the time of the trade or at the time of the signal, the estimated odds were in our favor. And this was the result. All of a sudden, we had a winning system. And this was possible by only taking what we call these sweet spot trades, which are trades where at the time of the signal, long or short, the estimated odds for that signal of being successful are in our favor. So we filtered out roughly 2/3 of the trades. So 6,827 signals resulted in 2,500 and a bit more trades. And look at the difference in performance. Oh, it's like night and day. And this gave us so much motivation and so much inspiration that, hey, perhaps we have something that can actually give us an edge in the market. And with that in mind, we have developed a set of indicators, which I will show you in a second, based on the principle. They are what we call self-aware. And they will tell you, when applied to the chart, they will do a self-assessment. They will tell you, hey, the odds of winning your next long signal is this and this. And the odds for the next short signal is perhaps this and this. And then you, as a trader, can make an informed decision of whether you should follow the signal or not. All right, so let me explain to you what these indicators are. So we call them the Power Bundle 360 indicators. And it's really a bundle consisting of 3 indicators, and each indicator is dedicated to one trading style. So we have one indicator for trend trading, we have one indicator for finding reversals or pullbacks, and one indicator for trading breakouts in a sideways market. And each of these indicators has our odds prediction technology built in, which is using some sort of AI to estimate these odds. Now, a few more details before I'm going to get to the chart. So the first indicator is what we call a 1, 2, 3 strike. This is our trend trading indicator. And it will give you an entry signal if 3 things come together. We need to have an increase in volume, an increase in volatility, and we need to have directionality. And if all 3 things come together, the indicator will give you an entry signal, a trend, like a typical trend trade. We're going to see some examples in a second. The second indicator is called divergence cloud. And as the name suggests, it's based on the concept of divergence, which, oops, MetaStock just gave me a quick alert. Give me a second. This, of course, can always happen. Back to my slides. So divergence is a concept in trading, which basically is a discrepancy or a disagreement between a price move, price might be going up, and an underlying indicator reading. And if they don't forecast the same future price move, we have what we call a divergence. And a divergence oftentimes is a telltale sign that something is up, and perhaps a change of regime might be imminent. Perhaps a trend is coming to an end, an uptrend might be coming to an end, and perhaps reverse to the downside, or vice versa. So we have based this indicator, which we call divergence cloud, on exactly this principle. And for this, we have developed our very own form of divergence, which we call volatility momentum divergence. Okay, examples are coming in a second. And the third indicator is called volatility crusher, an indicator designed to find what we call strong breakouts. And in our book, in our mind, a strong breakout is a breakout where price will continue to move in the direction of the breakout for a bit longer. And we as trader can take advantage of this by simply entering in the direction of the breakout in the anticipation that price will continue in the same direction for a bit more. All right, so enough theory. Let me switch over to MetaStock. All right, so switching over my chart, and we're going to start with a stock called Pfizer. Probably everybody knows it since COVID, a big US stock. And this is a daily chart. So I will be mostly using daily charts today, but I should let you know right now that our indicators, they work on any time frame. It doesn't matter. It could be a day trading time frame, like the minute time frame, an hourly time frame, a daily time frame, or even longer. They work on all time frames. And they also work on all asset classes. So we will primarily focus on stocks today, but you can apply them to FX, to crypto, to futures, and whatever you want to trade. So there's no difference. But let's focus on this stock here, Pfizer, on the daily time frame. What I've done is I have applied our trend trading indicator to this chart, which is called 1, 2, 3 strike. And as we can see here, just going to quickly have a quick check that I have the right indicator. And just give me 1 second. Actually, I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to explain why I've done this in 2 minutes. So here, once this is loaded, we have our trend trading indicator applied to the chart. And the first thing that we can see is that some bars seem to be called greenish and some other ones are reddish. And there's a logic for this, because this is how this indicator senses whether we are either in an uptrend, they're greenish, or in a downtrend. And you will only get an entry signal if we are in an uptrend, and only a short entry signal if we're in a downtrend. So long entry signals only if there's an uptrend, if the bars are green, and for shorts only if there is a downtrend. All right, so what are these entry signals here? Well, we can see this by these bigger arrows on the chart. So these big green arrows are long entries, and these big reddish arrows to the downside are short entries. All right, so we can see these all over the place. And the indicator is doing quite a good job on the stock here, picking the different moves of that stock, the different swings of that stock. So here, nice A down trade is coming to end, a long trade here, which didn't work out, reverse to the short side, and so forth and so forth. All right, but you know what? Entering into a trade is just one side of the coin, because once you're in a trade, what do you need to do? Well, you need to manage the trade. And in our case, we need to decide when we're going to close out the trade. And since this is just as important as entering into it, we have equipped all of our indicators also with exit suggestions. These are these smaller arrows in the opposite direction of the primary entry arrow. So here, for example, we have a short entry, and you can see these smaller green arrows in the opposite direction. These are exit suggestions. So SPE stands for short partial exit. So we had one exit here, another exit here, one exit down here, and then the final exit, it's a bit hard to see, which is SFE, short final exit. This is when the indicator tells you, hey, it looks like the trend is slowing down. Let's close out the position entirely. How many partial exits you want to have? This can be configured in the settings of the indicator. All right, so far so good, but you may now say, man, Daniel, okay, this looks like a normal indicator of entry and exit signals, but where's this odds predicting technology that you mentioned? Well, for this, we need to open up the expert commentary in Metastock. So you can go here to the context menu, expert advisor, and select commentary down here. And once you open this up, you will see all kinds of information about this indicator on the chart. You can see the name, you can see as of which date these numbers are generated, which is the date of Friday. And you can see here, what are the estimated odds of winning your next long trade and winning your next short trade. In this case, 64% for the next long signal and 65% for the next short signal. And if you click on a different position on the chart, so right now you can always see the position here. This is this little triangle, which is not an entry signal. This is just something Metastock specific. If I click somewhere in the middle, like here, you will see a quick recalculation is taking place. And now our reference date is, where I clicked, July 25th here with updated odds. You can see it here. But let me just go back to the latest date here, the day of today, the 29th. All right, now, okay, so these odds are updating all the time. And this not only holds true if I change my calculation period, but also if I, for example, change my time frame. If I go from, let's say, from the daily time frame to the minute time frame, look what happens to these odds. So 10-minute time frame. So a quick recalculation takes place. This takes a couple of seconds. And the indicator is then reapplied to the chart, and our odds are updated. Now for this time frame, for the 10-minute time frame, our estimate odds for winning the next long trade are 72% and 58% for the next short trade. All right, so this way you can get instant feedback of how well the indicator is currently working on the chart. This is changing all the time. If you change symbols or time frames, these odds are updating. But there's one more thing, actually a few more things. But the next thing I want to show you, and I'm going to switch back to the daily time frame for this. Just give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, I'm going to show you another use case of taking advantage of these estimated odds. So first of all, we can see how well the indicator with the standard settings is working for the current chart. But of course, since I know, like every indicator in the world, also our indicators, they can be configured, they can be customized. The parameters of the indicator can be changed. The Metastock, the way to do it is to simply go on this little FX symbol up here, this one. All right. And I'm going to go to the settings of this indicator, 1, 2, 3 strike. I'm going to click edit. And in here, I can change now the settings. So for example, it's not important what these parameters do. We have documentation for this, but I'm going to show you the concept. So let's say, for example, we're going to change this parameter here, the volatility parameter, from 7 to 21. Let's see what happens. When I click OK, close this one and reload the indicator using the little refresh button here. And once reloaded, let's have a look at what happens to these odds. So I'm going to refresh it. This will again take a second or two. And once this is done, we can see that the new estimated odds will have changed. So let's see what they are. All right, so it's just reloading. And we can see now, our long efficiency has increased to 68%, and the short efficiency has decreased slightly. Interesting. So this way, you can get instant feedback of whether a parameter change was beneficial or perhaps counterproductive. You can see it right away in these odds. There's no more second guessing involved. So let's do it one more time. So back to the settings, edit, and perhaps change it to, I don't know, to 34. Let's see what happens. I click OK. I close this window. I reload the indicator to the chart. And let's see what happens. So refresh. Again, a few seconds of calculation. And let's see what happens to these odds. All right. There it is. And it's now reloaded. And look what happened. Now my long efficiency went all the way down to 37%. And didn't really improve at all. Actually, it's got much worse. But our long efficiency is now much better. All right, so we can take something away from this. We're going to get instant feedback now as to whether a parameter change was beneficial or not. But you may now ask the question, or have the comment, oh man, this seems so tedious, so annoying, always change it and trial and error and try to find the best parameters and wait a few seconds. It's probably too tedious for me, I will not do it. You know what? We had exactly the same thought. And this is why in the latest generation of our indicators, we have come up with a feature which we call auto-optimization, a feature which will automatically find the best parameters for you. So you don't have to worry about this at all. So this is available in the latest generation. If I now switch over, for example, to this latest version of the indicator, simply click on Attach here and pick the latest one, which is 123 strike AO. AO stands for auto optimization. I click OK, and you will see once this is now loaded that the odds, once this is loaded, this was the old version still, but once it's loaded, you can see that the odds will most likely be much, much better than with the manual adjustment. Let me just scroll down a little bit, and we can see, oh yeah, look at this odds now, 77 and 76% across all bars. Much better than before. And this is possible because the indicator in the background tries out all kinds of combinations of parameters to find the ones which are working the best for this symbol and this time frame. And this is a huge game changer because you can be sure that the indicator will always use the best settings. Imagine that. And this is possible because the indicator performs this internal test, goes through all the different configurations, or most of them, to find the ones which are working the best. And since this feature was such a big success and made such a big difference, I personally don't use the manual version at all anymore. I just showed it to you and to show you the evolution of our tools. But since we have this auto-optimization feature, this is all what I use. I don't even go back to the manual adjustment anymore because it's so convenient. It saves you so much time. So why would I go back? And if you look at the indicators on the chart or the signals on the chart, you can see that they look pretty good. Of course, not all are winners. This is impossible. But in general, the indicator is pretty much dialed in. This would be a loser. This would be perhaps also a small loser. Here, a nice big winner. Here, a nice big winner, and so forth. And one cool thing about this indicator, this trend trading indicator, is that if you have a loser, it tends to be quite short-lived and small. Winners, on average, look at this long entry, are bigger than the losers are. So this is even with a lower efficiency rating, perhaps around 60%, you can still be quite profitable. But let's change symbols a little bit. Let's go to GE, General Electric. Let me just simply go down to my window. All right. And if you guys have any questions, guys, please don't be shy. Put them into the chat, and I'll be happy to go through them whenever there's a good time. So this is GE. Similar concept. We have the same indicator applied to the chart. We can see our long entry signals, our short entry signals, and we have the auto optimization applied along with our statistics. And one interesting thing to be seen here, look at the difference between the quality of the long signals, or the percentage, and the short signals. It's quite different. So long signals have been working out much better than short signals. Both are pretty decent, but long signals are better. What you can do with this information as a trader is to perhaps only focus on the long signals. Why wouldn't you? Put all your, you want to trade when the odds are stacked in your favor. And these statistics will give you the information that you need for this. It will allow you to focus on the signals which will give you the best odds. And sometimes, like in this case, it just clearly shows, hey, long signals are working out better. So perhaps only focus on that. All right, so one more time. I'm going to change context one more time, and let's go to Bitcoin. I don't know if there's any crypto traders in the room. This is Bitcoin on the 30-minute time frame. All right, it's loading. So this is an intraday time frame. And again, we can see here the same indicator applied, and it picks out these swings quite nicely, even on this intraday time frame. And if we go to our statistics, once again, we can see that, well, first of all, they're pretty good, 80% win rate across all bars and 72 for short signals. And one cool thing here is that, as it seems here, almost, I thought Bitcoin had an entry signal on the last bar, but almost the last bar, like an hour ago, we did have a nice long entry signal for Bitcoin on the 30-minute time frame. And, if you see a signal like this, what would you do as a trader? Well, you would, first of all, this is what I would do. I would look at these statistics here. Are they any good? Is my long efficiency, since it's a long trade, is this in my favor? And 80% is pretty good. Okay, that's check number one. And check number two, what I always do, and we're going to go through this process in a bit, is what is my short-term trend doing? Are we moving up or are we moving downwards? Would the signal be against some technical levels that are important, and so forth? So I'm going to go through this process in just a bit later today. All right, so now let me change context again. So this is our first indicator, but I have two more I want to show you real quick. We're not going to take too much time. All right, the second indicator is called divergence cloud. And I'm going to change symbols one more time once this is loaded here. So, all right, we're going to open up UPS on the daily time frame. All right, so UPS has, you can see this right here, an entry signal, once this loads, actually on the daily time frame. And I was able to find this very easily in MetaStock. I'm going to show you how this is done very fast. And we can see here, okay, we do have a short entry signal with this indicator. Now, before we discuss this signal, let me give you a bit more information about what this indicator does. So the first thing that you can see is that, some bars, just like the previous indicator, are colored greenish, some are reddish, and some are black. Now, for the previous indicator, this was trend information, so whether we are on an uptrend or a downtrend. In this case, however, since this is our divergence cloud indicator, these bar colors indicate to you whether we currently have a bullish divergence, if it's greenish, or a bearish divergence. And if you remember, these are telltale signs that, perhaps a downturn is coming to an end, and we have bullish divergence that may reverse to the upside, perhaps. And these are these divergence information that you can use in your trading. So this is what these bar colors tell you. Now, if we look at the signals on the chart, we can see that very similar to the previous indicator, we do have these long entry signals, we have our exit suggestions, we have short entry signals, and so forth. And we also do have, if I scroll down here, our statistics. And now again, we do have an entry signal on the very last bar. We can see it here, it's a short entry signal. So what do you do? Well, once again, what I would do first is to look at my statistics. Are they in my favor? And we can see here that, for short signals, our estimated odds of having a successful short trade is 82%. It's pretty good. So this would be one important factor in my decision-making process of whether I want to follow the signal or not. And this is exactly what I have done for identifying my trade of today, which I'm going to show you in just a bit. Okay, so this is UPS. Let's change context one more time and go to Norfolk Southern. All right, the same indicator is applied to the chart. once this loads. And here, once again, we can see that some bars are colored reddish for bearish divergence or greenish for bullish divergence. And if you don't like the bar coloring, you can also have the indicator show this very same information, whether we have bullish or bearish divergence, in form of this little ribbon below the price chart. So that's an option that you have. And again, here we do see our long entry signals, our partial exits, short entry signals, and of course, if I scroll down here, we do see our win rates. And in this case, they are quite amazing. They are 88% for the long side and 81% for the short side. So this this indicator works quite well on this symbol on the daily time frame. And perhaps one more time, and there's a reason why I'm going to show you this symbol. This is Iron Mountain. All right, so Iron Mountain, in charge of securely disposing of your documents. And once this is opened up, you can see here, the same principle, divergence cloud, is applied to this chart. You get your short entry signals, your long entry signals, and your exit suggestions. And if you scroll down here, we do have our win rates as well. And we did have, when I scanned on Friday, or over the weekend, a long entry signal on Friday when the market closed. And once again, if you're thinking of following the signal, which is a long entry signal, go down to your odds. You have 78% to the long side, which is not bad. And just, is one criteria which you can use to decide whether you want to follow the signal or not. All right. So one more indicator we have, which is volatility crusher, which is our breakout indicator. And then we're going to, put everything together in just a bit. So for this one, I'm going to open up Accenture. Again, on the daily time frame. And here we have our volatility crusher indicator applied. And this one works a bit different from the two other indicators, so divergence cloud and 1 to 3 strike. They give you these entry signals and multiple exit signals. For volatility crusher, which is our breakout indicator, you get out your entry signals, but the difference here is that on average, our targets are fairly nearby. We don't try to write up the entire trend. This is more the job of 1 to 3 strike or divergence cloud. Instead, we're looking for a small gain. You can see it here. So you had an entry signal to the short side, and the target, target 2 was hit right here. Same thing, long entry signal here. We had both targets with this big bar. Why do I say both targets? Well, sometimes, when we have a really big bar, we hit this target, both targets in one shot. But sometimes, like you can see here, we have one long entry, we hit target 1 a few bars later at this point, and then target 2 on the next bar. In some cases, they both hit at the same time if the bar is quite big. All right, so this is how this indicator works. This one also comes with, we call it trading stop. So you can see it here. We do have our long entry here. We had our first target, and the second target was not hit. Instead, we got stopped out in this case with a small loss for the second portion of this trade. And this is our breakout indicator. And the reason why our targets here are a bit closer than with divergence cloud or 1 to 3 strike is that, every breakout will eventually come to an end. And we believe, and we've tested this a lot, that breakouts are not lasting too long in some cases. And we want to book profits fairly early on. This is why here the targets are fairly nearby. Just taking a bit more out of this breakout move and then closing out the trade. But of course, also this indicator comes with our success rates. And in some cases, since our targets are nearby, they are as good as 100% in some cases, because we're looking for a little move extra. And it is normal to have quite high percentages for this indicator. All right. So let me go back to my slides, because I think there's a lot of charting here. But let me summarize real quick before we move on. So all the 3 indicators that we have visited or discussed so far, they come with entry signals and exit signals. Because entering into a trade is one thing, but once you're in a trade, you want to eventually get out of the trade. This is where the exit signals come in. They run on all time frames and all asset classes. It doesn't matter whether you are a day trader or an investor or a swing trader. If you trade futures or crypto or FX or stocks, no problem. These indicators run everywhere. All 3 indicators are giving you also what we call our real-time statistics, the estimated win rates for winning your next trade, which I use all the time to pick the best signals, because I can't trade them all anyways. So can as well focus on the ones which have the highest odds. And all 3 indicators also come with our auto-optimization technology, which will find the best parameters for you. So you don't have to fiddle around with it, which can be very, very tedious. All right, so this was a huge game changer. And we introduced this about 1 year ago with the latest generation of our Power Bundle 360 indicators. All right, but there's one more thing, guys, I need to show to you. One missing piece, one last piece. And we call this a confluence. And we have created an indicator, which we call super signal, based on this concept, which will bring everything together. Now, you may say, confluence sounds cryptic, difficult. Well, it's actually quite simple. And it's just really a fancy word of when the stars are aligning and multiple indicators are lining up and forecasting the same price move. Let me give you an example. Let's have a look at this chart here. What do we see here? Well, we do have a descending trend line up here, which can be an indication that we're in a downtrend. We have that prices approaching the SMA 200, which might act as resistance. We have retraced since the down move almost to the 61.8 FIB retracement level, and we are overbought, our statistics indicator. So what do all these 4 things telling us? Well, they tell us that we are, indeed in a downtrend. They're all telltale signs that, hey, we are bearish. Price may continue further down. And this is exactly what confluence is all about. Multiple indicators are forecasting the same thing. The descending trend line is forecasting a downwards move because the trend is your friend. Everybody knows that. We are near resistance. The price may not go through. We have retraced to 61.8, which oftentimes is where price stops retracing and continue the overarching move. And we're overbought. All 4 things are telltale signs that the downwards price move may continue. And this is exactly what confluence is all about. Now, what we've done is we have built an indicator that looks out for confluence of our power bundle indicators, the 3 indicators which I had just shown you. And if our 3 indicators, or some of them, are lining up and are forecasting the same price move, then we get what we call a super signal, which is based on that principle. And depending on the degree of alignment, we have different levels. We have bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. I'm not going to go through all of them. Instead, let me quickly show to you how this looks like on the chart. So back to Metastock. I'm going to open up actually Iron Mountain again. We had this before with divergence cloud applied. So let me go here and open up. Actually, I'm going to quickly hide the expert commentary down here. We don't need it to make this chart a bit bigger. And I'm going to go to Iron Mountain, IRM. There we go. On the daily time frame, currently we still have divergence cloud applied, but I'm going to change it now to super signals. So expert advisor, attach, and we're going to pick super signals. You can see it here. So all our indicators are grouped under trading indicators, our website. And we have 1, 2, 3 strike here, divergence cloud, volatility crusher, but also super signals, the one I'm showing you now. So once applied to the chart, you will see that once this loads, that you will get all kinds of super signals on this particular chart. So let's see how this, there we go, it's loaded. So here we can see a whole bunch of bronze signals. You can see a bronze long, a bronze short signal, here a long signal, here another long signal, and so forth. And you can see oftentimes price follows through quite nicely. Let me scroll back a bit more to see if we have something else. So bronze is by far our most frequent signal, super signal. But let me see if I find something better by going, oh, there we go. So here, for example, you can see we had a gold signal. A gold signal is very special that 2 indicators must have the very same entry signal on the very same bar. It's very rare. It's quite rare. Only platinum signals are more rare. And once this happens, then we have some extra confirmation that the price move will follow suit. And this is exactly what this super signals indicator is designed to do. Now let me change context one more time, and let's go to Ford. So also Ford stock on the daily. There we go. On the daily time frame. And here I have already preloaded our super signals indicator. And you can see here that we had a few over the years, a few gold signals here with a nice power through here, a silver signal. Here another gold signal, here gold signal, here gold signal. And you can see oftentimes this actually works out quite nicely because these situations, they don't come along very often because conference doesn't always happen. But if they do, you might be in for a very nice trade setup. And this is exactly that was the exact intention behind developing this super signals indicator. And perhaps one more stock, Disney, which also has super signals applied to it. And if I scroll down a little bit, make this a bit bigger, we can see that also in this case, oftentimes our super signals are working out quite nicely because they look for this extra confirmation to forecast the following price move. So here a nice silver long signal, here a short signal, which was short-lived, here a nice bronze short signal, here gold signal, here gold signal to the downside, and so forth. All right. Now, this is our super signals indicator, and we really believe, if I go back to the slides, that we've found something of value here because for two reasons. First of all, we are looking for this alignment, which is quite rare, but I think it's important to point it out. But secondly, we are not looking for alignment for indicators which are based on the same principles, because that I think is an overkill and maybe counterproductive. Instead, we're looking for alignment between indicators which are based on completely different mathematical foundations. So we have our trend trading indicator, which looks for trend moves. We have one indicator which looks for divergence, which is calculated completely differently. And we have one indicator looking for breakouts, which also has a completely different underlying foundation. So they're very different, these indicators, but if they do align, if they forecast the same move, I think they really have, there's really some significance in that signal that you can get from that alignment. All right. Now, you may ask, I just looked at the charts already. And there's actually one more feature which we built in. I won't have time to go over it today, is that we have the capability to actually define your own super signals. So we have bronze, silver, gold, and platinum built in. These are predefined, but you can also build your own super signals to your liking by mix and matching some of the conditions that that we have predefined for you. For example, you could have a super signal when 1, 2, 3 strike has a long signal, and perhaps divergence cloud is colored reddish. Okay, or green, reddish greenish, of course, for a bullish divergence. You could define this using the BYOS feature that we have built into the super signals indicator, which is build your own super signal. All right. Okay. One last thing. And you perhaps have asked this in your mind as well. How do I know which symbols currently do have signals? How can I find this out? And perhaps for the symbols which currently do have signals, how do I know which of those signals I should follow or trust the most? How can I find those? Well, luckily, we are using Metastock, and Metastock does have perhaps the most powerful scanner in our retail software. It's very powerful, and I use it regularly to find entry signals for my own trades. This is exactly how I found the signal of today's trade of the day, for example. And just to explain to you how powerful the scanner is of Metastock in combination with our indicators, we actually call this Generation 3 scanning, which goes far beyond the regular scanning that you may use so far. So Generation 1 scanning is what we call scanning for plain old signals. Basically scanning for symbols which currently have signals. That's it. We don't know anything about the signals, whether they've been working out in the past, and we're using the same settings for each symbol. All right, that's Generation 1, and this is typically what you have probably done in the past. Generation 2 takes it one step further. We are showing you directly in these scan results, not only which symbols do have signals, but also we show you directly how profitable have these signals been, historically speaking, directly in your scan results. And this is a huge time saver, because it will allow you to sort your signals and to focus on the ones which have had the best odds, statistically speaking. So that's step number 2, or Generation 2. And Generation 3, this is what we have implemented for Metastock, is that we not only show you the estimated win rates directly in your scan results, but we are also using optimized signal or optimized settings on a per symbol basis. So instead of using the same settings for all the symbols, you can see that changing the settings can make a big difference. The scanner Metastock will perform an instant optimization for every symbol it scans through. So for IBM, it will use the optimal parameters for IBM. For Tesla, it will use the optimal parameters for Tesla. For Microsoft, it will use yet another optimized version of the settings, and so forth. And that can make a huge difference because you're always dialed in, always optimal settings are being used. So how does this look in Metastock? Well, quite easy actually. So if I go switch over to Metastock here, and if you go to your Power Console, little P up here, we have, with our indicators, predefined a whole bunch, there it is, a whole bunch of explorations. So we're going to select the Explore tab here. And if you look at the trading indicators grouping here, you can see all the predefined explorations that come with our indicators. So for example, for a 1 to 3 strike, our trend trading indicator, you could scan for symbols which currently have entry signals on the last bar. There's this one here. You could also scan for symbols which currently have an open trade. Perhaps the entry signal happened a couple of bars ago, but the trade is still open. The indicator has not closed out the trade yet. You can scan for that too. For divergence cloud, you can scan for the cloud color. I want to see all the symbols which currently have bearish divergence or bullish divergence. You can scan for entry signals. You can scan for open trades. Same thing for volatility crusher. You can scan for entry signals and open trades. And for super signals, you can scan for entry signals. So you have lots of predefined explorations that come with our indicators. Just to show you how this works, I'm going to select Divergence Cloud for entry signals here. And we're scanning on the daily time frame using the exchange date time, so for the most recent results. And we're going to use our filter. And the filter here means that only show me results if that symbol has currently a signal on the last bar. We're scanning through the S&P 500. All right, so I'm going to click Start. This will take maybe 1 or 2 minutes to complete. And while this is running, you can see it's starting now here. Let me quickly go back to my slides because you know what? This is exactly what I had done last night when I was preparing for this presentation. I performed a scan, and I scanned for all entry signals, all stocks of entry signals. So for 1 to 3 strike, divergence cloud, volatility crusher, and super signals. I let the scan run. It took like an hour, maybe 1.5 hours to complete. And then I looked at the results. And in the case, for example, of 1 to 3 strike, I got these results here. And you can see that just by looking at this long signal column here, that 3 stocks had an entry signal on the last bar. Applied Mathematics, Constellation Energy, and McDonald's Corporation. And sometimes, depending on how many symbols you scan through, you may have 10, 20 stocks of entry signals. Now, that's step number 1. But step number 2, what did I do next? I looked at my statistics. And since this was a long entry signal, I looked at these statistics for having a successful next long trade. And I can see here, for these 3 stocks of signals, that the second one, Constellation Energy, has the best statistics, 88.88%. So what do I do next? Well, quite easy. I open up the chart for this symbol and do a very quick technical analysis, just my due diligence of whether I like what I'm seeing there. And if I do like it, then this checks my third box of using this information to potentially enter into a trade. So let's do exactly this. The scan here is still running, so we still have a bit of time. So let me open up Constellation Energy. I'm going to make this a bit small. While this is running, so I'm going to drag this over. There we go. And let me open up Constellation Energy. All right. There we go. Constellation Energy. And this is what I saw. So I saw that, yes, we did have an entry signal when I did the scan last night. So on the second to last bar, these are daily bars. Okay, we had our long entry signal here. Great. What else do we see? The second thing is the statistics. So let's open it up. Right click, Expert Advisor, Commentary. Okay. So let's confirm that the statistics were indeed promising. So let's go down here. 88.89%, exactly what the scanner told us, along efficiency. And you may wonder why we have two different values here. This is explained to you in our knowledge base because we show statistics over all bars on the chart, the entire chart, and for the optimization period. And oftentimes, if they are close together, like in this case, they're actually exactly the same, that's a good sign that we didn't over-optimize. It's more of a technical topic, which we cover in our training videos for these indicators. Okay, so let me close down the commentary after confirming that, yes, we indeed have very promising statistics to the long side. And let me zoom in a little bit. What do we see here? Or zoom out, actually. So zoom out, we can see that we have been in a long-lasting uptrend since April 2023. So almost for a year, 10 months. We've been in an uptrend. I like it. So we're going with the trend, with the overarching trend. I also like the fact that we are somewhat in the lower end of this upward sloping trend channel. We're right here. That means, because we don't want to chase the trend. You don't want to enter when prices up here. It's, towards a natural level of resistance. Instead, you want to wait for a retracement, which we just had, and we got a long entry signal. That's great. Because in this case, we can simply enter at this level or around this level and put our stop loss just at the lower end of this trend channel. That's exactly what I've done here at 111.50. Can barely see it, but it's at this level. And my target in this case would be the upper end of the trend channel. I like what I'm seeing here. And this is exactly what I've done last night to find this trade. So step number 1 was to run the scan on Metastock. Step number 2 was to check the statistics. And step number 3 was to do a very quick technical analysis. Here, just simply draw this trend channel and realize that we are at the lower end, which is great for trend trading, because that's what you want to wait for before you enter. And our stop loss is fairly nearby. Our target up here now, the risk-reward ratio or reward-to-risk ratio is 2-to-1, which is great. So that's a promising trade. That's exactly why I have taken or selected this trade as my trade of the day for today. All right. So this was the scan I ran. I found Constellation Energy, just to summarize. I love the statistic that I saw. And then I opened up the chart and decided, okay, that could be a promising symbol to trade to the long side. As you can see, this is actually quite straightforward because the scan of Metastock runs in the background. You can do other stuff. You can have a webinar like me at the same time. And when the scan is complete, you simply focus on these symbols with entry signals. You then sort them by the statistics, and then focus on the ones that have the best statistics. This is exactly what I've done in this case of Constellation Energy. So let me go back to our live scan, see if this one has completed. It's still running. And it's a bit slower right now. I think it's because I'm sharing my screen. I ran the scan before. Before this presentation is complete in 2 minutes. Now it's a bit longer, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to cancel it. I'm just going to look at the intermediate results that we have. So I'm going to cancel the scan. We can still see our intermediate results. We can see here, for example, that we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stocks so far with entry signals. So what you can do is then you perhaps can focus on the ones with long entry signals. I'm going to sort this column. Now I'm only seeing the ones with long entry signals, 3 stocks. And again, sometimes if you go through thousands of stocks, you're going to see a long list here. And then what you do next, you're going to look at the statistics. Once again, for long signals, Marriott here, for example, has a long rate of 84%. That's the best one. The other ones had 79 and 78. So what do? You focus on that trade. Open up the chart real quick. Move this to the side. Come on. Because I have a box open. There we go. So let me move this to the side and let's see what's happening with Marriott. And we can see once again that also Marriott has been a long-lasting uptrend. Look at this. That's an interesting stock as well, actually. And this scans for the current bar. This is the scan we just did live. You can see we indeed do have a long entry signal here. We are in a steep uptrend. Put your trend channel to something like this. Let's go into this real quick. Here, another one. Okay, definitely we are trading with the overarching trend if you follow the signal. Very nice. Yeah, one thing I perhaps don't like that much about this particular one is that we are near the upper end of this trend channel. What I'd like to see here perhaps is to see a retracement a bit lower to the lower end here, and then perhaps enter into this very strong and powerful uptrend that we see here. But yeah, once again, this is possible to find these kind of stocks because we did run the scan first. We don't have to go through all the stocks manually and do our technical analysis. It's the opposite around. We first run our scan and then focus on the stocks which are the most promising ones. All right, guys. So back to the charts real quick. If you are wondering, hey, are these indicators potentially something for me? Then let me assure you that it doesn't matter whether you are a day trader, a scalper, or a swing trader, or a long-term investor. These indicators are available for you, and they are useful for you because they work on all time frames and chart types. It also doesn't matter what you trade, whether you trade stocks or FX or futures or crypto, no problem. These indicators will work on all asset classes and symbols. And you know, if you believe, I'm a software engineer by training, if you believe that tools and good tools can make a big difference in your life, can make your life much, much easier, for example, because they do all the heavy lifting for you, then you should definitely consider our indicators because they do auto optimization for you. They show these real-time statistics for you directly in the expert commentary. They allow you to rank your scan results. You can focus on the most important signals. Then these indicators will definitely make a big difference. So normally, we offer the lifetime version of our indicators, which are the super sequence indicators, which are the ones based on confluence, 1, 2, 3 strike, our trend trading indicator, divergence cloud, our counter trend indicator, and volatility crusher, which is our breakout indicator. Normally, we offer these indicators for $1,497. Which also comes with the win rate prediction that you've seen and our auto optimization. So on this. But as a special thank you, guys, and for this Euro Summit and to give something back, I'm from Germany as well. We have come up with a special package for you, which we call the Super Traders Pack. So you're going to get all these indicators, super signals, 1, 2, 3 strike, divergence cloud, volatility crusher. You get the win rates estimation and the auto optimization. But we're going to supplement this offer with 2 bonuses. Bonus number 1 is our trend radar indicator, which normally retails at $299. I'm going to talk about this in a second. So you're going to get the trend radar indicator, and you will be enrolled into our members only trading sessions, which take place every single week on Tuesday. Normally a yearly value of $997, but we will enroll you free of charge if you take advantage of this Traders Pack. But it doesn't stop here. We decided to also slash down the price from $1,497 to only $997, a $500 discount, which gives you lifetime access to our super signals indicator and the power bundle indicators, plus our 2 bonuses and access to our members only sessions. And if you want to take advantage of this, all you need to do is to go to tradingindicators.com/metastock, which will redirect you to an offer page where you can take advantage of this Super Traders Pack offer. So tradingindicators.com/metastock. Real quick, and this is of course for life. Real quick, our trend radar indicator shows you directly on the chart what is my short-term trend, medium-term trend, and long-term trend doing. Without cluttering your chart, it's shown below the chart. And you can get valuable information about this. For example, when is a long-term uptrend, retracing or perhaps taking a break, and gives you a very good entry opportunity entering into this trend trade. Trend radar lets you see this, and we have a whole ebook and tutorial around this concept. And this is one indicator that you will get with our offer. And offer number 2 is, as I mentioned before, our access to our weekly trading sessions, which take place every single Tuesday. The next one's already tomorrow at noon Eastern time, and they're all recorded. So if you miss a session, no problem, and you will get access to the recordings as well. And in these sessions, we trade the live market. We show you tips and tricks around the indicators. You can ask questions and bring forward your feedback, and it's a great outlet for you to learn more about our indicators, about the market, and to ensure that you have the best tools available. And once again, if you want to take advantage of this, go to tradingindicators.com/metastock. All right, Bobby, I know I'm almost a bit over time, but do you want to take it away?
No, you did fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, happy to kind of go from here. I think that's a fantastic offer that you have for everybody. So, I mean, I definitely recommend checking that out, everyone. And yeah, I just want to say thank you to you, Daniel. You did a fantastic job as always.
And guys, real quick, if there were questions, I think I perhaps talked a bit too much, but if there were questions, and I didn't take any questions, just reach out to me at info@tradingindicators.com. Ask any question you want. I'm going to get back to any of those. So sorry for that. I couldn't take any questions so far. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks, Daniel. Yeah, guys. So info@tradingindicators.com, and they're always quick to respond there. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take over from here. Let's see.
All right.
All righty. All right, guys, so we're about halfway through today's presentation. So far, I think it's been really good. I'm always excited to have these summits and be able to have so many speakers come and participate in these different events here. So let's see. Yeah, so to recap, he showed, the Power Bundle 360 and super signals. And, really, I think it's worth mentioning again, I think it's great that Daniel has his software and programming background that he does, because he was able to do such unique and interesting things with the tools inside of Metastock that I haven't seen many other users kind of take advantage of. And so I think he's created some of the most useful tools inside of the platform. And they're really displayed so well, and they can bring you so much information so easily. So if you guys haven't had a chance to check that out, I highly recommend it. I should also state, if you guys have additional questions, or if you want to understand how Metastock and the super signals and Power Bundle 360 all kind of work together, things like that, we do have a full team here that's available to answer all of your questions, that can help you get set up with a trial of Metastock if you want to try out Metastock to go along with the system. And you can just chat in with us right now, metastock.com/sales chat. They're all aware of the promotions and everything that we have going on today. So you can ask them about Daniel's systems, or any of the systems or presenters that you've seen speak today. And we're super happy to answer your questions. We are also available on the phone, 800-882-3040. Or if you you want to give it a try, you can order online, metastock.com/Euro deal, and you can take advantage of some of these offers. We do also have kind of a real special promo that we're doing. So the amount of value that's included in that Power Bundle 360 with the super signals and everything for just $9.97 is fantastic. But we're also doing another promotion today where you can get everything you just saw there, plus the previous speakers and everything that's yet to come. And we're giving an even bigger discount when you get everything at once, normally valued over $5,000. This is a very limited time special deal where we'll let you get all of these tools in a bundle for just $19.94. Save yourself over $3,000. That offer is available at the metastock.com/Euro deal or metastock.com/sales chat. Also, I think it's worth mentioning a lot of the different strategies or things that you see today. We've worked with a lot of these presenters in the past, and we have other videos and things with them too on our YouTube channel. I know the majority of our audience today is watching on GoToWebinar, but we are also casting this over into YouTube, and you can find many of our historical presentations and additional videos and things of that nature on our YouTube channel. It's just youtube.com/Metastock, so I recommend you guys check that out too. All right, and yeah, I don't want to take up too much time into the next presenter's slot, so we'll go ahead and kind of keep things moving here. Next up, we have Colin Abrams. Hey, Colin, I see you're in the room. How are you doing today?
Bobby, yeah, all good, thanks. Thanks very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Thanks for coming on today. Excited to kind of see what you have to talk about and what you have to go through. I remember when I first started doing webinars a while back, I actually chose to do one of my first webinars on your trading system that you have with us. So fun little fact there.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for having me on again. It's a great honor to be on with Metastock. And as I've said before in previous webinars, I've been using Metastock since 1994, from the original DOS version all the way up. So it's really a great package and I use it every single day. So just really delighted to be on it and going to hopefully look at some good stuff in the session.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and make you the presenter here. So I just sent that request over.
Okay.
All right, and it looks like you have, Metastock open there.
Yeah, I've got Metastock. Okay, you can see it. That's good. All right, let's get going. So what I'm going to talk about today is just really, well, let me just give you a bit of background. Firstly, I've been trading the market since the mid-1980s. I remember the 1987 crash like it was yesterday. I was in second year university. I came out of a lecture and someone told me the US market had crashed. I didn't believe it because the shares were just flying, certainly here in South Africa. The shares were doubling, trebling, and someone told me, the markets have crashed and a certain share that everyone was in at the time had just halved in literally an hour. And I never knew such a thing was possible. That was the kind of experience that you don't ever forget. And of course, I lost pretty much all my meager savings as a second year university student at the time. And that set me on a whole journey of learning about what this was really all about, what it is all about, the markets. There's so much to learn. And I've been through a number of crashes since then. I think there was 97, 98, there was a crash, 2000 to 2002, that was a big bear market. Of course, 2008, the great financial crisis, the COVID crash, and even last year we had quite a nice little bear market. And of course, we're back into a nice bull market at the moment. But what I'm telling you is that what I discovered, really from the mid to late 80s, it set me on a whole course of trying to learn, work out how to do this market thing properly. And I've looked at from the most simple methods to the most complex methods, and I've come all the way back to the most simple methods again. I've just found that the simple methods, in my experience, work better than the complex methods. I've seen methods by neuroscientists and NASA engineers, systems that they've developed and sold. And I must be honest, the simple methods, from what I've seen, work just as well, if not better. So what I'm going to show you today is one of my methods. And let me just be upfront from the start that 6 of these methods are sold in what's called the Paragon Toolkit by Metastock. And I'm going to show you one of these methods today. And the concept is basically looking for a good, strong trend and then just entering using a simple entry method in the direction of that trend to enter. That's all we're doing. Simple entry, a simple trend, I should say, because the trend is the basis of all profits. If you can trade in the direction of the trend, in my opinion, 80% of the trade is already won. It's then just a question of timing your specific entry in the direction of that trend. Always easier to swim with the trend than trying to swim upstream. And that, of course, is a well-known basic technical principle. So we're going to look at a few charts. I'm going to also run a scan to see what instruments right now are giving us a signal. And I'd like to make the session as interactive as possible. So please feel free to ask questions. Let me know if there are any charts, any instruments you want to look at specifically. I'm happy to look at anything. And really, don't be shy. Feel free to type in a question. And the more questions, the better, really. So let's begin. I'm going to put up a chart. And I just ran a scan before the session. I ran it this afternoon, European time. And I'll just look at some of the charts that came up, and then we'll run a scan, as I said, based on the very current market. Now, of course, this works on all time frames on any instrument. Doesn't matter what you're trading, what asset class, what time frame, it works regardless. This is a chart of Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB. It's a daily chart. Now, what we're looking for, as I mentioned, is just basically a strong trend, and this particular system or method in the Paragon Toolkit is called the Dow Theory with Trend Finder scan. So what I'm looking for is what I call Trend Finder. I'm looking for a trend, and then we're just looking for a simple entry in the direction of that trend, which is what I call a Dow Theory entry. It's not a classic Dow Theory entry. If you can see this slide here, we're basically looking for a higher low and a higher high. That's all it is. Now, Dow Theory itself gets a bit more complex, but this is the basis of Dow Theory. You want a higher high, a higher low. C is higher than A. And then as soon as it breaks point B, let's call it B1, 1 cent or 1 tick above B, you've got a higher high as well. So it's really a kind of a zigzag. And that would be your buy signal at point B1. It's just 1 tick, 1 cent above point B is your buy signal. And that is a Dow Theory buy signal. Now, pure Dow Theory involves a few other confirming indicators as well, but this is the basis of it. So again, it's just like a zigzag, or you could call it a lightning bolt. That's all we're looking for. The fact that C didn't come down and make a new low is telling you that the buyers were stepping in earlier. In other words, the bulls were able to hold the price up and prevent it from making a new low. That, of course, is bullish. And then when they go on and push the market up, the demand is enough to push it above point B, you have a higher high as well. So you've got a higher low at C and a higher high just above point B. So that's our basic buy signal, just above point B. Let's look at our basic sell or sell short signal. It's the exact opposite. You've got a lower high, C is lower than A, and then as soon as it breaks point B, which we call S, that's your sell signal. So you've got a lower high and a lower low. That's all it is. It's also called market structure. Market structure also can get a bit more detailed. You can have it on short-term, intermediate term, longer-term reversals, but the basic signal is always the same. So the sell signal again is a lower high, C is lower than A, and then a lower low, just 1 cent below point B, which we're calling S. So lower high and a lower low, and the buy signal again, a higher low and a higher high, a zigzag up, and a sell signal is a zigzag down. Very, very simple, nothing complex about it at all. So what we're doing is we want to identify a trend, and here you can see Berkshire, by the way, is in a trend at the moment. So we've set it to label the trends as blue, navy blue. And then we're looking for simple Dow Theory or market structure buy signals in the direction of the trend. That's all it is. And as I said earlier, I've looked at some of the most complex systems or certainly that I've come across, and I honestly struggle to improve on something simple and basic like this. When it's in a downtrend, it labels it this pink or purple color, and then we look for shorting signals in the direction of the trend. Okay, so that's really all we're looking for. We're not trying to get clever. We're just trying to keep it simple. Keep in mind that what is it that causes a trend? Well, what causes price to go up is more demand than supply. But for a trend to develop, there's got to be institutional power behind that trend. It's the institutions, as you know, who are the big players in the market. And if the institutions are behind the trend or behind that instrument, that's what's going to develop a trend. The institutions create a trend. Of course, the retail traders do jump onto that trend eventually. But really, you need the institutions to power that trend up. And eventually, of course, all trends do come to an end. So we're looking for a trend and then just a simple entry in the direction of the trend. So as I mentioned, a Dow Theory buy signal. If I make this a line chart, it might be a bit easier to see it. Okay, here we had a higher low and a higher high there. Sometimes it is a bit easier to see it on a line chart. And all these cases here, a higher low and a higher high. Okay, so that is showing you what I had over here. Higher low and higher high. So that's maybe more visible, visually easier to see on a line chart. Okay, I'll just go back to the candle chart for now. Right, so this is Berkshire. And of course, you can use this in your own way. Once you've identified the trend, or once the trend finder identifies it for you, you don't have to use the market structure or Dow theory signal. You could just use something like a basic trend line, close above a trend line, like that point there, a buy signal. Just something simple as that. The point is, when it closes above the trend line, you're entering in the direction of a trend, and that's why it's going to work. Either a small trend breakout like a flag, bull flag, or a mini breakout like that. And each of these little down bars that are taken out, they're also entries in the direction of the trend. Just a simple method to enter in the direction of the trend, nothing complicated at all. There's another one there. Okay, so this is Berkshire on a daily chart. Let's see if we look at some of the higher time frames and see how that goes. So this is a weekly chart. So what you can see at the moment that since this is about April last year, 2023, it's been in an uptrend based on the trend finder. And we've had a number of buy signals along the way. All these Dow theory or market structure buy signals. Let's put it on the line chart. And you'll see, let me just take those little lines that I drew a moment ago off. So you can see the higher highs and higher lows. That's what it's finding for you in the direction of the trend, the identified trend, which are the blue candles. And that's all you want. Just try and keep it simple. Here was a period here from, where was this, November 2020 up to, well, the trend ended about May 2022. But look how many buy signals there were in the direction of this trend, pretty much all of them being profitable, obviously depending on when you got out. That one there might not have been, depending on where you put your stop as well. If you put it below the entry bar, for example, you would have been stopped out. But generally speaking, you're going to have nice trades all the way up. The question is how to get, when to take profits. So there are many different ways of doing that. We can talk about it in a short while, but something like just drawing a simple trend line and a close below it works just as well as anything else, or a close below a 5-period moving average. Just keep it simple. Don't try and get clever. Don't try and work out why it's happening, and try and keep away from the news. If you're using technical analysis, the best advice I can give you is keep away from the news, because it's going to make you second guess what the price is telling you. Remember, price is the only thing that pays. It's not the fundamentals that pay. It's not the news that pay. Price is what pays. Where you get in and where you get out. That's it, period. That determines whether you make money or not. So focus on the price. Try and keep away from the news as much as possible. Okay, so this is the current weekly trend, and you can see we've had a number of signals in the direction of the trend, the latest one being this one at $366.99, $367, currently trading at $379.40. And that's all we want to do. If I now put it on a higher time frame, like a monthly chart, let's see what that looks like. So Berkshire has been in a monthly uptrend since when is this? Since January, so what am I saying here? Since October 2020. It's been in a monthly uptrend. So if you're an investor, you would use this on a monthly chart. And on that point, trading isn't just about short term, or technical analysis isn't just about short term. It works just as well, if not better, on the higher time frames, weekly or monthly charts. And you can, of course, do both. You could, for example, get a monthly buy signal and then go down to the smaller time frames and take trades, short-term trades on the daily chart, for example, using the same method. And we'll look at that in a minute. But you're going to see the first buy signal came here in November 2020 at $228. We've got another one thereafter, $240. You can add to it. Another one there at $299. We had the big bear market last year. So depending on where your stop was, trading stop, I should say. You could just use a trend line like that, or as I mentioned, a close below a 5-period moving average. In this case, a 5-month moving average. I'll just make the 5 red. So that one there, or that one closed slightly above the 5-period, but after a large uptrend where it's very extended from, this is a 20-period moving average, and you get a big, nasty looking bearish engulfing or dark cloud cover candle like that on a monthly chart, you want to get out of the instrument, or certainly take half of your profits. The next signal we had was over here at 341 and currently 379. So don't forget you've compounded your signals here as well on the way up. That's on a monthly chart. So let's assume you want to also trade it on a short term. So now that you know the monthly trend is up and you got the monthly buy signals, you can then use these daily signals to take short-term trades, hold it for just 2, 3, 4 days, take profits. Very nice to use with leverage instruments like CFDs or options. Yeah, you get a buy signal, just take a call option for a few days and take profits regardless. You can do that kind of all the way up. The beauty of this is that you've got your monthly and your weekly trends are in uptrends. This is going back to the weekly now. It's all blue in an uptrend. The weekly buy signals there. The monthly, as I just showed a short while ago, are clearly in an uptrend. And then that gives you all the more confidence to take the daily signals for short-term trading. The most recent one was here at $362.46 and now $379. And of course, it is down today. So on Friday, it closed at $385.40. So, you can get some nice short-term moves with a very, very simple method. Nothing complicated about it at all. The nice thing about the Paragon is that it'll just scan for you and it'll find those trades, within minutes or seconds, depending on how many instruments you're scanning. Okay, are there any questions? Please feel free to ask questions. I can't see if there are questions, Bobby, but if there are, maybe let me know. But please feel free to ask, or if there are any instruments you want to look at, and we can put this indicator on it to see what it's showing there as well. Just while we're at it, let's show you another one that I found this afternoon. Well, there are actually many that came up. But just chose a few of the well-known names. This is JP Morgan, JPM, JP Morgan Chase, daily chart, beautiful signals all the way up here. So the trend finder has labeled it blue, so we're in a nice clear uptrend. And we've had signals all the way. The first one was in November, 14th of November at 184.40. Now it's at 171.50. Had another one there, 158.50, another one there, 169.40, and the most recent one was there, 170.50, currently 171.50. So, there are different ways of using it. You can either get to a signal to take profits after a few days, or use a close below a 5-day moving average, a 5-period moving average, depending on the time frame. Another one there, if you use the 5-period moving average as your trading stop, you would have got out over there. So you would have bought at 158.50 and got out on that day at 170.66. Very nice, 3-4 week trade. This trade here at the moment, 170.50. Your stop would be below, a close below this 5-day moving average over here. Just something simple, and it works. Why does it work? Well, besides the fact that it's in the direction of the trend, you've got to understand that the whole challenge of trading is not so much getting the right entry and exit, but it's managing one's emotions. That's what trading is about. Trading is 98% emotions, managing your emotions. You just want a simple method that gets you in at a decent odds time, at a time when there's potentially an asymmetrical risk-reward trade coming up. And then it's all about managing your emotions and risk management. Really your entry trigger is the least important thing. And if you can just get in, and we're taking care of that problem by finding a trend and just finding a simple entry at a time when we think there's a good possibility of the price moving in our direction, like all these times here when we got the blue arrow. So that's all we want. The whole challenge then is managing your emotions. Number one, waiting for the signal. Number two, once it's on, waiting for the right time to get out, not getting out too quickly either. You don't want to get out too quickly and take a small profit when you could have taken a nicer, let's say double the profit, for example. It's a common trading error, and it's not easy. This is something one has to always work on the emotional side of trading. So you don't want to take profits too soon either. You want to give your trade a chance to run. And of course, if it comes to your stop, you have to be disciplined enough to get out straight away. And of course, disciplined not to risk more than what is prudent in terms of classical risk management methods and techniques. That's all where the method of trading comes in. And that's really what separates the men from the boys, so to speak, in trading, the women from the girls, to be politically correct. So, so really trading is all about managing the emotions. Just find a simple method in the direction of the trend. That's all you want. So this is a daily chart. Let's look at it on a weekly chart. The weekly trend has been in effect since May last year. Here was a weekly trend. It wasn't an amazing one, but you still had some decent trades over there. It was really more sideways to up phase. There haven't been many downward phases in pink that I can show you. There was one over there. But when an instrument is clearly in a downtrend, you're going to get ongoing pink periods. So that is the weekly chart of JP Morgan. Let's look at the monthly chart. And so what we have here, well, there was a nice one there. But we had a buy signal last month. What am I saying? There's a monthly chart. You see the M over there. Monthly chart last month. Of course, just keep in mind there is resistance over here. So one has to use a bit of common sense. So just keep a tight stop. But there's a buy signal there. Let's see if we can punch through and break through that to new all-time highs. But the monthly chart is on a buy signal as well. The weekly, as I showed you, and then again going down to the daily. This is the daily here. All these very nice little short-term trades. Okay, so let's just show you in Paragon. This is the Paragon trend finder Dow theory combined. That's what it is. There are 6 different scans that we look for that are potentially that one can use in Paragon. And I'm just showing you this one now, trend finder Dow theory combined. Okay, are there any questions at this stage? Let me know if any questions. I don't know if I'm seeing the questions here. Bobby, maybe you can help me out here. I'm not that familiar with GoToWebinar. Let's just see if I can see any questions.
A few people have been saying hello, but there haven't been any questions to come in yet.
Okay. If there are any instruments anyone wants me to see, please let me know. And on any time frame. Really, it doesn't scare me one bit. Whatever time frame you want to look at, you let me know. And it can even be a currency. It makes absolutely no difference. It's all the same thing. This is just on an hourly chart. Let's see what it shows on JP Morgan. Hourly chart. Look at this amazing trend over here. And the buy signals along the way on the trend. When it's in a sideways choppy market, nothing really happening there. Started a downtrend, but there was no short signal given. And now on the hourly chart, it's back in an uptrend as well. And there was the first signal. So really, as mentioned, it really applies on any time frame, on any instrument. Okay, I think if there are no questions now, let's run a scan and see what's coming up right now on the markets. Before I do that, let's just see if there are any charts that I wanted to show you from earlier on that I looked at this afternoon. Arista Networks, ANET, beautiful chart as well. Let's maybe look at that. I think it is one of the ones that I've got open here. One of the strongest markets stocks on the market at the moment, the US market. This is a weekly chart of it. So you can see the blue uptrend and the buy signals all the way up. The most recent one was 3 weeks ago at 252, now 267.56. So that's a weekly chart. You can see the nice uptrend there and the buy signals along the way. Let's just start off on the monthly, actually. Let's see how it's looking there. So what's happened here in Arista Networks? I think one of the inputs on the trend finder is a 200 period moving average, and there haven't been 200 months that have qualified for the signal. So the monthly isn't showing anything. Whoa, it just took it off. Let me just reattach it. Give me a second there. So we'll go down to the daily chart and see what it's showing there. Let's just find it here. There it is, and I'm just going to attach it. Okay, so that's the weekly again. Let's go down to the daily chart. So here we've been in uptrend since the end of October, numerous buy signals all the way. The most recent one is today so far. So you can see this arrow over here. So pending today's close, Monday night in the US. Let's see if this remains a buy signal, but certainly intraday, we've got a buy signal there on Arista. See how the market's doing, still holding up nicely. So that's on the daily chart. There you can see it went into it didn't qualify as a downtrend, but it was really a sideways market, and that's why there were no more blue candles over there. Okay, we had some signals along the way there. Let's see if there are any downtrending phases. Here was a downtrending phase. You can see it's purple or pink, and we had a few sell signals. So really these are just market structure or Dow theory signals on the way down. I'll put it on a line chart. You've got lower highs and lower lows. Picks it up for you. There's a beautiful one there. Let's just show you just a nice demonstration. Lower high there and a lower low there. And a nice sell signal, sell short signal there. A few buys over there, etc. Okay, and we've had buy signals all the way here, as I mentioned. So let's just go back to the candle chart over here. Okay, so it's again 267.74. It's on a buy signal for today. So let's see how it closes today. Okay, so I think let's run a scan. Let's actually run a scan and see what comes up. So I've got tick the Paragon Trend Finder Dow Theory Combined Exploration, and I'm just going to scan main currencies in the world, the major currencies, some of the main overseas instruments. I'm going to also look at the NASDAQ 100 stocks and the S&P 500 stocks. We'll just scan those instruments. We'll do it on a daily chart. And let's see what's coming up right now. So, of course, it's scanning based on right now with about 2.5 hours until the US close. So let's see what comes up. There are 577 instruments that we're scanning for. It's going to go through all of them. Now, and can you just imagine if you had to go through those 577 instruments manually, it would take you hours. Not only would you have to find the trends, but then you'd have to find those Dow theory signals in the direction of the trends as well. It would take ages, hours and hours and hours. It would really be the next day by the time you get, you find all the signals. So here it's going through them. It's done more than half. We're almost there. Okay, it's just going through, almost done. Okay, 577 instruments. Again, any questions or any instrument you want to look at, let me know, and we'll see how that looks. Yeah, Bobby.
I think it would be great, if you still kind of go through this scan and then kind of what you would do from there. But I also wanted to ask, because I know you're focusing on the Dow theory system, but I was wondering if you could maybe touch on the other systems that are also included in the Paragon toolkit as well.
Yeah, I can do that with pleasure. We can do that, not a problem.
Okay,
So
I think it'd kind of be great to see some of the other tools that are included too. I know this is the most popular one, but they're all. Yeah, I mean, I probably use this the second most, to be honest. There's another one that I personally use the most out of the Paragon ones, which we can look at afterwards as well. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, they're all. I mean, they work. That's why I use them, and that's why we've put them in the add-on, the Paragon add-on. But with pleasure, I'm more than happy to look at them. So if I click on the buy column, it ranks the ones that have met the criteria with a 1. It means it's met the criteria. The ones with a 0 haven't met the criteria. So all these ones here have met the criteria up to there. Okay, I can just, let me just highlight all those. Okay, and if I had to click on the sell column, the ones that met the shorting criteria, I see there are a few currencies there, the euro and the GBP Swiss. And as mentioned on the buy side, there are a lot more on the buy side at the moment because the market's in a nice uptrend. So then what you would do, I've also just ranked them here, cent above their 20 period moving average. Sometimes if they're too far above the 20, they're overbought and they're likely to pull back. If they're quite near the 20 and visually it looks good, those are often the best signals. So let's just look at some of these that have met the buy criteria. Let's just start from the bottom up here. Zion Bank, what's it? Zion Bank Corporation, Zion, Z-I-O-N. So again, this is all on a daily chart. You can obviously run a scan on any time frame. So here you can see we've got an uptrend, the blue trend, and we've got buy signals. And today's signal is over here. That's why it came up on the scan. Okay, currently trading at $44.42 about. That's a buy signal there. There was another one a few days ago, pulling back and giving you a chance to compound or to add to that signal. What you can do is either add on the close, or what I like to do is wait for the high of today's bar to be taken out tomorrow as my final entry. So you could just set an order to enter the market when it breaks on to buy on a stock when it breaks today's high tomorrow. Okay, so that's one, Zion Bank. Let's look at the next one, Waters Corporation, WAT. Again, here was the uptrend's been in place for a few months. Buy signals all the way up, and the most recent one is today, 332.38 about, and there's upside potential over there. Let's look at the next one, Vulcan Metals. See if anything there. Okay, so there's one today. What we're seeing here is a nice solid fat candle that's trading right near the high of the day. So if it closes like this and the volume is good compared to the previous days, that would be worth getting into. The only thing that concerns me here, in the context of a sideways market over the last month or so. Overall, an uptrend since early December, late November, but I really want to see it break out of this range. So I probably wouldn't take that trade. You can see here we had a nice trend with trades along the way. Of course, very often the final trade in a trend won't work out because the trend will just be about to end. And that's why you also need to have stops. And that's why you could also put on a bigger moving average, like let's say a 100-day moving average or 100 period. If it's very far away from it, you've got to be a lot more careful with taking those signals because then the market is overbought on the higher time frames. And so on and so forth. You would just go through them one by one, etc. The Russell 2000 is one that's giving one at the moment. Russell 2000 index. So there we are, setting up one. Has been an uptrend since early December. The signal taking place today. It does look like a inverse head and shoulders forming over here. You might want to wait to see if it breaks the neckline, but that's a good sign so far. This share here, M Marietta, I actually don't know what it does. MLM, very nice stock. This it has been for a long time. Beautiful uptrend, and you can see all the buy signals in the trend with another one today. Currently trading around $507. And so just hold it for a few bars and take profits. Again, these are nice on a daily chart, nice to use with the CFD or an option. In the higher time frames, you can buy the actual underlying share, or even on the daily chart, you can buy the share unleveraged. It's up to each individual how they want to do it. And these are other ones that met the criteria. Okay, Bobby, let's look at a few others as requested. Let me just close some of these charts here. Well, okay, I don't want to take up too much time there, but let's just look at some of the other ones. So one of my favorites, or probably my favorite, is the Paragon MA205 entry system. So just trying to think of the psychology behind it, or the workings. Basically, we're looking for a trend, and then we're looking for, it's the same concept. We're looking for a trend, and then we're buying on a resumption of the trend after a pullback. Okay, that's all we're doing. We're buying on a resumption of the trend after a pullback. Let me just quickly run a scan on that. In fact, let me just put on any chart. Let's put on, let's look on that M Marriott chart. See, whatever we've got here. Let's see, what was a nice one. It doesn't really matter. All right, let's go with this Russell 2000. I'm just going to take that one off, and I'll just attach the exploration for that Paragon that I just mentioned. Paragon MA205 entry system. So here, where it gives you the arrows is where you've got your buy signals. There was a nice one, there was a nice one, there was a nice one. That one didn't work out. So you've got to have a stop loss in place. And here were some shorts as well. So really what we're looking at is a trend and a pullback in the direction of the trend. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm just trying to think of the rules offhand. I didn't actually prepare this one for the webinar today. So I'm trying to think exactly what the rules are offhand. But it's basically a pullback in a trend, and I think a reversal day or reversal candle to the upside, something along those lines. I think we're using the 20-period moving average and the 5-period moving average, and those are the signals that we're looking for. So let's run a scan now using that one on today's market. We can do it on the daily chart as well, and let's see what short-term trader. You should also be looking at the monthly. That's my opinion. You get huge moves on a monthly, and it takes just about no effort. You can look at it once a month. So there was a buy signal at 179.90. You rode it all the way up to 390.85. So it's about a double. You got one there, and that one didn't work out. But this is where common sense comes into it, because look how far above the 20-period moving average it was. So that's where you got to be very careful after a massive trend. There it reset by correcting like that. Gave you your first signal there at 390. It's currently 486. And all you had to do is look at it once a month. Really, absolutely no effort involved at all. That's really something one should do. The monthly chart, I would only look at the long side, even though you can see there were shorts over there as well. Monthly, I only personally use for the long side. Okay, so let's go back to that scan. So, right, a number of other ones there. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you get the idea. On the short side, quite a lot of shorts today as well. Let's see if there are any well-known stocks here, or really particularly stocks that are in the news or even not in the news. Really, let's see Best Buy. Let's see what that looks like. I once bought a laptop there. Let's have a look. Hang on. Okay, so it's giving you a short signal over there, but it's not really one that excites me too much because it's in a sideways phase over here. But you can see these red arrows. We had nice shorts on the way down over there. A few longs and a short at the moment. It's trading off its low of the day, so that's not a great sign. But either way, you have to take out the low of that day, of today's low, to give you a short entry trigger. Let's look at Baidu. See what that looks like. Okay, that's quite a nice one because we've got a general downtrend, and after a bounce over the past week, it's now giving a new short. So that's a nice one, 106.40. That looks like a nice trade to me. Just hold it for a drop to, let it close this gap over here, this price gap. Let's get that again. At 100.60. Now 106.40 about. Nice little quick drop over there. And this scan found it for you. Okay, so just to look at some of the other scans then in the Paragon. So there is the plain Dow theory signal scan. So what I showed you first was Dow theory combined with Trend Finder. There is Trend Finder just on its own. If you're looking for nice established trends, you could then use any method you want to get in the direction of those trends. This is, as I showed you earlier, Trend Finder with Dow, then just Dow on its own without the trend. Key reversal bars. I do add a few things to the scan, some of my own things, just to increase the probability of it working out. The Paragon weekly buy setup, that's a particular setup that I use on a weekly chart. It works very well on a weekly chart, even though it works on other time frames as well. I personally like that on a weekly chart. So that's 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different scans. It has system tests. It has templates, expert advisors as well. And of course, as I showed you here, so you can set any chart I open to open with the MA205 entry scan. So let's say, okay, let's say an instrument on the South African stock market. Let's see, stock like Naspers, you might have heard of. It's showing me too many charts open at the moment. It's not opening. Probably need to free up some space on the window there. But it'll basically open up whatever chart you want with that template. Let's try that now. No, I'm not sure why it's not doing it. But you get the idea. It has the expert advisors. It's got the trend templates, the other expert advisors over there. You can attach them to any chart. And it'll open up, it'll alert, it'll pop up a window once that instrument gives you a signal. So I think at this point, let's see, are there any questions? Please feel free to ask a question. Don't be shy. Any questions there, Bobby? Anything coming up?
No additional questions that came in. We did have a slight technical difficulty where YouTube actually went down for about a minute, but it came back up. But there was nothing we could really do except wait that minute, so we didn't bring that up at the time. But it's back up now. Everything's good over there.
So if it, this is the QQQ Nasdaq.
Someone's asking
on a weekly chart
if you offer a trading class.
Yeah, well, depends what you mean by a trading class. If you do buy the Paragon Toolkit, you get a 6-hour technical analysis course that I do. So that comes with it for free as part of the package. So I go through technical analysis, but more importantly, I show you how I use a lot of the well-known tools and indicators. So that is at least 6 hours, maybe 7 hours, that comes with it. And I'll show you some of the more subtle tricks and tips that I use with some of the basic technical indicators. I do also have, it's part of a different service that I do where I have monthly meetings, mentorship meetings. If you are interested in that, let me know, and I can send you more details about that. I have a live trading room. At the moment, it's just doing it once a month, but that is something that I do hold. But really, in the course, you do get a 6-hour trading course that comes with the Paragon Toolkit, and that's really just thrown in as a bonus.
Okay, fantastic. And then I guess quickly, there is one other thing. Someone wants to know if you can look at ORCL.
Okay, yeah. Oracle. Have a look at that. Is it RCL.K, I think? Have a look. Yeah. Okay, so just because I set it to open with the Paragon 205 template, so every chart I open will open with that template. You can see immediately trades that it gave you all along the way. And by the way, I have to set my charts to open default on a weekly chart. I'll then work up or down from there. So if I put it on a daily chart, this is where we are right now. No signal at the moment, probably because we're in a sideways phase really over there. You can see some nice trades over there when we were trending. Some shorts over there didn't really work out because it was in a sideways phase. And that's really why one needs to use common sense here as well. But over here, we're in a sideways phase. If I draw a trend line above there and one below here, clear sideways phase channel, not really kind of thing you want to get involved in, unless you can trade off the boundaries. So if it comes back to here, support level 99.70, you can look at buying. It gives a reversal candle down from the resistance line 117.50. You can look at shorting it. But generally speaking, I like to trade in the direction of the trend. But certainly trading off significant support and resistance levels, is a well-known method that many people use with a tight stop. Apart from that, the whole thing is in an untidy sideways range since last June, and there's just absolutely nothing about this chart that gets me interested at all. I rather, as I said, like to go for the meaty phases where it's trending. That's the way to do it. Trend is the basis of all profits. Put on a weekly chart, same thing, untidy. Okay, we had some very nice trades along here. That one didn't really do much, but some big ones over there. Nice ones there as well. That one, okay, that one you wouldn't enter. First, it never took out the high to confirm it, but on such a massive candle, you wouldn't take that trade because the trade is basically completed on one bar there. But some very nice ones there. Okay, dokes. Any other questions? Feel free to ask. Don't be shy. We can look at any time frame, any instrument. The reason why it works is because it's based on simple, well-known universal charting principles of find a trend and enter in the direction of the trend. That's it. From then on, it's all about risk management, money management, and managing your emotions. Bobby, I don't know if you want to, if there aren't any other questions, I don't know if I can hand it back to you.
Yeah.
And if you want to mention anything about a special for the summit.
Yeah, fantastic. I prepared a couple of slides for it. So yeah, I'd be happy to kind of take over here. So I'll go ahead and make myself the presenter here. We will go ahead and show my screen. Let's see here. All right. Yeah, so I know Colin kind of touched on all this, but just to kind of do a real quick recap for everybody, with the Paragon Trading Toolkit that we put together with Colin, it does include 6 explorations. Those are the scans that allow you to scan for all the different criteria. It has 6 expert advisors that are going to put the markings on the chart for you so you can see the buy and sell indicators. You can also apply the expert commentary that we put a lot of time into, where Colin's going to kind of give you advice on those trades just right in there on your chart for you. There's templates for all of these different systems that are included as well as the system test. So you can back test and you can put in your own account size and some of your own risk parameters and see exactly how these systems would have traded historically based on your account size and risk limits and things of that nature. And then he honestly has a fantastic course. I know he kind of touched on that a bit, but it's a really in-depth course. We kind of kicked off these trainings that we wanted to start doing more here at Metastock, and Colin was one of the first ones to really put together an excellent course. So we're thankful for that, and I think you guys would get a lot of value out of it as well. So the normal retail price on this toolkit inside of Metastock is $6.99, but we want to offer everyone kind of a summit special while we're doing this. So if you're watching the video right now or this week, we're going to go ahead and allow you to get a $100 discount on that. So just a one-time $5.99 charge. You'll get the full add-on. If you need a trial of Metastock, if you don't have Metastock already, we can give you that too. And you do get a 30-day money-back guarantee with this too, because we do back our systems. And if you guys are interested in taking advantage of that, you can go to metastock.com/sales chat. We're happy to answer any of your questions about the particular systems. If you want us to look at a few more charts with this strategy or something, we might be able to do that for you too. Just go ahead and ask in the chat room. We also have a web page put together where Colin's done presentation, where we have another presentation from him, as well as some more details on the add-on and kind of how it all works. And you can find that at metastock.com/C-Abrams-A. So that's all kind of on your screen here, and that'll let you take advantage of that discounted offer. Now, if you wanted to get the full Euro Summit's Trader Pack, we're actually taking all the different strategies that you've seen throughout the day so far, and that was the fourth one there. And we're slashing the price so that you guys are saving well over 50%, where you can get the Paragon Trading Toolkit, the Sublime Trading's Market Advantage Toolkit that Zaheer demoed at the start of today. You also have the Power Bundle 360 and Super Signals that comes from tradingindicators.com, and Daniel Sinnig presented on that earlier. I mean, you have over $2,000 in value here on the 360 Super Signals and Trend Radar. You have another $600 in value on the Market Advantage Toolkit. You know, it's a $700 value on this Paragon Trading Toolkit that they just went through. And then we also had Tim presenting just before this on his Elasticity Toolkit, and that's another $700 in value. Then another $300 in value on this Learn Meta stock. So it just keeps going up and up and up, and you know, put all of those together with Metastock, and you're reaching over $5,000 on the total here, because we also have the Unleash the Power of Metastock in there as well. Yeah, this deal is not something that we can always offer. It is an extremely limited time offer, because we generally don't like to reduce the price by this much. It's not something that you're going to see very often, but because we wanted everyone to be able to kind of experience everything and be able to combine these tools to really create your own systems in Metastock that work perfectly for you, that's why we're giving out this bundle right now for just $19.94, and you can get that at metastock.com/Eurodeal. Or once again, we have a team here ready to answer your questions about it, or kind of help get you set up at metastock.com/sales chat, and they can help you out with that and answer any other questions you might have about any of these services. All right, and with that kind of out of the way, we have another speaker here. This is Zdenko's first time presenting with me, at least. I'm not sure if he's done presentations with us in the past, but I know he has his ABCD wave theory that he utilizes. We get a chance to catch up pretty much every month or every couple of weeks, where we're kind of talking and reviewing some things together. So I'm really excited to have him here with us today, and really looking forward to what he's going to present with us. Hey, are you in the room with me? Zdenko?
Hi, Bobby. I'm here.
Hi there. Fantastic. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and having chance to be here with you guys. There is lots of good traders here, and who is a long time in this kind of business, and so on. I'm very honored to be here, actually. Sorry.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, we are happy to have you, and I'm kind of excited to see what you put together to share with us today. I am up and presenting after you, and I'll also be here in the background the whole time. So if you have any questions or need help with anything, I'm happy to help. Or if you end up running a little bit long or a little bit short, that's okay too. I can kind of fill in the blanks in any case. But I'm going to go ahead and pass over the presentation tools to you. So
thank you very much. I don't know how to show my presentation. Oh, show my screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you should have just had a pop-up, and it's going to ask you to show a screen. If you have multiple screens, it'll let you select which one.
Yeah, I have multiple screens. Just a second. I'm a little. Where is my presentation right now? Okay, it's here. So, do you see my presentation?
I'm not seeing it, but I might not have it open. Let me take a look.
Bobby, I can see his presentation. I see the PowerPoint that says ABCD basic, or ABCD wave theory.
Fantastic. Oh, okay. I found
Okay.
it was on my other screen. So yeah.
Oh, okay. I have too many screens, and on all screens I have the same thing. Something is weird, but okay, I will some kind manage this situation, because I have also Metastock in, and I would like to show some of my charts after the presentation and so on. So I will need the help with this to transfer
I can see your mouse on the screen. So the screen where your mouse is, that's the screen that you're sharing.
Okay.
Yep. So that
Okay.
monitor is being shared.
Oh, okay. It's a. Let me do like this. Right now, you see the presentation.
Yeah, I see ABCD wave theory. It's in your PowerPoint, but it's not in presentation view.
How to put it in the presentation view? On my screen, I put it.
Oh yeah, so you can hit like view up at the top in the center.
Okay, view. Oh God.
Or there's a keyboard shortcut, but I'm not remembering it off the top of my head.
Let me do like this. I will transfer it.
Now we see your desktop.
My desktop, okay. How to change the screen? Okay, screen 1, 2, 3. Okay, like this.
Yes, we see it. It's in, yeah. I think you're all set now.
Okay, thank you very much. But now I have you on my
screen. I'll go ahead
screen.
and turn off my camera.
Great. Thank you very much. And sorry for this. I'm first time here, so okay.
Take it from here, and we're here to help if you need anything.
Okay, thank you one more time, and let's start. We have here a little disclaimer, like always. All the information made in presentation are generally provided to serve as an example only, without obligation, without specific recommendation for action. It does not constitute and cannot replace investment advice. So I don't want to read all of these, but it's a typical disclaimer. Before we start, no profession requires more hard work, intelligence, patience, and mental discipline than successful speculation. It's said by Robert Rea. A little about me. Today, all the guys that been presented their presentation, almost all are, let me say, longer-term investors or medium-term investors, and their strategy based on the longer time period. So my strategies are based on daily strategies, and I'm actually daily trader. I'm trading with the currency pairs gold and silver, and I'm doing this with leverage. I'm also a money manager. I'm doing copy trading for my clients. Results for January 2024 plus 5.89%. I had this month 170 trades, 98 profit, 72 loss. I'm lecturer and mentor and business owner of abcdtrading.com webpage. I'm also lecturer for technical analysis on Zagreb Stock Exchange Academy for more than 10 years. Last year, we established SEMT. It's a South and Eastern Europe Market Technician Association. And also, I'm the member of executive board. After I have here in Croatia, Croatian Technical Analysis Association, I found with some guys from the region, and we decided to establish a regional technical analysis association, which is live from the last year. Last year in September, we had a big conference in Skopje, and lots of good technical analysts were there. Trevor Neal, David Linton, Edith Topvik, and so on. And also I'm doing with Metastock for more than 10 years, maybe actually 14 years now. And I'm trying to show in Croatia what are the possibilities of Metastock platform. And I'm using it for a long time. Today's session, we will cover basic wave formation, ABCD price movement. It's for me, it's a trading alphabet. I'm trading almost 20 years. I had always few questions when I started to trade. When to put stop loss and at what price, or when to enter into the trade, when to put stop loss, and how to manage my take profit. What is the place where I need to get out from this actually trade? It's easy when you are doing for, let me say, for medium term or position trading, and you enter the trade and you are just hold it, the position. On intraday trading, it's a much different situation. So every day you need to find some kind of situation or on the chart where you will enter into the trade. So you need to find this good situation for enter into the trade, put stop loss, managing your risk, and close the trade with the profit or with the stop loss. What is the easiest way to identify point C? What is stop loss and take profit strategy into ABCD wave strategy? Additional technical tools which I'm using in trading session. It's 10 simple moving average, 10 period simple moving average, and 20 period simple moving average, and also RSI. Also, would like to show you lower time frame versus higher time frame, how it's in the combination, how I using in this combination. I would like to show you some trading strategy based on the ABCD wave pattern, and also some trading tips which I learned during this 20 years. ABCD wave strategy, why you should try to use it. It doesn't matter what kind of investor trader you are, scalper, position trader, or long-term investor. Doesn't matter what time frame are you using in your trading. Doesn't matter what kind of asset classes are you trading. Doesn't matter how much trading experience do you have. So this simple ABCD wave strategy is really simple. It's actually, it's based on just on trend strategies, like all our today's strategies, actually based on some kind of trend which we are looking for. So it's very, very simple. ABCD, basic price movement concept. How it looks like. I can show you on the chart Russell 2000. We have here top, price make top. We have here from the point A to the point B. This is some price movement below, first below 10 simple moving average, and then after first below 10, and then after 20 simple moving average, they crossing, and they gave us some sell signal. But this is our first impulse wave in the direction of the trend. When the price get to the point B, we have here corrective move from point B to point C, and we have here price movement above 10 period simple moving average, and after that 20, another crossing, and we have here point C. After the price came to point C, please look at this. The price moved below, again, below 10 simple moving average, and also below 20 period simple moving average. And we get another signal for entering into the position, for short position. So basically, the price is tending to move in the previous direction. So we have AB move, corrective move to the point C, and after we get the point C, the price movement is to point D. This AB move is the same as CD. And look here, the price moved exactly to this place. So we get from the point C, we can measure how further can price go, and it goes directly to the point D. As long as the price is below this first 10 simple moving average and 20 simple moving average, we are inside of this trade. But actually, as soon as I get the price in point D, I'm exit of the trade. So we are waiting to price move inside this. We have lower low, return back, price move to lower low. It's minimum on the chart. And what we have here, after the price came to the minimum, and we have returned back about the 10 simple moving average, and again to about the 20 SMA, and we have another impulse wave to this trend line. The price moved, the price rejected of this trend line and returned back to the 20 simple moving average. It will be our new point C. And what happened? If we take a Fibonacci retracement tool, we can put from here to here and measure this corrective move. And we can measure it's around 50% or a maximum 61.8%. And what happened here? The price couldn't make lower low below this point A. We can expect to move in this direction of the move AB. And exactly price moved to this point D. As you can see, it's a basic pattern. The price moves in those, and it's repeating, how to say, it goes up AB, CD, AB, CD, and again. Every time we have, when the price make this corrective move, we have opportunity to for our trade setup. So basically, we are trading every time we are trying to trading point C, and we need to put protective stop loss somewhere above or below this point C. So on the chart, usually you can see a lot of these trading opportunities. And the most important thing in this simple strategy is that you have defined exactly where the price needs to be. It needs to be in point D at some time, as long as the price is above or below point C, as long as we have this point C not interrupted, how to say. Please, Bobby, if I'm not clear, just help me to explain.
You're
okay. Good. Basic price movement concept. There is a price pattern which can be related with basic wave pattern. Actually, I tried with a lot of different strategies. I tried also with Elliott wave theory, and as you know, it's trend-based price movement. We can trade it in 3 times during the trend cycle, wave 3, wave 5, C wave, and so on. So if you are trying to use it in intraday strategies, it's quite complicated. It's very, very tough to do it on the daily basis. If you are a position trader, swing trader, and something like that, you can use it maybe in easier way. But for me, as a day trader, it's very complicated to use it. And what else I noticed when I try to use Elliott wave, I see actually the same thing like ABCD. If you have move one wave, first wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, it moves like an ABCD. But the third wave, it can be much longer than in this strategy ABCD. In the ABCD strategy, A, B move are the same, has the same length like CD. In Elliott wave strategy, this third move is much longer. It can be the same, but usually it's the longest wave in the trend cycle. So you can just take this 1-1, and that's all. You don't need to wait 1.61 or 2.62 in this move up or down. We have also Gartley price pattern. It's a trend-based price movement. We can trade it only once in point D. This trade is in opposite from the main direction. And I'm not familiar with that, because if you are trying to trade in point D against the main trend, you will get hurt at the market much more time than you will be right, because in that case it's to trade point D, but in the opposite direction. And what we have here in ABCD, we are trading in point C to point D. We don't wait D to make trade against the main direction. So it's a correlated strategies and price pattern, but I'm doing this in a completely different way. ABCD price pattern, trend-based price pattern, we can use it for multiple trading strategies. We're looking for corrective move to point C, and trade is in the direction of the AB move. In common of all of these strategies, trend-based strategies, we can get precise entry-exit points. Price moves can be measured. It's most important for traders that we can measure our expectation, our trades, and so on. Especially we are daily trader. It looks like this. We have here bearish price movement, AB, corrective move to point C, and after that, we are looking for lower low. Bullish price movement, it goes like this, AB move, return back, corrective move to point C, and waiting for a new high. So Newton's third law of action reaction, we have here action, reaction, action, reaction, and repeating all the time. So what are the basic rules? Analysis to-do list, like I said. First of all, we need to determination of trend. We need to find, are we on bullish or bearish trend, or horizontal trend, or there is no trend for making any decision. So for this kind of trade, for this ABCD wave strategy, we need a trend. Also, what I'm looking at the chart, I'm looking these extreme prices, so lows and highs on the time on the time period that I'm looking for. Then we are trying to find impulsive wave AB. After we find impulsive wave AB, we need to take Fibonacci retracement tool, and we are taking it from point A to point B. After we put Fibonacci retracement tool, we are trying to identify possible point C. Usually it's at 61.8 or 78.6, but sometimes it can be 50% of the move, also 38.8, but almost never 23.6. I'm waiting for the corrective move of minimum 50% and more for making trade. So my recommendation is always to wait for better pullback and then enter into the trade. Also, we have to wait for an ending of the corrective wave. What does it mean? When the price move back in this corrective mode, or sometimes it stops and makes some base, and after that you enter into your trade, and few minutes later you have lower low or high, and your trade just make a stop loss and you lose that position. What are we waiting for? We're waiting for some confirmation after we have low price or high price. We need some candles who are making high price on lower low, and also waiting for moving back above or below 10 period simple moving average. It's my first signal to have a good entry point. What we are when we have this point C, we are copy length of the AB wave and paste it into the point C. And what we doing then, we'll put, of course, we put protective stop loss somewhere below point C. It depends about your appetite for risk or your strategies or and so on. But little below this point C. After copying this length, we get precise length of the possible impulse wave CD, our profit taking in point D. And it's much easier and to trading like this when you have objective price objective in some time some time period that you are looking for. We have here a chart GBP US dollar against US dollar. So what we have here? We have here move from A to B. This is our impulsive wave. And after that, we have this corrective move. This corrective move is exactly to 61.8. And we get this point C. It's our entry point. But we need to get some confirmation for the price. Return back above 10 period simple moving average or 20. But when you have a move like this at 68.8 percentage of previous move, you can enter without this kind of confirmation and put your protective stop loss somewhere at the 78.6% and waiting for the confirmation. And what we have here, it's a very good example. We have nice move to point B, and the price come to point B. After that, we have corrective move, but we don't have a lower low price. And after that, we have higher high. Again, higher low, higher high, higher low, and the price just hit the target in point D after some time. This is our point. This was our point C, and as long as the price is above this, the price is tending to hit the target in point D. And the price hit the target in point D, and what happened after that? The price just returned back almost to point C. So I never trade. I don't like to trade this point D. I am only trading the movement in the direction of the previous impulse wave. So we have here very clear and good example of the ABCD price movement. Sometimes it can be like this. We have hit from point C. We have trying to price descending to make this point D. But at this time, just make like this, and it can come to the point C and make stop loss for our strategy, but it can go to 78.6. And we just revise our strategy, put point C at this level, 78.6, and we are taking our position for new bullish trade setup. So this is easiest way to identify point C in this way. Is there any question? Okay.
Yep, there's actually someone asked, how can you trade ABCD harmonic pattern before it is completed?
I'm not sure that I understand this question because, like I said it before, Gartley pattern you can trade in point D, in the opposite of the main move. And we are here in ABCD wave strategy. We are trying to trade from the point C to the point D. We are trying to trade trend, not against the trend. So my strategy, this ABCD, is based on the tending the price to make the move in the main direction. If we have here AB move, my opinion is that this move, the new move will be the stronger move will be in this direction and then this in opposite direction. I don't know whether am I really clear, because like I said it before, If you trade it like Gartley, you will trade it in the opposite direction. I can show you in the in my presentation how it goes, and I'm sure it's much better. You can use it much better and clearer and with high efficiency and with more easy and so on, because sometimes there is no reaction in point D. It can just go like this. And what then? You enter into the trade here and the price just start to move up. Because if you try connect with the, let me say, Elliott wave theory, this move can be third wave, and it can goes much more further. Why he needs to react here? There is no possibility. But in my strategy, almost as long as the price is above the point C, it will come here. I can show you situation on the chart. Can you see my chart or?
Yep, we see you're in Metastock.
Great,
now.
Great. I will show you one great chart. Please look at this chart. It's dollar against Canadian dollar. And this is 90-70 years. It's almost 50 years before. 50, 54. Okay, let's see this situation. From this point to this point, this is AB. And we had here corrective move. For this impulse wave, we need to complete almost 10 years. For this corrective move, we need to wait for 6 years. And another impulse wave from 1992 to 2002. It lasts 10 years. So please look at this. 10 years, AB, returned back, corrective move, and the same length. For this completing of this price pattern ABCD needed 26 years. We have here example of 26 years ABCD wave pattern. So the price, in my opinion, when we have impulse wave defined, and we have corrective move, and we have defined point C, the price is always tending to make higher high or lower low. It depends on which side you are looking at. But as long as is the price above or below point C, its tendency is to make higher high or lower low exactly for this same length. I can show you a lot of examples in the history and in my daily trading and scalping and so on, so on. We have always opportunity to make this ABCD move. Always. We can continue with the presentation. I will show you after much more examples. So we need some additional technical tools for confirmation. So most difficult in trading is to find the reliable point C, as you know, because sometimes it can show us and give us signal on the 50% of this previous move, or 61.8, and it can come to 78.6. We are not sure, as long as we don't get confirmation that we have really point C. For the confirmation, we can use 2 lines, like I said, 10 period SMA and 20 period SMA. First confirmation, moving price about 10, simple moving average. It's my first entry point signal. A second confirmation is moving price about 20, simple moving average, my second entry point signal. I don't, this second entry point signal is not to make another trade. It's just for confirmation, that I have good signal for the entry point. But we can add or on breakout of the previous high or the previous low. It's something else. Crossing 10 and 20 simple moving average line, we get super confirmation. In trading, timing is everything. So with this additional technical tools, we have power in our decision making, that we that make the best trades at the best time. And if you are a day trader, it's not simple to make a good daily trade, because sometimes I can open trade and wait, nothing happened, and I just need to close it if I don't have any momentum in this trade, and I need to wait to get some momentum, and after I get some momentum, I can trade it again, or just go away and look for another chart to find some other situation for trading. And in daily trading, if you don't have any momentum, it's better to close the position and than to wait to have something happen. Lower time frame versus higher time frame. ABCD strategy on higher time frame has advanced in order to lower time frame in analyzing and decision making. As I already told you, as long as we have a valid point C, price has tendency to achieve target in point D. I'm using this strategy for long time right now, and it's improved strategy. And believe me, my trading is changed from the perspective that I all the time try to find some holy grail and something which will give me consistency and more profitability. I found it everything in this strategy. If we have those 2 important informations, we have actually defined future trend tendency. On higher time frame, we can use ABCD strategy for position and swing trading. ABCD strategy on lower time frame can be used in the day trading and scalping. We have to be ready for faster trading reactions and possible strategy adjustments. Like I said, my trades are fast. I'm trying, when I get this confirmation, I am entering into the trade. When there is no momentum after 3 candles at 5 minutes, I am just closing my position and waiting for another move. In my strategies, if I don't get signal in maybe 15 minutes after my position opening, I'm out of the position because there is no momentum and I don't want to wait for stop loss. If there is no momentum, sometimes it can go in the opposite side, and it's high probability that my trade will hit the stop loss. So it's better get out and wait for another trade, for another entry point. I show you this moment. ABCD wave pattern, US dollar, Canadian dollar. It's 26 years for completing this ABCD wave pattern. And also, we have this reaction in point D. So the trade, you could trade this in point D if you like, discardly. You could trade, but not for me. My usually trading day, I can explain you in very easy. I'm usually trading gold, spot price, XAU, USD, and we have here today's situation. So what I'm looking at the chart, I'm looking minimum price, it's and maximum. Minimum, after price hit this 2010, I'm looking for the move up. I'm looking for this AB move. This is AB move. I found it. This is AB. And what then? If I have AB move, I'm looking for point C. From AB, from A to B, I'm taking this Fibo retracement tool and I put it. Please look at this level. It's a 61.8. What happened? Reaction in point C, exactly. And what was the price target? The price target was in point D. And what the price done? From the point C, hit exactly point D at this price level. And we had here price reaction to the first moving average, second moving average, and I missed this trade from here because it happened in almost in the night, and I started to trade at this point somewhere, but it was too late for me. I waited for the price to make higher high and to return back to the 20 period simple moving average, and it takes what the price did. Return back here and make another higher high. I trade this price action, and when it you could trade it only to this point. I waited for higher high, but I didn't put. I just closed it here when the price hit here. Achieved this price level, I closed the position. And what happened after some time? After some time, the price retraced back to this trend line, and again up. Trading gold is very difficult in for the intraday strategy. Sometimes it can go fast up and down, and you get the signal, and if you're not reacting properly, you can lose a lot of money, especially if you are a leverage trader. Is there any question here? What was the trade? Daily trend, bullish, long setup after corrected move to 20 simple moving average to blue line. Size of trade 1 lot. I bought it on 2025.98. My stop loss was to 23. Took profit 2.32, 0.45. Risk reward ratio is like this. And duration of trade 2 hours and 45 minutes. Simple as that. Any questions?
Somebody wanted to know about your RSI inputs and your kind of reasoning and usage of them.
RSI. I'm using it just for to see these extremes. The price showing me here extreme and here extreme below 30 and above 70, overbought and oversold area. So it's very important for our trading, for daily traders, to know where is the extreme prices. I'm using in combination.
Okay, sorry. He said that the RSI settings are different on various slides and wants to know why.
It's not. It's always the same. I'm using 14 RSI, but this is different chart, different time frames, different.
I think perhaps the scale is different. Like on this one, it's showing
yes,
7 on scale.
Yeah,
but the
yeah.
value is still the same.
Yeah, the RSI values need to be the same.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. Thank you. We'll see on the live charts after I'm soon finished with the presentation. ABCD wave strategy summary. It allows us to trade more frequently with more consistency and with higher efficiency rate. Holy grail lies down in point C. If we define point C, you will always have point D, possible price target in your protective stop loss. So please remember this. As long as you have point C, you have the price target in point D. It's always like that. If your trade is more than 60% time negative, you need to find better level and timing. Like I said, if I don't have momentum when I open position and I enter into the trade, if I don't have very quick positive reaction in my opening, I'm just closing the trade and waiting for another opportunity. And learn and trade ABCD wave strategy. Time for questions.
I'm not seeing additional questions, but yeah, I mean, if anyone has other questions or wants to look at anything, please put it in the chat, YouTube, or go to webinar.
It's no problem because I will show you some live charts after the presentation, so still open for the questions. And ABCD trading special offer. You can join for free to my Telegram group. We are chatting there. We are giving every day. I'm put some my trades and my advices, my charts and so on. So if you are if you want to join to my Telegram group, just I don't know how it's communication going, Bobby. It's I'm giving you the presentation and the people are coming to my group or don't have experience.
With how you share your Telegram group, or?
Yeah. How do I share this?
Is that the offer that you had for the registration?
Yes. It's actually it's the offer.
Yeah. So when anyone registered for the event, you guys had the opportunity to sign up for some free offers down at the bottom. You can actually still go back and sign up for them. It's metastock.com /Euro-Summit. And if you signed up for the offer there, we're going to be forwarding all those signups to the speakers or to those that are presenting the offers so that they can fulfill them. So as long as the users did that, then within a couple of days here, you'll be able to email them their links.
Mm-hmm. I already have someone in the Telegram group, so great. I already joined someone to my Telegram group. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Also, I can offer to all attendees discount prices for ABCD Wave Strategy Mentoring Program. If you like, I can give you package 10 hours for discount 20% and package 20 hours 30% for the mentoring program. We are doing one-on-one and every day based on the ABCD Wave strategy, also with combination with some other things. Originally price is 300 euros per for the first package, and the second package is original price 600 euros, and the new price with this discount are 240 euros and 480 euro. So it's a mistake here. It's not it's 420 euros. Sorry, second one. This is a mistake. Sorry. Okay. Thank you for your attention. This is my contacts. If you like to get in touch with me and know more about the ABCD Wave strategy, I'm at your disposal. So, and look forward to hear from you soon. Let's go. Also, Bobby, I will send you this presentation. If you will send from other presenters to attendees, it's no problem.
Okay, great. And are you by chance able to share your Telegram link like into the chat for everyone?
Okay, how to do that? Sorry.
Yeah, so if you copy it and then I don't have that direct link, but I told people how to get it by registering on our website, but
okay. I will put after I finish my presentation, I will put this link into the chat. It's no problem.
Okay, sounds great.
It will be solved. So let's go on some charts to see how it works in the real time. Is there anyone who wants to see some chart? And I can explain everything. I have here currency pair euro against Australian dollar. So I'm doing it like this. We have here the peak. After the price make this peak, the highest price, we have what? We have move down. And what happened? And I'm doing like this. I have impulse wave downside. Put it here. What we get here? AB, move to point C, little above 61.8. Trying, we have here big engulfing candle and price tending to make lower low, but returning back, but didn't make high. And what happened? New move, we have lower low, and almost the price came to the point D. We can just click it like this. What we have here, AB move down, bearish movement, corrective move, and the price came where? To the point D, exactly. We have here move up, our point C here. The price came where? To the point D, again, and again, and again. We have on the chart, we have all the time opportunity with ABCD wave strategy for good trading combination. Believe me, it's unbelievable. It's a game changer in your trading. This is euro against Australian dollar. It's actually daily chart. We can put it on lower time frame. We can put it on the maybe 30 minutes. What we have here, we have move here. What we have here, how it's possible. Please look at this. Where the price touch? Exactly point D is the same at this point here. So let's try to see about this corrective move. We have corrective move from here to here. It's 61.8. What we have here, very nice trade. So today, just look at like this. Probably we have here this impulse wave, bearish impulse wave. After that, we have this corrective move. And let me say, from Croatia, I could trade this from the morning. I usually start to trade around 7 to 8 o'clock, reading charts and everything else. From I could take this move. But also, every day I'm preparing my charts. I'm trying to prepare all my charts day before. So you can always recognize some good opportunity for entering into this into the trade. Do you want to see some kind of stock or maybe some other things, crude oil, silver? I can explain you through the ABCD wave theory, everything, anything. I have here maybe this stock. This is MD. You all heard for this stock. Daily chart, and please look this. Move up. Corrective move, move in the price direction. Again. Again. How many trades could you have here? And again. Okay, I have here. But look at this. This is big AB. And this is corrective move. I'm putting like this. Corrective move was on 50% of Fibo corrective move. So first time, and please look at this situation. After price broke this trend line and started to move, we thought it's a new impulse wave. And what happened with the price? The price just moved down and made lower low according to this price. So we have here lower low. And when we are copying this length, we'll put it here, not here, because this is our point C. And please look. As long as the price is above point C, it's tending to make point D. And what happened with the AMD? Bam. Target was 170. What a beautiful trade. I'm not trading stocks, but it can help you a lot in making decision. Also, in this corrective move, you could trade. I call it mini ABCD in this corrective move. But I'm not using it for trade. I'm just trying to identify how much price will go down. And in this case, we have here AB. This was the corrective move. And please look at this. Point D is here. Almost. I missed for maybe $4 on that big move. It's almost nothing. Do you have any question?
So I don't see a lot of questions, but you have actually had a lot of requests for different charts to look at, a lot of them. And so,
so
if you look at some of them just quickly.
Okay, please.
So, yeah, someone wants to look at GBP to USD. So the sterling
GBP to USD, okay. I think that I have it here. GBP USD, okay. It's a little bit slow, but
okay, I think you can just type GBP equals. Yeah.
Okay, and here we are. Okay, longer time frame, high time frame, or smaller time frame, as you wish. But I can start from the longer perspective. If we look at the chart from last 10 years, what we have here, we have bearish trend like this. Okay, like this. So we have low, lower low, and one more, but we have pullback here. It's a significant situation. So what can we expect after this? We have here impulse wave here, and my opinion right now for the price is to make like this. This corrective move. Oh. Like this, because we can see here that the price just make rejection from the 61.8. So we have a nice move down, and this retraced was for the open new short position. And in my opinion, I'm waiting for lower low here at 1.14, and to move GBP below 1.20. So this is possible target. As long as the price is below this point, as long as the price is below 27.44, 27.50, price is tending to make lower low to this 1.14. And after that, we can look like this. And also we can see at what the price level we can expect here. Please look at this. 61.8. If the price make this mini ABCD pattern to this to this movement, to this level, it will be 61.8 of previous bullish move. So very nice level for long position. For now, I'm short on GBP and long on US dollars against euro, against Japanese yen, against Swiss franc, and everything else. So I'm short on the gold, long on US dollar. Is there any other question?
Yeah, so I don't think we'll really have time to do all of these, but I guess just some unique ones. I mean, what about Bitcoin? Can you do Bitcoin?
Of course. Just a second. It's so slow. I have a problem. Doesn't do nothing.
Yeah, sometimes when you're broadcasting, everything just takes a little bit longer to load.
No, I put something, and everything just died in this search. maybe I have here some other thing. I have here maybe Ripple to show attendees because I can't open this BTC. It's quite an interesting chart also. I traded a lot. Let me start from this side. We can do it like this. If we put here, move up, we have very nice move, ABCD. We have inside this price movement, a lot of ABCD here also. How to predict some trend changes. If you don't have higher high at the bullish trend, you have lower highs. It's high probability the trend will reverse in ABCD wave pattern. It doesn't mean that overall trend will change, but it will make a move like this, ABCD. So you have here impulse wave up, return back, and also you can't, the price couldn't make new higher high, and if the price could make higher high, tends to make lower low. Always goes in that way. We have here, we could have here big AB, and what we have here, it can go like this. This is the point C right now. As long as the price is above this level, 0.45, we have very good opportunity to make long position, because look at this. What is the risk? And please look at the reward possible. So you can make trade here, stop loss little below this, and this is all possible profit. So for me, the price is tending to make higher high above this level, and this higher high price will came here, 1.07625. This is, for me, medium-term target on the Ripple. Is there any other question?
I think that wraps it up pretty well. Yeah, I don't see any other specific questions.
Okay, Bobby, I could show you next 2 hours all the charts and all different time frames and so on. So I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank you for the opportunity that you gave to me, and I'm looking forward to see you soon in this situation.
Yeah, fantastic. So, we were happy to have you.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Thank you very much to your colleagues over there, Jeff, Kelly, and all team. You're great guys, doing a great job, and I'm with you, so you can count on me.
Great, yeah, and we'll definitely have you on more in the future. You know, it looks like a lot of people were really interested in what you had to show, and they really like the ABCD trading theory that you have. And so we have shared with everyone, yeah, you can go to abcdtrading.com to learn more about his systems. And of course, you know, if you wanted to get access to his Telegram and other things, you can also select that offer on our registration page for today's event. And we have some other free offers there as well. It's just metastock.com/Euro-Summit. And I'll go ahead and take over as presenter here. Go ahead and
thank you. Good luck, Bobby.
Yeah, thank you so much. Once again, have a great rest of your night. And yeah, it looks like we have several thank yous coming in from other people too and saying great presentation.
Thank you, thank you.
Of course. All right, guys. Just gonna jump back into things here. Yeah, it looks like we have about 40 minutes left for the standard kind of time we set aside for today. So I think I can probably fit my presentation into that. A lot of what I actually kind of wanted to show you guys today has already been shown by a lot of the previous speakers. I was just planning on doing kind of a basic demonstration, showing you guys some of the tools and things available in Metastock. And we've honestly, covered a lot of them, but not really too much in depth, or not really showed you too much how to use it, just showing you how some of these other strategies use the tools. So I'm still going to kind of stick to it and show you guys, kind of the beauty inside of Metastock, how it can make it really easy to help you identify your trades and things of that nature. To just go into a little bit more about who I am, I'm Bobby Hiller. I work as our international business development representative here with Metastock. Basically what that means is I'm lucky enough to be able to partner with all of the Metastock partners. So I get to work with everyone across the globe that has, either systems inside of Metastock that they offer to their students, or maybe they're a dealer or a reseller. But the beautiful thing about it is that it allows me to see so many different unique ways of, trading the market and doing technical analysis and learning fundamentals and things of that nature. I'll also start off by saying, I'm by no means a professional trader myself. I've been working here at Metastock for, it'll be 8 years later this year. So for quite some time now, not as long as some of our other 30-year plus veterans here, but I've been here for a while. I've been interested in the market since before I started working here. And, so what I'm just hoping that I can do today is maybe share some of the tips and tools and tricks that I've learned over the many years to be successful in my own trading that I think you guys could also, maybe benefit from. And this is all using, Metastock just to make it easier to do these different tasks, as you'll see. And if you guys have any questions about the entire day's presentation, we do have a sales team available at metastock.com/sales chat, or you can send me a direct email. My email's on the screen right there, bobby.hiller@metastock.com. If you want any information from any of the previous speakers, I'm in constant communication with all of them. So you can relay things through me or anything of that nature. I'm happy to help in that regard as well. If you respond to the GoToWebinar meeting emails from this event, it should go into my inbox too, but that's me. All right. Before I get kind of too far into things, I should also, as I stated, I'm not a professional trader, but just to quickly go through our disclaimer here. This demonstration, it's designed to instruct you on using Metastock and the accompanying software plugins. It's not a recommendation to buy or sell, but rather just guidelines to interpreting and using the specific indicators and features within the software. The information, software, and techniques presented today should only be used by investors who are aware of the risk inherent in trading. Metastock shall have no liability for any investment decisions based on the use of the software, any trading strategies or information provided in connection with the company. And Metastock does not endorse the purchase of any security, nor is it paid for the promotion of any security. No information contained in this presentation should be construed as investment advice or a solicitation to buy any security. And basically, what that means is just be smart out there. We're not telling you guys exactly what to do. We're just trying to help share some tools with you that might, help you. If you guys want to know a little bit more about Metastock, I know a big majority of you are already Metastock users, but maybe some of you aren't. Well, just to give you a little bit of heritage background, Metastock was initially founded in 1982. So we've been in business, for over 40 years now doing technical analysis software. A lot of people weren't even very familiar with computers back then. And we were kind of helping to pioneer the analysis software space. We were purchased by Reuters back in 1995. And we released our first real-time data feed based on the Reuters technology for Metastock in 2005. And then we released Metastock's Zenith in 2012. That's kind of like our real-time intraday data feed. It also has news and fundamentals. And I'm actually going to be using that later on in the presentation to show you guys some ways to really get a lot of in-depth information about companies that you might not have seen elsewhere and that can really kind of help influence some of your decisions in trading. We divested from Thomson Reuters back in 2013, so it's been just over a decade now where we kind of purchased ourselves back from Reuters, so they no longer own us. However, you might note that we are still partnered with them for data. They've gone through several name changes. It was recently Refinitiv, and now they're owned by the London Stock Exchange, so the LSEG group. But it's still, basically the Reuters news and data that everyone's come to know and is one of the world's most trusted data feeds in the world. And that's where our data supply comes from. And, I'm not just tooting the Metastock horn all by myself over here. We have actually been rated as the #1 analysis software for over 30 years in a row, according to Stocks and Commodities Magazine viewers. And we've been #1 for over 10 years in the Metastock real-time price category, which is $500 and above. And if you noted, we just came out with that just over 10 years ago. So that really speaks a lot in itself right there. So today's presentation, what am I going to try to cover? So we're going to go through how you might be able to find securities to trade and how to save time doing that. A huge question, obviously, when should I get into and out of a trade? How do you know? Where I'm going to show you how you can easily input some systems into our platform and it'll tell you how, and you won't have to learn how to read complex formulas or create anything like that. We'll show you how our software can take a really complex formula and turn it into something simple for you to follow. Also, what systems should you use to trade? I mean, these are all really big questions, and we'll show you a really easy way to kind of do some of these things. How do I test my system before I get into a trade? And how can I learn more about a company before I trade, their securities? So lots of really big questions there, but we're going to kind of just simplify this using the power of Metastock here. And I'm going to show you guys how to actually make all of that quite simple. So let's go ahead and take a quick peek at Metastock here. I don't want to spend most of my time in the software. It's been great that so many of our speakers today, I thought I already had it open. Maybe I'm opening another instance. Here we go. It is already open. But yeah, it's been great. So many of our speakers today have already gone inside of Metastock. They've already showed you guys a lot of the tools that I'm hoping to show you today. But I just kind of want to take it back down to the basic, to the grassroots, and kind of just show a real simple workflow inside of Metastock. But something to keep in mind this whole time is pretty much every single speaker today has their own unique trading systems that have proven to work very successfully that can utilize these tools that I'm about to show you guys. And if maybe it seemed a little bit intimidating before, well, like how are they pulling that up? How do they know to look at that security, et cetera? Those are the questions I'm here to kind of help answer for you today. All right, so, let's start off easy. Let's just open up a chart with a clean kind of template here and look at a Metastock chart. Because most of the charts you've been looking at today had a bunch of indicators and things on them. Here's just a real basic chart. And now you might say, hey, I can get that anywhere. What's so great about Metastock? Okay, so far I agree with you. This is nothing special yet, but I'm hopefully going to show you guys why Metastock really is an advantage to use over many of the other platforms out there. Like, and two, I know starting off, this isn't anything huge, but of course, if you want a different price style, if you're not If you're not a big fan of bar charts or anything of that nature, like we can come in here and we can apply candlesticks. If you like to have, a lot of color or things, I can actually, I'm gonna restore the defaults here. We can also change things. So if I want to have up color filled a certain way, I can do that. If I want a downward candle to be filled a certain way, I can do that. I can change the opacity within that. So we have tons of different pricing styles to choose from. And then everything you'll notice inside of Metastock is very customizable. You can really change the parameters on things. You can change the colors. You can kind of design it however you like. And there's also real easy ways to kind of play through it too. Like we can come in and just apply our own kind of themes here, and then you can really start to kind of pretty up the charts. Not that pretty really matters so much, but why not look at a nice looking chart instead of something bland? So if you like these different types of styles, that's going to be made available to you. And I still know this isn't anything super spectacular, but that's what we're going to start to get into here. So this is maybe just the chart you're looking at. This is Ford Motor Co. Okay, well, how much information am I really pulling off of this so far? You know, maybe if I actually zoom out a little bit, I can start to understand trend a little bit better. So, okay, early 2023, it was in quite a sideways market. Then there was this huge up run here, and then it's come down. And now, you know, we're kind of been going downward, except in this last period, starting reverse still. I'm just kind of blurting out what I'm looking at on the screen. We're not seeing a ton of information here, but now Metastock can really start to shine by when you are using indicators with us. There's some really unique things that'll start to happen. So again, I'm just going to keep this basic. We've seen some more complex systems earlier today from some of our presenters. I'm going to be doing everything in basic terms, just so that you can kind of better understand what it is that I'm doing and the workflow of the software. But I hope that you can understand, even if I'm using a real simple indicator and showing you how Metastock can make it simpler, Metastock can also take really complex indicators and systems and make them just as simple. So something to keep in mind throughout the presentation. But I want to go ahead and show you guys what a MACD looks like. And if you're not familiar with the MACD, that's the moving average convergence divergence. And I'm going to apply it to the screen here. And I don't have a ton of time today, so this is one of the most popular indicators. You can look it up. It's kind of based on momentum, and what you're looking for is crossovers of the signal line to generate kind of buy and sell signals. At least that's one of the most popular ways to use it. You can also use it to identify like overbought and oversold conditions and some other things of that nature. But again, to kind of just get the point across, I want to show you guys how we can take something simple like this or something complex and simplify it further inside of Metastock. So with the MACD, this has been applied in its own window below my chart. And basically what it's telling me is when I have these crossovers, excuse me, on the signal line, that's when it would be generating either a buy or a sell with these crossovers here. And now, so that's something you could have applied to your chart along with, you know, other indicators. You can start to make it prettier. Maybe you want to have volume on here too or something, just to show you guys, you know, how easy it is to apply indicators. You can click them, drag and drop. It'll know if it should go into its own window or over onto the top. But I guess, yeah, to continue on with these crossovers. Now, one area where I think Metastock really, really shines, and what you're not going to find in other platforms, is we have our in-house expert advisor to help you out all along the way. So if you didn't really understand the MACD, actually, one thing you can do is use that expert advisor. So there's a couple of ways of bringing it up. If you hover over the man with a hat here, which apparently you need a nice top hat to be an expert advisor, you can click that up. Click that to open it up and see a list of all the different expert advisors in Metastock. Now, just keeping with the example here, we're going to go with the MACD by Metastock, and I'm going to attach this, and it's going to do a few things for me. So I'm going to hit attach, and then I'm going to hit close. You know what, let's actually close out this volume. Oops, I did not mean to double click that. Let's go ahead and close out the, oh, actually I didn't want to close out the old MACD. Sorry, this is all my mistakes here. And that is the MACD histogram. So just so that we can keep comparing, I didn't want to close the initial MACD indicator yet. So again, when you see that crossover on the lines, I told you before that that's generating like a buy or a sell signal on the MACD. Well, what the expert advisor has done up at the top, I'm going to go ahead and just click this drawing arrow here so you can see what I'm talking about a little bit more. So right here, you can see this has generated a MACD sell signal, and it literally put a red arrow onto my chart. Oops, not right there. Right there. It literally put the arrow on my chart and it says MACD sell signal. I mean, you can't really mess that one up. It's pretty easy to follow along with. I'm sure you would all agree there. And so that's telling me when you have this cross here, that's when you're getting the sell signal here. And then same thing, if I drag this over to the others, like when I have a buy signal right here, that's right when we have the cross up of the indicator down below, and kind of so on and so forth. With that, you'll see that all of these match up. But it's also done a few other things. So now that you know that, when you have a crossover and that's showing you a buy signal or a sell signal, that also means that if it's above the signal line, that you're in a bullish period. If you're in the buying period, you're in the bullish period. And to make this even easier to see on a chart, and so you don't get mixed up, maybe you forget, oh, which one was the signal line, which one is the moving average, etc. By applying the expert advisor, it's put this ribbon down here at the bottom. So all I have to see is, okay, well, if it's green, it's in a bullish zone. It's in the MACD buy zone. If it's red, it's in a bearish. So that's in the sell zone here. And now it's also done some other things too. You'll notice up on my chart that there's also these sections of blue in here. And so what this can help you to identify is like overbought and oversold conditions that are also happening with the MACD here. And you'll see that when these levels get far off of the zero line, you're going to run into some of these like overbought and oversold type conditions. And it just makes it so much, I can't point at my monitor. I have to use the mouse. So it helps you identify where there's these certain conditions happening. But it gets even simpler than this, guys. So maybe that's starting to become a lot to remember, and you don't want to have to remember all of that. The expert advisor does more than just simplify these systems and tell you what's going on your chart. It also comes with expert commentary on most of them as well. So I've just right-clicked on the chart, and I'm going to go ahead and turn on this expert commentary here. And now I can see, all right, right here, this arrow on top lets me know that's the day I'm clicked on. So this is letting me know with the MACD by Metastock on for this chart I'm on. It's letting me know the current statistics, so the close or the current price, how much it's changed, what the MACD value is, what the signal line value is at. Currently, it's in a bear. The MACD is bearish since it's trading below its signal line. The MACD crossed below its signal line 17 periods ago. And since it crossed its signal line, the price has decreased 1.75%, and it has ranged from a high of 12.05 to a low of 10.825. So I'm getting so much information right here on this commentary on this specific day, even without having to know kind of what exactly this indicator means and all these things. And also it's really helpful knowing like, okay, this is how many periods ago it crossed, because sometimes it can be kind of difficult to count that out and see that that's 17 periods right there. So this commentary really is so helpful, and it can really kind of help guide you through these trades. Now, I can also just click these arrows up here, and it's going to change the day that it's on. So you'll see this is moving the day that it's on. And as I do that, you can see everything's changing inside of the commentary as well. Now, let's go ahead and move it on to something right here. So now I've moved it to where the MACD is currently bearish. It is starting trading below its signal line. So 0 periods ago, meaning today it's giving that price and kind of letting you know the range of today's bar. You can also see if I go into this blue section here, it's letting me know that this is bullish, but now it's also telling me additional information under this overbought and oversold list right here. So the MACD is in an overbought range. Prices may continue to move higher for some time, but you might want to wait for the prices to move lower before considering any short positions. So you're getting additional information here on your chart and in this commentary. And again, I chose the MACD as a simple system because it's kind of easy to see when those crossovers are, to see how it puts a signal up here. But you can also do this with really complex strategies that are maybe taking in mind multiple different indicators, multiple different time frames, which is what a lot of the trading systems you've seen earlier today are doing. They're utilizing a much larger list of criteria than just a MACD to provide you with a buy and sell signal. And then it's also giving you all of that information inside of this commentary. And so this is useful not only for beginners that are, brand new to trading, but also, for experts, because maybe, maybe you've been trading for 20, 30 plus years and you've been familiar with the MACD, but maybe you didn't even know that it could help you identify overbought and oversold conditions. And so it's going to give you that additional information here. It's also just going to make it so you can clean up your chart. I don't even have to have this MACD indicator on my chart anymore. So I'm getting more screen real estate now. Well, not if I make my commentary take up half the screen, but you're getting more screen real estate and you can identify things a lot faster on the chart. And just to give kind of an example, I'm going to cover over the expert advisors here and hit attach again, and you'll see there are hundreds of these inside of Metastock. So we have hundreds of them built in already, but then we also have several different trading systems and add-ons where we have, professional traders that have proven strategies they've perfected over the last X period, and we were able to work with them extensively to get their systems introduced to Metastock. And we've had a lot of these professional traders that were already making a ton of money that are now actually so happy because the hours they would spend a day looking through their charts and going through things has been reduced down, because now they can look at a chart and identify what's going on so much faster because we've formulated these advisors and things inside of Metastock. And I'm going to show you some of the other tools that are helping them save a lot of time too. I just wanted to show more examples in here. And I should state too, it's not just kind of limited to like expert advisors and as in trading strategies in this sense. You can also go in here and we have like an expert advisor for candlesticks. So if you like to trade candlesticks, you'll notice I applied candlesticks to my chart. I'm actually going to go ahead and change this. Maybe I'll even change the theme around. I'm not sure if black is the best theme, contrast, chrome here. I kind of like this one. I think it looks pretty clean. So now I have an expert advisor attached that's helping me identify candlesticks. And maybe you're a candlestick expert already. Great. Well, there's a lot of patterns out there though. And not just single day patterns, but you also have lots of multi-day patterns, and it can be hard to remember them all. Well, this expert advisor that just comes built in with Metastock, even if you're just on a trial or anything like that, it identifies the different candlestick patterns right on the screen for you and lets you know what they are. I can also go in here to this expert advisor and click into the expert advisor properties and come into the symbols. And here I can read what all the symbols are and kind of learn a little bit more about them, see what pops up. So we just have them all showing an arrow with their name, but we have a couple of them turned off. So you can kind of change that. You can also select, maybe you want to get an alert when certain securities are giving you a certain candlestick pattern. So you can come in here and you can turn alerts on and off for them. You can kind of see the formulas that are based behind this commentary in some of these as well. But this is just, an example of how many things this is covering here. And then once again, I can come in and turn on that expert commentary. And let's go ahead and just go here to this engulfing bear. And it'll give me, information on that. And then you can read. So this is letting us know that there's actually a couple things that have occurred here. A big black candle has occurred, but also an engulfing bearish line occurred where a black candle's real body completing contains the previous white candle's real body. And it gives me information about it. And then it can even give me information on how you're supposed to utilize a pattern like that. So that's a way that Metastock can really start to stand out and really start making analyzing your charts not only easier, but much faster. Okay, and now to kind of take this and transition into our next segment here and to continue down, kind of asking the questions or answering the questions that I told you I'd help you with today. Okay, so maybe you have the MACD as a trading system you want to use. Well, how are you supposed to know what securities to use it on, or how should you go about finding securities to trade it on? And so there's a couple of ways to go about this, and I'm going to show you guys two really powerful tools next, and you can use them in any way that you want. You can use either this Explorer tool first, or maybe you want to first utilize the system tester to do some of your testing first, and then take your results and run explorations against them. I'm just going to show you guys with the Explorer or the scanning tool first, because one thing that you don't want to do is spend all day looking at the hundreds of thousands of charts. That's right, we have access to hundreds of thousands of securities in Metastock. You can, of course, dwindle that down to just whatever it is you want to look at and trade, but we don't expect anyone to be clicking through, even hundreds of charts a day. That's just a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of time, even if you have the expert advisor attached. So what we've created is this Explorer, or the scanning tool. And once again, we have hundreds of built-in scans that you can get with just a subscription to Metastock, but you can also get systems created or scans and functions created by some of our partners as well, like the speakers that have spoken earlier today. But to kind of keep on path with the MACD, so if I just hover over this, it's going to tell me what this is looking for. So this is the MACD buy signal, and it will display securities that just generated a MACD buy signal. So I showed you guys how it's easy to kind of find them, but I don't want you clicking through a bunch of charts looking to see if it has a buy arrow today. Instead, we can just use the Explorer, click the MACD. We come down here, we can see, it has hundreds of thousands of securities in here. Just for kind of demo purposes, we'll knock that down and run this scan just on like the FTSE 350, because this is the Euro Summit after all. And so what I've done over here is I've selected it to load 1,250 records. That's kind of overkill. It's about 5 years of data. It's overkill for something like the MACD, but often some other trading systems that might be utilizing like really long moving periods or something, or moving averages, I should say, or something of that nature. You might want to have a longer time period of data that you're loading just to make sure everything lines up properly. What I recommend to people is use the same amount of records in your Explorer as you use in your system tester, and ideally on your chart too, or at least use an increment of it within the Explorer and the system tester that those two match, and then you can put that inside of your charts. So yeah, for all demonstration purposes, we'll just leave this at the 5 years. I'm going to do this on a daily scan, but you can do a 1 minute time frame, 5 minute, 10 minute, hourly, custom, yearly, whatever it is that you want to utilize, you can use that. We're working off the current exchange date and time, but I could turn this off and use like historical dates if I'm trying to do some sort of analysis. And what I'm going to do next is just hit start exploration. We'll run this in real time. When we're broadcasting, sometimes it takes just a couple of moments to kick on, but then once it gets going, it's normally pretty fast here. And you'll see this is currently rejecting over 95% of securities. And what that means is it's saving me from looking at over 95% of the securities, or now it's at just 90s. That's actually pretty considerable. That means there's a lot that have generated buy signals today. I've been here doing these presentations with you guys all day long, so I haven't really looked at the markets much today, aside from what our presenters have shown us. But it looks like there's 35 results and 315 were rejected for not having results within this scan, meaning they did not have a MACD buy signal today. And now what's popped up here is there's a few columns that I can sort by. So if I wanted to sort by close price, maybe I care about trading things at a lower cost, maybe not, I don't know. If I wanted to look at the MACD line, see what it was, the previous prices, see the moving average, etc., I can kind of filter by all of that. But what's great here is I know that if I open up any of these securities, so I'm just going to double click that to open it. Currently, I have my charts set to open default to just a clean template. But normally what you would have is, if you know that you're using, like, say, the MACD trading system, you would have that kind of set up as your default here, which all I have to do is come over here into my charts. Oh, I actually think I passed it. I didn't. Okay. And I can just have the MACD be my primary template. And now when I open something up out of here, it's going to open with the MACD template applied. So this is a template created with the MACD. It has the MACD histogram plus the buy and sell signals. I also could have just right-clicked on my chart and applied the template from there. But the reason I wanted to do that is now whenever I open up any securities in that list, it's going to open up the MACD. And one thing that I know is for certain on all of those, was it 35 securities that we had results for? 35 tells me right here. They're all going to have a buy signal today. So I know that these all have a potential trade today. If I was wanting to use the MACD as my buying system, then this would answer the question of how do I know when to get into a trade when I'm getting the MACD buy signal, and I can figure out what securities have that today by running this scan. And then I can save these like into like a watch list or something and keep them in there. And then I can run like a scan on them every day to see if they're like generating a sell signal too, by using like the MACD expert system to see if and filtering it on sell signals. So that's another option for something that you can do. But this does leave another big kind of question out there. And one of the things that I told you guys I would help you to answer, and that is, well, how do you know if the MACD is a good trading system to use, right? And, you know, it's proven to be popular, so that says something, but, you know, it's often just like an indicator people are using on their charts or something that you might use to help kind of give you confirmation on other strategies and things that you're taking into account and et cetera. But we do have a tool that can help you test not just the MACD, but several of our different trading systems and several different add-ons and things of that nature to kind of see what systems work best. But one thing that you'll find, which holds kind of true in all kind of walks of life, is that certain systems or certain things work better with certain securities and things of that nature. So what you have to do is find trading systems that match the personality of the security that you're trading, because maybe some securities are traded, you know, in a really volatile sense, or maybe some, you know, you have a lot of day traders that are trading certain securities, or a lot of people that are investing in certain securities and not day trading them, and et cetera. There's just kind of, you know, I think really personalities is one of the best ways to put it of some of these securities, and you can have trading systems that match those. But how do you know which ones match which systems? Well, that's where the next tool comes into play, and that's the system tester here. And the system tester allows you to back test strategies, saying, okay, if I bought at the buy signal and I sold at the sell signal, how would my account have performed? And something nice kind of about Metastock, we'll kind of just dive into it and I'll show you guys here. So yeah, here's the MACD expert system. I'm going to hover over it and you can see it pops up, lets me know what's happening. It's testing for those buys and sells with the MACD when it goes above and below the trigger line, which is a 9-period exponential moving average. It will also use oversold or overbought conditions for the entry or exit if the crossover doesn't exist. The system's formulas match those used in the MACD by Metastock Expert Advisor. So this is matching the same parameters of the Expert Advisor we had attached, which is great. That's what we're wanting to utilize with this. So we're going to go ahead and click on it. And again, this actually makes a good note at the bottom. Sorry if I can get it to pop up again. Note, the exponential indicators are sensitive to the amount of data loaded. So the buy and sell signals may vary if you vary the amount of data loaded. So if it's working off of different moving averages and you change the amount of data in there, that's going to slightly change your moving average. So your buy and sell signals might not perfectly match up if, you know, you're only looking at 3 weeks of data instead of, you know, 4 weeks or et cetera. So that's why it's important to use the same amount of records in your system test and your explorations to make sure your buy and sell signals are matching up. The more data that you utilize, kind of the more accurate it's going to be. But then also with some systems, you only need so much because, you know, the moving average is kind of going to be unaffected after X period of time. It's not utilizing the old data anymore. You know, it's only using the last 200 records for the 200, for today's current 200-day moving average, et cetera. But again, we'll just keep that at 1250. I can also select here, do I want to do just long trades, or do I want to just look at short trades, or do I want to do both? We'll go ahead and do both just because why not? Again, any time frame that you want, guys. Everything I'm doing today is just going to be on the daily time frame. That's one of the most common, and it's just kind of keep things simple. But if you're a day trader, you could be looking at intraday time frames too. Or if you have more of an investment strategy and you want to look at longer time periods, a lot of people will even start with a longer time period and make sure that everything looks good on a monthly. And then if so, they'll go into a weekly. If that looks good, go into a daily. However you guys want to do it. We'll keep it on daily for now. I'm going to click into my trade options. There's a few different things that you can mess around with in here. Something I think just to note is if I go into an account, you can put in your account size. So let's say this account is a $50,000 account that I'm using just to trade the MACD with. I don't know. Maybe you only have $1,000 in this account. Maybe you have to set up your system tests in certain ways where you want to allocate this much risk in this account. And so you want to do your scans on this set and et cetera. There's lots of different ways to use it. Just for demo purposes, we'll say we have a $50,000 account. We're willing to risk up to 25% of that equity at a time on these trades. If you're doing margins or have commissions that you have to pay, you can put those in here. So these will be, basically the same as if you traded this yourself, getting these exact values, etc. In trade execution, we have realistic market prices selected here. So basically what this is saying is if I'm not looking at a daily time frame and I got a buy signal today, well, at the close of today, when my bar is generated and I get a buy signal, if I want to go and put in a buy order, really that's not going to work until the open of the next day. So that's what realistic market prices does. If I have a buy signal generated today, it's going to buy at the open of tomorrow's bar. But you can change this. So if you have a certain strategy that you're utilizing a certain way and you want to buy at the open, high, low, close, etc. There's different ways to utilize this. You can delay the order opening, etc. I'll just go ahead and keep it on realistic market prices for now because that's nice and simple. And now, one thing actually I didn't touch on. So we're running the MACD expert and I can run it across hundreds of thousands of securities to see which ones it performs absolutely the best on. But there's another tool in here that I'm going to utilize instead. Or just kind of function here. So if we go down to the bottom, this actually has an option to select the last exploration results. So this knows that I just ran a scan here and had, if I open that back up for you guys to refresh your memory, it had 35 results on it. And these are all of those securities. Well, so what I'm doing is telling this system tester, hey, of these 35 securities that have a buy signal on the MACD today, I want you to tell me how they've all performed over the last 5 years. So that's what we're going to do. This should be really fast. I'm going to hit start. Again, when we're broadcasting, it takes a second to get going, but now it's going and it's almost done. And now I can see of those 35 securities, how they've performed and which ones performed the best. Let's go ahead and make this nice and big here. I'm going to sort by percent gained. And now there's a few things to kind of digest here, and I'll go through it with you guys. So first off, what I'm seeing is, okay, there's red and there's green. And you know what? That's perfectly okay. So right away, I know that, all right, the MACD is not going to always be a perfect trading system for every security. No trading system is going to be perfect on every security. We should all know that. And this is letting me know which ones the MACD doesn't quite line up personality-wise with which are all these in the red. And these results can vary too, because maybe if you're only someone that takes long positions, and I ran this system test just looking at long trades and not shorts, it would be different, or maybe just shorts. Again, this one's using both longs and shorts, something to consider. There's always lots of little things to consider, of course. But it's actually okay to see this red, because what that tells me is, hey, on these bottom 15 or so securities, I don't want to trade the MACD on them because that hasn't performed well historically. But what I do know is on these top few here, maybe I just take like, say, the top 10 or something. I know that this has performed really well over the last 5 years on these securities. On the Fraser Group, it's gone up 57%. And you can actually get a lot more information too. This is not all that the system test does here. Let's go ahead and click into this. All right, and now I have a report, and this report is very detailed. We'll touch on just some of it today. But what I'm looking at is the MACD expert system on the Fraser Group using 1,250 bars. Profit. This is, of course, important. On that $50,000 account, I've made $28,500. Fantastic. Now, there are a few things to look at and to consider here. This is always very important that you look at this, in my opinion. So the annualized performance on this was 11.52%. Not bad. Now, however, let's look at this. So the buy and hold profit was 24,000. That's actually still really good. And the buy and hold performance was 48% compared to 57 and 9.7% compared to 11.52. So what that means is this was a trending stock most likely over the last 5 years, and it's at least performed well. If you would have just bought and hold and held on to this security, you would have still made a 9% profit over the last 5 years here. But if you use the MACD system, you would have made more. Now, sometimes there is the potential that maybe you see a trading system that comes up and you're like, wow, the MACD did 100% on this over the last year, but then you look into the security and it's something that just shot up like crazy based on some wild news or some breakthrough or something. And if you would have just bought and held the security, you would have made even more. So that's something to keep in mind too. So you want to make sure that the system is outperforming the security itself. Otherwise, not much sense in trading it if you could just buy it and hold it, in my opinion, at least. But to each their own. So there's other things I can see here too. Profitable trades. So we had 90 profitable trades. 73 of them were long, 17 of them were short. It lets me know the average profit of each of those trades based on my account size that I input in here. And it lets me know the highest profit on those, also the lowest profit, how many were winners consecutively. Now, here's something to note too, and this can have a big effect on people psychologically. So this system actually had 111 total unprofitable trades. So this was the best performing security out of those 35 for the MACD, but it had more losers than winners. And sometimes that can take a toll on people, kind of their mental game, and you can let your emotions get into it and you might start performing badly if you're not getting lots of winners. But the way that that's possible for something like this, if you look here, the average loss was $386. But when you would win, the average winner was 794. So, more than double what the average loss was. And so as long as you're more than doubling if a winner is more than double of the average loss, then what you're looking at is being able to have less profitable trades, but still be making money. So your losers are smaller, than your winners. So, but it's something to consider. Some strategies kind of work like that. They'll get you out really fast if it's not right, but if it's a winner, you can kind of get in there and hold on and go along for the ride. So you have to determine if that's going to work with you. So some securities works better with some systems, but also, you might be more comfortable working with certain trading strategies versus others as well. So that's something else to take into consideration. And once you've had some time to kind of, I'd say, play around in Metastock, that's what I like to think I'm doing half of the time that I'm, testing out new theories or strategies or things like that. It can actually become fun to kind of do these analytics in the platform. I really enjoy it myself. But you have to make sure you find a strategy that works right for you too. So I'm going to go ahead. I didn't mean to close the whole thing. I only meant to close what I was in. So let's actually go ahead and pop that back open. And that is this one. All right, so if I open this back up and we sort by the net profit again, now that was the Fraser Group we just looked at. Let's look at another one. So the second one on here. So just real quick, I'm going to double check my annualized performance. All right, so with this trading strategy, annualized performance 8%, but buy and hold 11.76. This is one of those examples I was telling you about. So that means this security just went up a lot over the last 5 years, and it actually would have been better if I just bought it and held it versus trading it with the MACD. So that's something else that you have to consider as well. And something I meant to actually show you on the last one, another tab I really like to go into, you'll notice there's a lot of tabs. You can see where every single like order was placed, how much it was placed for, and kind of where the account came out to. You can look at the positions in here. What I like to look at is this equity curve. And this is actually a beautiful equity curve. This is exactly what I'm looking for. If it had, outperformed kind of the performance of the security itself, then I would probably be all over this, because what this is telling me here is that the MACD has consistently worked well on this trading strategy over the last 5 years. So maybe I even would consider trading it, but I'd try to identify why there were periods where the MACD didn't perform well. Like maybe I'd look into this period right here and see, okay, well, why did it lose money there? If I could turn that around, maybe I could get it to outperform overall. There's ways where I can kind of dive in and start to do additional analytics if I want to. Some people can just use it right out of the box and grab strategies and just follow them to the T. If you're the type of person that likes to delve deeper into it and kind of reassess things and try to optimize it further, you can do that too. But really, even just following the basics of something like this, I mean, if someone just used the MACD on this strategy, it would perform better than most traders, because most traders lose money, is what they say. Most day traders, I guess, at least that is. And this is on a longer period. So it's good to look at this equity curve to see, okay, that $50,000 account turned into 70,000, and it was pretty consistent over time. Well, I just want to kind of see an example in the reverse. So I'm going to remember to click back this time instead of close it out. Let's look at another one here. This one actually had really good buy and hold performance, but not good trading performance. But let's look at the equity curve. Okay, this is a good example just from something I wanted to show you guys. So this did perform okay over time. My account went from 50,000 and ended around 56,000 in those 5 years. So that's still pretty good. But I mean, it's not really good for my mental health if I'm looking at my account and it's jumping up and down every other week, and I'm losing thousands and then gaining thousands and losing and gaining. I'm much more comfortable just trying to stay more consistently up, knowing my system is working consistently, I guess is all I'm trying to say. So if I see an equity curve like this, it's like, okay, it's currently in an up period, but when's that next big downfall? Do I really want to be playing around with that? It's not even at its current all-time high using this strategy. In the last 5 years, it's actually been down the last about year or 6 months or so here. So those are things that you can look into and get additional information on. And so another great tool here to use. Another thing you can do with this system tester is you can test multiple strategies. So I'm just showing you guys the MACD. Maybe you already know, hey, I want to trade forward, the chart we were looking at earlier. Well, you could come in here and you could, if you wanted to, you can select all 254 of these that we have on this demo computer. Out of the box, you probably will have less, but it's still in the hundreds. And then you can just run a system test for every single one of these against Tesla or Ford or whatever it may be, and see which system has performed best on that security. Or you can even do a much larger market, but then you're really starting to add up time, because this is multiplying in to the power each time, basically, not. So these scans will start to take a lot longer if you're doing multiple trading systems over multiple years on multiple different securities, but it'll still do it for you. And so, you can always run a huge scan too and leave it alone for a few minutes and come back. But there's different ways of utilizing this. I'm just showing you guys kind of some basic forms. Some people like to work, from the back, test out a bunch of these trading strategies. Several of our speakers today have systems in the system tester. All of them had explorations. All of them have expert advisors that'll put those buy and sell signals on your charts. And so you can kind of take these two and combine them to help you perform even better and to improve your system. Maybe you want to use elasticity and see the buy signals that generates, and then you want to get confirmations on them with the super signals trading system from trading indicators. And that's what I do primarily. I'll use some strategies to help me kind of give me a lower list of securities, being like, okay, these are all in a buy, maybe not a buy day, but a buy phase, a buy period. They're all bullish based on these strategies. And so then I'm going to use some of these other systems to give me my actual entries and exits. That's kind of how I've utilized the platform, and a lot of others do. There's a lot of ways to use it though, but one thing's certain, and that's that this software is going to save you time in that analysis and make it a bit easier on you guys. And that's exactly what it is designed to do. Now, with all of that said, you know, I know we are already 10 minutes past what we were originally going to do. I still have one other big question that I wanted to answer for you guys. Let's actually go back into my PowerPoint and look at those again. So how do I find securities to trade? Well, you can use the Explorer to search for literal buy and sell signals based on different strategies. That's a way to find them. When should I get into and out of a trade? Well, using those buys and sells. What system should I use? We'll use the system tester to help you test to find out which systems work best on which securities, and also look at some of the statistics to see which ones you're the most comfortable working with, whether it be for longs or shorts or this period or that period, or wanting to make sure that it has more winners than losers, etc. And that's, how you can test them. So another question, which I maybe could have left out because this opens up a whole nother can of worms, but I want you guys to know that the software has the power to do this. How can I learn more about a company before I trade it? So maybe we've got our list and I've narrowed it down to, okay, I'm gonna look at these 5 securities or whatever it may be. We were using Ford as an example earlier. So all I'm gonna do is up here, this is a search box. This is with Zenith, Metastock Zenith, also known as, it's like a retail version of Refinitive's Icon platform, but we call it Metastock Zenith. And I can just type in Ford here. And I'm gonna go ahead and click on that. And this is a company overview page. And again, this is opening up a whole nother can of worms, but I just want you guys to have a quick peek at it. So what that's done is it's opened up, this overview page as mentioned, and this is gonna let me know like price performance here, but also I'm getting like breaking news on Ford, and I can dive deeper into anything I see on here. I can click on if I wanted to learn more about this specific article. I can click on it and it's going to bring up the news article and let me know about it. I can look into investor briefs on Ford. I can look at global press if I'm not just interested in like local news. I can see the star mine models, or basically the credit ratings for different companies. So I can see, you know, their bullish values here. And if I don't know exactly what that is, I can click on this and it's going to tell me more information about that. And I can see like its relative valuation, which is rated really high, and things of that nature. There are some credit risks here, and I can learn more about that by, you know, kind of clicking into these, but I get all of that information here. I can also look at things such as estimates. So like recommendations and target prices, I can see of analysts, how many are recommending Ford as a buy. So, you know, currently there's, of this list, there's 4 recommending it as a buy, strong buy, 4 as a buy, 12 as a hold, so most of them are saying hold, 4 as a sell, 1 as a strong sell. I can look at historical data of that. I can export any of this into Excel and do additional analysis there. I can go into a whole news page here and get all of the Ford news and any other news that I want. This platform is extensive. Over $1 billion went into the creation of the Zenith or Icon platform here. And it's basically like the World Wide Web, but of trading information. So I can go in here and search for anything that I want and get information on it, and it's all trading related. You can look at ownership and find out how much of it is owned by X, Y, or Z. You can look at their debt structure. You can get upcoming events. You can look at an economic calendar, all sorts of different information here. I was planning to spend a little more time here, but we're going to have to save that for another day. If you want to learn more about Zenith, you can check it out on our YouTube channel, which is just youtube.com/Metastock. Some of you may be in there now with us to get more information there. I guess I haven't been doing a great job of looking over at questions throughout today, but that does sum up what I wanted to present for the most part. And I will still go through questions with you guys, though. I'm happy to do that. So if you guys have questions, feel free to start sending them through. I'll try and ask or answer some of the ones that did come through. Bobby, will we be getting links for today's previous speakers' recordings? So yes, you absolutely will get links for the previous recordings. These are going to be available for you. Also, we're going to have this video up on our webpage too. So if you guys go to metastock.com/Eurodeal, it'll have the video listed right at the top, right here. And you can find the recording and watch it from here. Oh, here we go. We don't need to put myself double playing to you guys. Not only can you find all the recordings, but we've also put the biggest offer of today up here as well. And that offer, you guys might have noticed throughout the day, all the different speakers, you could save like $100 on their trading strategy or $500, etc. Well, what we've done is said, hey, we want to give you guys a huge discount to be able to try all of these out because we understand they're fantastic. But getting each one individually might start to add up. So what we've done is slash the price by over 50%, which you're not going to find this any other time to get all of these strategies for this rate. It's normally over $5,000, you guys, to get all the strategies that have been presented from all of our speakers today. However, we've knocked that down to just $19.94 to get that. And that's the 3 months access of Sublime's Traders Market Advantage Toolkit. You get the lifetime purchase of Elasticity, Power Bundle 360, Super Signals, Trend Radar, the Paragon Toolkit, all the training that comes with all of those, plus 3 months access of the premium Learn Metastock training. I mean, so you get a lot for a huge discount. We're trying this out to see, hey, do people want to be able to get like more at a much bigger discount by doing, something special like this event? So we're trying it out. This is the first time you're going to be able to save this much money on all of these systems together. So fantastic offer. Highly recommend it. You can order it online or jump in our chat room, metastock.com/sales chat. Let them know you're in the Euro Summit and they can help you out with that. Let's dive back into my slideshow here. Let's see, someone wanted to know if I could please run that system, the MACD, on the NASDAQ 100 stocks 5-year back test. And yeah, that's something super simple. And I should say too, everything I showed in my presentation in the last hour, this is all just included in Metastock. You don't need any of the add-ons or trading systems. Those trading systems are great because they've already been proven to work extremely well by those speakers, and as for the reasons that you saw and why they can perform so well. So I recommend them to give you something to follow. But if you even just wanted to do something basic like just play around with the MACD, you can get Metastock for just $59 a month for the software and data included. Even less if you want to buy Metastock outright, then you can get the data starting at $27.95 a month. Or you can even use your own local data inside of the software. And you can purchase Metastock outright, starting at just $4.99 for the end-of-day version or $13.95 for the real-time. But to kind of stick to this here, let's run the MACD against the NASDAQ 100. We can absolutely do that. So I'll come in here, North America. Oops. So I actually want to look at index constituents here. And I'm going to go into the NASDAQ 100. We'll do 5 years and both. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start that system test, show you how this performed on the NASDAQ 100. That should only take about a minute or so, probably way less actually. But while it's doing that, let's see, did I have anything else to share here on my slideshow? We were talking about the pricing just barely. Metastock DC starting at $59 a month if you wanted to get like the European, Middle East, and Africa region. It also includes worldwide futures, Forex, indices, and some crypto as well. We have like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ripple, Bitcoin Cash, just a few of the main ones in there. Or if you wanted Metastock real time, you want to be able to do the intraday analysis. Not only does this let you work on, a 1 minute or less time frame or look at tick data, etc. It also comes with the Zenith real-time market data and news. It's $265 a month on a lease. You can get a buy 1 month, get 2 months for free as an extended trial offer. Just jump in our chat room, metastock.com/sales chat, or check out the metastock.com/Eurodeal, and you can get it there as well, you guys. And as always, you get free white glove setup and installation service with this. If this has seemed like a lot, if I was talking too fast, if you wanted someone to slow down and go through everything with you, you can have someone basically kind of go through the tools like I just did, but also all those other tools I didn't even touch with you, one-on-one at no cost. I mean, guys, if you've been in the trading space for a while, to sit down with anybody one-on-one and have them take you through trading software, that's going to cost you a lot of money. And you can get that for free with just a subscription to Metastock. We'll give that to you. We'll teach you how to use everything, make sure you're comfortable with it, show you different tips and tricks. I wouldn't even call myself a Metastock expert. There's so much I still have to learn and do in there. It definitely is very simple and easy for me to use now, and it works for what I like to do, but I know that there's a lot of different traders, there's a lot of different methods and things to do, and so we have a team of experts that can kind of guide you through all this. So all I'm trying to say is they'll know more tips and tricks than even I do, that'll go through this with you for free. So that's always available to you guys. Yeah, and if you want to get just like a trial of Metastock, perfect, I recommend it. Even better, if you wanted to utilize some of those already existing trading strategies that we know are proven to work, they'll give you even more direction in Metastock. You don't have to worry about which securities work on what, or systems work where, because the speakers that we have had today, those are all currently some of our most popular trading strategies, and it's why we wanted to have them on, because we know that they're very likely to perform well for you too, and you can get that discounted bundled offer too with a trial of Metastock if you need it. And again, here's kind of that full deal and the best contact information for it. Either metastock.com/Eurodeal or metastock.com/saleschat. If you're watching in the future at 5 a.m. on a Sunday or something, you can also still just leave us a message if you visit the metastock.com/saleschat. It'll let you send us an email instead, or you can contact me too. My email, bobby.hiller@metastock.com, and I'm always happy to answer your questions. I'm happy to help get you in touch with some of the other speakers. I can't promise the slides from all the speakers, but I know a couple of them said that they could make their slides available. I'm happy to make my slide deck available. That's just kind of letting you know about these offers and things. If you guys want that, send me an email and I'll be sure to get that out to you. Give me about a business day or so, because I normally get a lot of requests after these presentations, and so I'll be getting myself all caught up over the next day or two. But please send me an email or reach out to my chat room right now and they can help you out too, because those guys are ready to go. Yeah, and with that said, we should have our scan done quite a while ago, I'm sure. Yep, so let's go ahead and open up the report that was just ran, or maybe it's actually just, Metastock has determined there's another gap. MACD, there's so many other reports in here, I'm not sure which one it was. Just have to search and find the date right here. All right, so for the person that wanted to see the MACD on the NASDAQ 100 over the last 5 years, here's how it performed. So there are more winners than losers. And again, I can already just tell by looking at this page that the winners are often bigger than the losers too. Some of them, didn't perform well, some of them did. Another thing you can see just right from this page at the start, you guys, is you can see the trade profit and loss. So right here, so there were 148 winners, 154 losers on this one, et cetera, 57 winners, 50 losers here. So if you wanted to make sure it has more winners than losers, because you like the mental aspect of winning more than you're losing, you can do that. But keep in mind too, even with 44 winners and 77 losers, you can still be profitable, like this system is showing right here. So something to keep in mind, guys. But yeah, you can see that right here. You can also see the average profit, average loss per trade right here as well. So that's a really useful statistic just from this overview page. You can see actually Tesla is up here as number 1, but I bet you that's one that probably looks a little wild on the equity curve. And actually it doesn't. Tesla can be so up and down at times. I was expecting this to be more jumpy. I guess it was a number of years ago. This was actually kind of losing and coming back to its original price point. But the last 2 or 3 years here, that's been far more consistent. Interesting to see. I guess just for fun here, let's look. So the 105% performance over 5 years, but if you just bought it and held 204% performance. So something to consider, but kind of always fun to look at some of those meme stocks, as some would call them. I used to trade Tesla though, so yeah, anywho, let's see if I had any other questions here. Can you please show us the equity curve for the whole list? I don't think that it shows, I don't think I can show an equity curve on the whole list because that's diving into the individual reports. I guess if you wanted to look at the, perhaps you meant that you wanted to see the scan on the index as a whole. So you could do that on like the NASDAQ, like on an ETF or the NASDAQ index as a whole, and then look at that equity curve. That's something that you could do. I did the scan on the actual individual stocks within the NASDAQ 100. But absolutely, this is something that's really easy to play around with yourself. If you wanted to just, do a trial of Metastock, it takes minutes and you can have accomplished everything I've kind of done in my presentation here for you guys. And as I like to say, it's kind of fun to play around in here, guys. You can really learn a lot inside of here while also hopefully making yourself some money at the same time. So if you haven't tried Metastock out before, I highly recommend at least jumping on a trial. There's no risk there. Also, with this Euro Summit Traders Pack, we're going to give you guys a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if it doesn't work out on any of those like one-time purchase options, they do get a full 30-day money-back guarantee. The subscription offers don't have that though. So, but the majority of these all have a 30-day money-back guarantee. You can ask our sales chat about it though, if you want to try out certain systems. If you just want some of the systems and not all of them, jump into the sales chat and we'll see what we can work out for you as well, because that's definitely an option too. And then, yeah, if you guys have additional follow-up questions, email us, either our sales team, sales@metastock.com, or bobby.hiller@metastock.com, and we're happy to answer any of your other questions. I'm already running about 30 minutes over almost here, though, so I have to make sure I'm taking care of my other duties for the day. So I'm going to go ahead and call it a day for now. Thank you guys all so much for joining us. We always like doing these types of events. We have another really big event coming up next month, which I guess next month is coming up real soon, but towards the end of next month, we're going to have a traders conference that's a whole entire week long. So you're going to have lots of great speakers all week long. Be on the lookout on our website, metastock.com. We'll have some banners posted up within the next week or so, I would imagine. So just be sure to keep coming back and visiting, and you can kind of get a hold of that and sign up for that as well. Also, metastock.com/Eurodeal. If you guys want to catch the recordings later on, you can find them there. Thanks again so much, and you guys all have a great rest of your day.
Hi, Kelly Clement here from Metastock. Before you go, I have two quick things for you. One, thanks for joining us today. We love having you here at our webinars and viewing our videos. So what I'd like to invite you to do before you go is like and subscribe. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. It helps us a great deal, and it helps us bring you more awesome content like today's video. The second thing is we have a great ebook on trading that you can get for free. If you go to metastock.com/YouTubebook, you can get a free copy of The Secrets of Successful Traders. It's a great book with lots of content from traders just like yourself who can teach you some of the secrets that they have learned. Thanks for taking a second with me and learning about those two things. Thanks for joining us, and keep on trading.